Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better wake 'em up, look up to the morning sky, and see a bright full moon, or dang near a full moon this morning, as we get you rolling on this Wednesday, drag you up over the hump and into another tremendous sports weekend. The final weekend of the month of September is a doozy. A lot going on. Your regular season of Major League Baseball will wrap up. It's going to come down to the wire with the American League West tightening up even further last night. Obviously, another big weekend of the NFL and college football, including the Longhorns, opening a critical stretch of their season on this Wednesday, which is also National No Excuses Day. National No Excuses Day, which is appropriate. There will be no excuses. Well, we've talked all summer into the fall now of all gas, no excuses for the Texas Longhorns. They've got right where they want to be, 4-0, two ranked opponents over the next 2 weeks that really will define their season into their bye week that follows the Oklahoma game. We will certainly get you there. So a lot to do. Appreciate you being there. 5 hours, 5 days a week here on Austin's only local morning sports conversation. We crank it out each and every day, and we appreciate you being there wherever you find us. Maybe it's on 101.9 FM, could be AM 1260. Of course, digitally, growing like crazy there with the digital streaming numbers. Thank you so much for downloading that Horn app to your smartphone, listening to us with a touch of a button, digitally and crystal clear wherever you are, not just in Austin or Central Texas or Texas, but all over the world. You can listen to this radio program and all the radio shows here on the Horn, so thank you for doing that. Also at our website, you can listen or watch on our Twitch channel there at hornfm.com, and certainly on our YouTube channel as well, which is ever growing at The Horn Austin on YouTube. So Wednesday begins, and once again, Rod Babers will be out. Actually, Rod's going to be out the rest of the week. His lovely wife Mel had a baby on Tuesday evening, 6 pounds, 8 ounces. We told you yesterday, still have not heard a name. I think they're still in the deciding and decision-making process as far as the name of the bundle of joy. But Rod will be out until he's going to rejoin me for the pregame for Texas, Kansas from the Mockingbird Saloon on Saturday. He's going to be out the rest of the week, which is absolutely appropriate. Spend time with his wife and his new baby. We will man the ship here and rise and grind with you, rise and thrive with you each and every day. Nick Shuley will be in the house coming up later, starting in the 7 o'clock hour. Our man from the Austin Music Movement and the Clark Field Collective and the NIL, also the president of the Live Music Movement. He'll be up in here with us on his birthday, which is pretty cool. Ty Henderson is through the glass. He's here as well. Ty, you said you stepped in some dog poo this morning walking into the building. I'm not sure. I just walk on the sidewalk. I don't know why you're walking through the wooded area here at our station.
Yeah, I had an eventful morning. I couldn't find my wallet for about 10 minutes later. So I left my house about 10 minutes later than I usually do. And then I spent about 5 minutes outside after I did step in some dog poop.
Nice.
So now I'm just shoeless.
Shoeless Ty Henderson. Shoeless Joe Jackson.
It's going to take a hose or something like that.
Oh, you stepped in a good one.
Yes. It was fresh.
Well, I know a lot of folks from the neighborhood here. Lost Creek is here in West Austin right behind us. A lot of people take their dogs on walks and come up here through our parking lot, especially when it's empty in the evenings and whatnot after it cools off. So, yes, that can happen. Sorry to hear that's a rough way to start your Wednesday, but you know what? It's National No Excuses Day. So no excuses. You're going to rise and grind, and we're going to make this thing happen and talk a lot of college football, pro football, the baseball. We'll get all of it for you. I do want to thank all those that serve, as we do each and every morning to start the show, those who get up and rise and grind with us and use us as entertainment as they get this thing going, and we appreciate you doing that. Each and every morning and getting up and serving, whether you're a teacher or a administrator, obviously first responders, everything all the way to the military. Thank you so much. There's a lot of ways to serve your community, and we thank those that do and choose to do so. Thank you very, very much as we start this Wednesday morning. It is 27 September and a lot to dive on to this morning. Let's start with the headlines, get you caught up. Always like to have it everything top of mind for you as you get up and out to start your day. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. We start with Texas football. Excitement building now for next week's Red River Showdown at the Cotton Bowl. Both third-ranked Texas, 14th-ranked Oklahoma off to 4-0 starts. And growing anticipation and hoopla around the rivals' final ever meeting as members of the Big 12 and what it could mean big picture. Earlier this week, however, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian adamant and confident that this week's game with 24th-ranked Kansas will not be taken lightly.
I think this is a top 25 matchup of two undefeated teams. Both very good. We're playing for first place, right? And our goal is to get to Arlington in December to compete for a Big 12 championship game. And this game's going to matter a lot in if we have that opportunity or not. And so this game has got our undivided attention. Our focus is on the next mission.
There you go. The next mission is 2:30 Saturday. The Kansas Jayhawks coming to DKR Of course, our pregame coverage goes live at noon from the Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe, right there between 26 and 27. Little Texas basketball on this Wednesday. Yesterday, the Big 12 Conference released the schedule for all 14 teams for the upcoming 2022, 2024, or 23 season. 23-24 season. In addition to 4 new schools, of course, the Big 12 will no longer feature that double round robin schedule. Longhorns will play 5 opponents twice, home and away, 8 opponents just one time. That's the 18-team league schedule. Big 12 play opens for Texas on January 6th at home against Texas Tech, concludes at the Moody Center on March 9th against Oklahoma. Texas plays 3 big Monday games on ESPN, hosting Houston on January 29th, at home to K-State on February 19th, and Baylor at Waco on March 4th. Texas will tip off their season with the Orange-White scrimmage October 17th. First game will be Incarnate Word November 7th. Baseball, Round Rock Express fell to Oklahoma City last night in Game 1 of the Pacific Coast League Championship Series at Bricktown Ballpark. That's right, it's best-of-3 series for the title. Round Rock drops the first, so they'll look to avoid elimination tonight and force a deciding Game 3. That'll be set for 7:05. Major League Baseball, not a good night for the Texas 2 out west. Both the first-place Rangers, second-place Astros went down, further tightening that AL West race out in Anaheim. Texas had its 6-game win streak snapped, 9-3 loss to the Halos. They also lost All-Star Corey Seager. He was hit by a pitch in his right forearm. X-rays, fortunately, were negative, so being called an arm contusion by manager Bruce Bochy. We'll see if he can play tonight. In Seattle, Mariners took down the Astros 6-2. Mariners right-hander George Kirby escaped a bases-loaded jam early, then went on to throw 6 shutout innings. Ems took advantage of 3 Houston errors there. Rangers' magic number to clinch the division down to 3 now. Their lead over Houston remains 2.5 games. Astros just a half game in front of Seattle. Rubber games in both series coming up tonight. Sad news from baseball yesterday were that Baltimore Orioles third baseman Brooks Robinson passed away at the age of 86. Known as the human vacuum cleaner, his incredible defensive ability at the hot corner. Robinson was an 18-time All-Star, 17 times won a Gold Glove, was the AL MVP in 1964. All right, we'll get into that baseball. We'll get into Ty's pick of the night. The What's Poppin' Sex Panther pick was pretty good. You had the under. The Astros-Mariners under 8.5. It was a 6-2 game, so you won it by an eyelash.
It's okay.
Win's a win.
Back on a win streak.
That's you had 8.5, right? Total runs. You
Yes.
took the total under, and it went to 8. That Vegas, man, they know what they're doing when they set those lines. I'll tell you that. Astros charity made it a little closer than needed to with those errors, balls in the dugout. Astros were sloppy last night for sure, and they couldn't hit George Kirby, which has been typical for them this year. We'll get into that coming up. Also, more on the Longhorns. The NFL gets going tomorrow night with a real good football game, which we'll talk about. But if you've been hearing the promo running on the station, we are having a text line transition, phone number transition. Is that right, Ty? You've been a part of this with our digital team and marketing and folks. So our text line, and I'm checking right now because they both still work.
Yes.
You can text us at 337-3776, but soon enough, that's not going to be able to happen. We won't hear from you. The text line number is going to be 447-3776, correct? Which is our call-in number.
The same as the Vaqueros hotline.
Yeah, so if you were calling our station, that's what. But now there used to be one numbered separator. Now it's not going to be. I don't know why that is. I won't try to explain. It doesn't matter. It's just one of those things. If you're used to texting us at 447-3776, we appreciate all the contributions here on the show and here on Hook 'em Up that we get from you folks. Your voice being heard and great stuff. We'll just take it at 447.
Yes,
3776.
This will give us an opportunity to run some contests through the text line and stuff like that. So
yeah, that was the goal. We
want
to
be more fun stuff for y'all.
Yeah, we don't. By the way, we do have plans here in the fall to initiate some type of. We don't take a lot of calls, right? We don't do call. It's not a call-in show, which some people do call-in shows, which is great. But we do want you to be a part of it. We're going to initiate some voicemail where you can have your voice heard and pick out, just like we would pick out the best text messages. We'll pick out the best voicemails and use them as conversation starters and answer questions and get your voice involved. We're going to do that with this new system we're adding. But so, if you're used to texting 337 and you have it on, in your contacts or however you do it, just change the one number to 4 and you'll be good. But we're going to keep them both for a little bit here just to make sure there's a transition. We want to hear from you. But just be wise. You'll be hearing the promo. So 447-3776. Right, Ty? I got that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's easier now. Just one number.
It says, hey, where's Rod at? His wife had the baby, not him. My ass would be at work the next day, then back to the hospital. They don't make men like they used to. Rod is a father for the first time. And they aren't even out of the hospital yet. I got a message from Rod last night. They're still admitted. They'll be leaving today, which is Wednesday. And I know her family is coming from, I think, Idaho, where she grew up and where her parents live, by the end of the week, which, Rod's going to be there with her the next couple of days, which is perfectly fine. First child, no issue. It's take as much time as you need to be with your wife and your beautiful baby. So Rod will be back at the end of the week. We may check in with Rod. We might bug him on his phone line coming up here later in the week. But Nick Shuley will be in. We'll have great guest hosts as we move forward. Going to have great guests and get you ready for the week. We'll get Rod back on Saturday, which we're looking forward to. And now, as the uncertainty builds, I'm eager to hear what this name of this baby is going to be. They're really obviously grinding on it. We talk about rise and grind. They're grinding on this name. They've had 9 months, or at least as far as I know, at least 6 months since they found out it was a girl.
Beyonce Babers.
I like Beyonce. I really do. I'm solid.
Be bold.
That would be bold.
The kid would be set up for success at that point.
I think so. Well, with his DNA, and Beyonce Babers, the Queen Bee. Come on, man.
I don't know. Maybe we might have to send a text. I thought about texting him. I sent him a text congratulating him yesterday, and I kind of wanted to include, hey, by the way, the text line is fired up for Beyonce Babers if you haven't made a decision yet. So you're confirming that there is no name quite yet.
Well, not that he shared. Maybe
Rod, we talked about it last week. Rod already said that he wasn't going to be an overshare of pictures or anything.
For sure.
I'm assuming nothing's changed.
No, and I'm not that way too. I don't put a lot of stuff out. Now my kids are older now, so we had a wedding last year.
You're not doing Facebook updates for every little life event?
No.
My mom used to be like that when I was little.
No. And our kids were born late 90s into early 2000s, and they're all grown adults now. So that was before the downfall of society, social media. So we didn't have that. We actually just took pictures of things and my photo scrapbooks kind of thing. Yeah, we didn't have that.
Love a good old scrapbook.
But then my kids grew up through the social media age. So my daughter is huge with the Instagram. She's a big on the gram, her pictures and whatnot. Son's not as much. They're kind of like their dear old dad who doesn't put a lot out there. But we're here for you every single morning. We look forward to Rod's return, and we will get you there, getting you ready. As for the top stories, we heard Sark. We'll hear more from Sark coming up. I believe him that this is not a trap game. I do not think Texas is looking past Kansas. I don't think you can. As Sark said, you just got to turn on the film and watch them play. They're very good. This is a game with Kansas. This might be one of the few games the Longhorns play where there's a team on the other side that has a quarterback that's better than Texas has, that it has an offense that's as dynamic as the Longhorns. I mean, they can really move the football, and Lance Leipold has done a tremendous job building this Kansas team. Jalen Daniels is a heck of a quarterback. He's a dual threat player who can beat you with his arm and his legs. Texas, last 2 weeks against Wyoming and Baylor, couple of a 21-point win and then a 30-point win plus. You were playing backup quarterbacks. That's Wyoming started their backup quarterback. Even Alabama with Jalen Milroe. They're still not really sure how to use Jalen, and he's really not there. So Texas had that advantage in the Alabama game. This would be the first game, really since Rice with JT Daniels, and this is the best quarterback they've played, is what I'm saying, and the most established quarterback. The team with the best offensive identity. They know exactly what they are, what they want to do. This will be a fun test for the Texas defense, who's been outstanding this year. Outside of a few explosive plays, this defense on a yards per play basis, on a drive-by-drive basis, has just been outstanding. The defensive front seven has been as good as any in college football, with Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy up front, and Barron Sorrells, Jalen Ford, the Reese's Senior Bowl National Defensive Player of the Week last week. I mean, they are outstanding. And the secondary, they just rotate a lot of players. You realize the only player on the Texas defense, Ty, who has played more than 75% of the snaps this year is Jalen Ford. There's not one other player who's played more than 75% of the snaps. He's the one guy that really stays on the field all the time. We talked about during the summer, all the speculation and talking season, the one player the Longhorns could ill afford to lose was Jalen Ford, and that's why he is the epicenter of their defense. He's the heartbeat. But around him, they rotate a lot of people. Defensive line, the linebacker spot next to him could be Anthony Hill, it could be David Benda, and then they could go nickel, then they go dime. I mean, there's a lot of different formations, and we know in the secondary, they're all over the place. You don't know who's going to be on the field from series to series defensively. And it'll be interesting to see against this Kansas team that can really, threaten you in a lot of ways with this offense, how that rotation or if that rotation thins out, if it becomes kind of a more, because the next 2 weeks will define your season. As I say, that's not hyperbole. I mean, you're playing the only other 2 ranked teams. There'll be big games down the road, but you wrap up your, the Longhorn season is really divided into 6-game stretches. 6 games into your bye week, 6 more games to go, and the 2 games into the bye week, I mean, you're 4-0 after the first 4. Now you've got an undefeated Kansas team who's ranked and playing well, coming off a nice win over BYU, and now then you've got Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl. You get through those, you get to your bye week at 6-0 with 3 wins over 3 ranked teams in your first 6 games. Obviously, Bama was a ranked team and is a ranked team. Kansas and Oklahoma. You will absolutely put yourself into the conversation for the college football playoff. I mean, you're right in that conversation, and rightfully so. You've earned that. But you got to do it this next 2 weeks. I mean, I don't think Texas earns that conversation on a national basis until they take care of business here at home and then at the Cotton Bowl. They do. They'll be right there, up there with the Georgias. Whoever survives this Pac-12 gauntlet, if anybody can. Obviously, Michigan, the round robin there in the Big Ten. Longhorns will be sitting right there in the middle of that whole fray.
Well, have you seen the ESPN playoff predictor chances?
ESPN playoff predictor chances. I love playoff
percentages.
I have not, but you can tell me about it.
Texas has the highest chance of any team in the nation
Well,
to make playoffs at this point. 45% chance.
I think that's good. I don't disagree with that at all today, because sitting here today. But they got it. These next 2 weeks will define that. Is that they've earned probably that, and I think what the predictor is doing, and that's a computer, right?
Yes.
Everybody else that would be in this conversation has a lot of tough games coming.
Oklahoma's, I think, like number 6.
Well, the same reason. If they're going to play Iowa State this week, up in Norman. If they win that game, or when they win that game, then whoever wins at the Cotton Bowl is in a great spot. I mean,
both teams are really going to have to stumble down the stretch either way to not make the Big 12 championship at least.
Correct. Well, think about that. Whoever wins that game, if they both win this week at home, wins that game, actually could afford to stub their toe and still make the Big 12 championship and win it at that point. You would think big picture. But maybe not, based on the lack of strength of this conference right now. It is the dripping irony that as the Big 12 plans to move forward and grow and add Colorado and the Four Corners schools and grow into this one of the 4 mega conferences, and the Pac-12 is dying in playing its last season. It's having its best season historically, and the Big 12 is as down as it's been, with only the 3 ranked teams, and Kansas just got there, and Oklahoma still hadn't shown much. They haven't played anybody, so they're ranked and undefeated. But I still think there's a lot of skepticism or question.
What do you think the line
for
that game is going to be?
I can already tell you.
It's out?
Mm-hmm. The line for Oklahoma and Texas?
Is it a double digit?
No, it's 5.5.
Really?
Yes, and I would jump on that.
Yes, I would as well.
It's 5.5, the early line for Texas and Oklahoma, according to the Vegas fellas. Don't know why they're fellas. They don't have to be fellas, I guess, would be the way to say that. All right, look at the folks already learning. You guys are quick learners. The new text line, 447-3776. It says, almost done with my 8-mile run this morning. No excuses. 447.
Yes.
3776. There's a 4 and then a 3.
Yes.
But just get rid of the 3. Almost done with my 8-mile run. No excuses. This is testing, check. Yeah, you got it. This says, this week we'll see if our secondary can defend the mid to long-range passes. A little concern. Well, look, if you're Lance Leipold and you're watching film, there's not a lot to attack with Texas, not a lot of weaknesses. So you got to find the few that are there, and that would be one. They've been susceptible to the deep ball. Safeties in coverage have been a problem, whether it be Jaron Thompson or Michael Taft sometimes, or the deep ball on Ryan Watts on that boundary side. So we'll you got to anticipate that if you're Sark. And PK, Pete Kwiatkowski and the secondary coaches, that's going to be coming. But if you can continue to control their run game, that's the one thing about a team like Kansas that's two-dimensional. You have to take away dimension. You've got to take away one thing and then make them beat you with the other. And I feel pretty good about Texas shutting down or at least containing the run game with Devin Neal. They're a really good running back. But, man, this group up front, T'Vondre Sweat, just playing to an all really. I mean, if you look at T'Vondre Sweat's Pro Football Focus grades, PFF. I mean, he's playing to an All-American level right now. So is Byron Murphy. Those two guys, not just all Big 12. And I mean, I think when you have that triangle of your defense with Jalen Ford, those two defensive tackles, Murphy, Sweat, and Jalen Ford. I mean, that's all American stuff right there, right up the middle. Those guys are as good as anybody in college football in the central nervous center of your defense, as Rod calls it. They can help control this run game. You got to tackle really well in this spot, but Texas has been a good tackling team this year. And then you're going to have to force Kansas to beat you down the field with the passing game. By the way, with their run game, you also have to contain the quarterback's legs. I mean, that's a big part of this too. When you played Alabama, you were worried about Jalen Milroe's legs, but not as much his arm, and you were able to take advantage of some bad throws, some bad reads, and force some interceptions that really helped you win that game. Jalen Daniels is a different guy. He can do both at a very high level. So it's an absolute dual threat player in this spot.
Do you think this Kansas offense has the most speed of any team Texas played this year?
Speed? Alabama had probably more speed. And
did they utilize it?
No.
Kansas probably utilizes their top end speed better.
Well, because they know their identity on offense. I mean, Alabama's still trying to figure it out, right? They're a work in progress. They've rotated 3 quarterbacks in already this year. They've already benched Jalen Milroe. They have a new offensive coordinator who's come in, but Nick Saban says we're running our system. You're going to learn it. So they're still feeling things out at Alabama. That was pretty clear. So that was advantage Texas. If you're Texas, you'd have much rather played Alabama week 2 than week 10. I think would be the way I would put that. But for Kansas, the one advantage or one of the advantages Texas has over Kansas is just overall talent and overall depth. But Kansas, it's early in the season. It's the second conference game, so they still, injuries are going to set in. But boy, later in the season, sometimes we've seen this Kansas team kind of wear down, take some injuries, don't have the depth that a team like Texas has to fill in those injuries. But they're healthy right now, and they're playing really good football. So yes, I mean, team speed, dynamic offensive playmakers, an offensive that absolutely knows what its identity is. Because much like Texas, with all the coaching continuity, or it's Sark and the same staff on offense, outside of a couple of spots, the whole defense has been together 3 years. That's been Lance Leipold. I mean, Kansas has built this team and staff together, and so these are 2 good football teams. I think Texas, obviously at home and overall more talented, but you got to go win it on the field. This says, all right, this Hook'em Horns on the new text line. This says, just checking in, Hook'em. It works for you. Thank you very much for that. This says, Anthony Hill has a big game this weekend. He'll be spying Daniels all game. I like that. He's your fastest linebacker, one of your most athletic players. This says, still waiting for my free beer, JK. Just kidding. Well, if I see you, I'll get you a ice-cold Bud Light if that's okay. We can make that happen absolutely for sure. Somebody said, give us the number again. 447-3776. 512-447-3776. One number different than you're on. And so we're getting text on both of them this morning. That's perfectly fine. This says, expect KU to attack the slow DB from the bunch formation. Yeah, I think you're right there on the text line, the old text line. Yeah, bunch formation, which allows this, no jam at the line of scrimmage, free release out of that bunch near the line, near the offensive line, and then a lot of times you can get your primary receiver on a play on a safety because the corners are trying to guess. I was watching some of this Miami Dolphins film last night, Ty, with their 70-point performance. And, one of the things Mike McDaniels is doing, you played defense at Westlake, Ty, so you understand this. One of the things Mike McDaniel is doing deep into his play calling bag, which is, putting defenses on their heels, they'll get in that bunch formation. And then, normally when you put a player in motion, you motion him across the formation, right? You bring him across behind the line of scrimmage, and whether he's in fly motion or you're just trying to read whether they in zone or man. Well, Mike McDaniels is taking Tyreek Hill, and they'll be in the bunch, and he'll, right before the snap, he'll take off towards the sideline. And then the ball will snap, and he'll take off upfield. But, I mean, it's completely confusing defenses because that breaks the structure of their defense because they have a read based on what they're seeing out of the bunch, and everyone knows which player they're taking. And if he goes in motion, they already have a call for that. But it's rare. You don't see it very often where Tyreek Hill is taking off towards the sidelines, and it's just screwing everything up. They come off the line, all 3 receivers, and no one's really sure. It's already led to a lot of miscommunication in secondaries, including with Denver last week, where they give up 70 points. Even against New England, against Bill Belichick's sound defense, who they beat in week 1 with 24 points. It creates that little hesitation from a corner or a DB, a safety, whoever it is, and all of a sudden that's the with people with speed like Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and what they've got going there. It's just that, and I would expect Kansas to use some wrinkles like that because they know Texas is very sound on defense. So you want to break the structure and what their plan is, And if you make them hesitate for just a second, obviously that can break a big play or even just get to a first down. Just trying to move chains, and that does that. Those big defensive structure breakers we'll be watching. In fact, because Lance Leipold has all kinds of that misdirection, creativity. You got to deal with the quarterback's legs, the quarterback's arm, different running backs, and they'll even use two quarterbacks. This guy Jason Bean will come in sometimes, and they'll have two quarterbacks on the field. I mean, you always have to be aware. Jalen Ford's going to have a big game this week, and your leaders on defense of making sure communication is good, because this Kansas team will threaten you a lot of those ways. All right, we're just getting warmed up. 5 hours. The 5-hour morning conversation is up and running. We'll talk more Big 12 football. We'll also get some What the Facts before the end of the hour. We'll dive into this AL West race, which tightened last night with the Rangers and Astros going down. How about the Milwaukee Brewers? They win their division. We'll get to all that about baseball, football, college and pro, all things. Plus, the Longhorn basketball schedule is out. We'll peek at that as well. It's a busy Wednesday. No Excuses Day. National No Excuses. It's no excuse. Rise and thrive with us here on Hook 'em Up. Yeah, don't worry. Be happy. Longhorns are 4-0. No excuses, though. I don't
Life
even know
is
what,
good.
Life is real good, even though Ty stepped in dog poo this morning.
It doesn't matter. The Horns
Doesn't
are
matter.
undefeated.
The Horns are undefeated. Your Cowboys were undefeated. They took a hit. They took a loss, and now they got a rebound with the New England Patriots in town this week up in Arlington. That should be a fun ball game. And you see where we talked a little bit about this late in the show yesterday that some Cowboys coaches, including Brian Schottenheimer, their offensive coordinator, concerned that the old sly, we know Bill Belichick will go to any length to get an edge, to gain an edge, including cheating, right? Cheating. But one of his, legal methods has been over the course of his Hall of Fame career. Bill Belichick is a couple of weeks or a week before they play a team, sign a player who had been with that team and try to gain some intel. And the New England Patriots last week signed former Cowboys quarterback Will Grier. Will Grier, who played so well in the preseason, right? I mean, he had that great game, but the Cowboys traded for Trey Lance. It looked like he was going to be their third quarterback behind Cooper Rush and Dak. And they went ahead and signed and cut Will Grier when they traded for Trey Lance, and he was available. And obviously, New England brings him in, and that wouldn't be outside of what Bill Belichick would do to try to gain some intel defensively, learn some because everyone's trying to figure out what this new Tex Coast offense is. I think the Cowboys are still trying to figure out what the Tex Coast offense is. Clearly, they want to control the ball, be more conservative with Dak Prescott, run the football. They need to get healthy on that offensive line if they're going to do that. But gain some valuable info potentially from the former quarterback who knows the system intimately here in Dallas or there in Dallas, and then cut him loose. Win the game or use it for some intel and then say, see you later, Will. Thanks.
He's been signed to a few teams this regular season so far, I think.
Well, that's right. That's what I'm saying. Belichick would be the latest, but use him for what he's got. And if you're Will Grier,
maybe you could screw him over.
Ooh, subterfuge. I like it. Give him the old reverse Johnny.
Double agent. I
like it. We'll see. But if you're Will Grier, you're trying to latch on. So you're probably going to be amenable
That's
to
true.
it. You're trying to keep on the team. You don't want to get cut again. You're trying to feed your family. Speaking of families, we're waiting on Rod Babers' name of this baby. They may have already named it. I should not say they have not. I just have not heard word of a name. We're pushing for Beyonce Babers. When Rod first got to Texas, and I was already on the radio, and he was Roderick Babers. He wasn't Rod. Roderick Babers from Houston Lamar High School, the DB High.
Did he go by
He went by Roderick.
All of his playing career?
We'll have to ask him. I know I've heard him tell the story. At some point, he just became Rod. And he didn't tell anybody to change his name. He was Roderick. Yeah, he was Roderick Babers out of Houston, Texas. So we'll see what he comes up with. This is his first child's name, which will be intriguing to see. Yeah, Cowboys, Patriots this weekend. Really looking forward already to the Thursday night game because, that's a big game. And if you haven't looked ahead on your schedule, it's the Packers hosting the Lions from Lambeau Field. And the Packers pulled off kind of a miracle on Sunday when they fell behind 17-0 to the Saints at home and came all the way back and won that game 18-17 with Jordan Love. And they just, it was the fourth quarter they were down 17-0 and came all the way back. And that's a huge win for them because, Detroit beat Kansas City. They stole that game week one. Then they turned around and got beat by Seattle, but then they rebounded last week with a win over the Atlanta Falcons, giving the Falcons their first loss. So if you're looking at that division, Green Bay and Detroit, Minnesota and Chicago are both 0-3. And Chicago is a grease fire right now, going nowhere. Minnesota, the fact that, we talked all offseason that Minnesota was the team that made the playoffs last year that was most likely to regress, most likely to come back to earth because they won 13 games, but 11 one-score victories, all those fluky wins that they had, and they, still trying to figure things out. That's where you're already in Minnesota hearing talk of trading Kirk Cousins. The Jets yesterday signed Trevor Siemian, the journeyman backup, and that's not going to bowl over frustrated Jets fans who are like, man, Trevor Siemian, that's the best we can do. But they're just looking for somebody that's capable because Zach Wilson. It's there are reports out of New York that Ty, it's becoming a bit of a mutiny here because if you saw the sidelines last week, and I heard it was Ian Fitzsimmons on ESPN Radio who I was reading, he was on the sidelines for that Jets game, and he was witnessing some real player. I mean, if you saw the video of it, Garrett Wilson, the former Lake Travis Cavalier, was trying to encourage Zach Wilson, according to Ian Fitzsimmons of ESPN, but
That's not what it looked like.
But it didn't look like that. What Ian said, he heard it. He said he was just banging him on his shoulder pads, going, "Come on, we got this. We got this. We're still in this game," trying to encourage him. But the video showed him. Some would say that he was mad at him. But Ian says that's not the case. But same time, he didn't get it done. And he's not getting it done. And this team, who thought they were going to have Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback, are now, according to the reports, kind of coming apart because there's one anonymous quote, which we're not big fans of anonymous quotes, but they happen, that some players are saying that Robert Saleh has become a bit of a Zach Wilson apologist, and it's not going well with the locker room. Like, they know he stinks. Doesn't stink. He's a good guy.
Joe Namath said?
Well, Joe Namath came out and said he's seen enough. Well, look, I mean, he holds the ball. I mean, the metrics, and if Rod were here, he'd give you the deep dive metrics. I can tell you that he holds the ball longer than any quarterback in pro football. The numbers are there. He holds so he's not seeing the field. He's not processing the field fast enough. Doesn't matter if he's got a great arm or if he's athletic or.
It doesn't help that Nathaniel Hackett's his offensive coordinator.
It doesn't help. Well,
they're not really putting him any chance for the offense to succeed.
Well, look,
it feels like they're folding.
When I said this, the morning after, right after Aaron Rodgers got hurt, I said that was a big part of this because Zach Wilson's not good anyhow, and he's having to learn another new offense. This is a new offense. They hired Nathaniel Hackett because they were going to bring in Aaron Rodgers and run his offense, and so now he's not even running the same offense he was a year ago, which he wasn't any good at. So it adds to the problem, and that's where you wonder. That's why I started with Minnesota with the Vikings as they flounder now. They're 0-3, got beat at home by the Chargers on Sunday. Would they consider trading Kirk Cousins, who's in the final year of his contract, and would the Jets consider doing it? And just saying, you know what, for a one-season rental to go get Kirk Cousins, give up a pick to get him, and calm down our locker room. Because look, I mean, the Jets with Kirk Cousins would actually be a pretty good team. It wouldn't be as good as Aaron Rodgers.
It would, yeah. That would be.
It'd be a huge upgrade from what they have.
It would.
But you'd give your locker room a breath of belief that, hey, okay, we're not sticking with this dude who's not good. We know Joe Namath, Broadway Joe's telling everybody he's not good. Well, we play with the guy, we see it, and we want to win and at least be competitive. That game against the Cowboys was non-competitive. That game against they stole a win already over the Bills that Josh Allen gave them with all those turnovers.
Looking back at that, that's crazy if they won that game.
Yeah, well, it was four Josh Allen turnovers that led to, and it was an overtime game that they won on a punt return. I mean, come on. So you stole a win, and so now your season's not over. You're 1-2. You wonder if the Vikings, because look, the Vikings have season tickets they've sold. If they trade Kirk Cousins, they know they're mailing it in, and heading that direction. But this is the other part of that for the Vikings. I know your fans will be mad, but guess what? This is a deep quarterback draft, right? If you're the Vikings and you are already 0-3, and you kind of your defense is still a big issue. You still don't run the ball. You traded for Cam Akers, but that's a Band-Aid on a problem. They don't run the ball at all. Would you consider trading your quarterback, Kirk Cousins, get something from the Jets? And listen, at that point, the losses will mount, but that's not a terrible thing, Ty, when you consider that this will be the draft for Caleb Williams. This will be the draft for Drake May. This will be a draft with Shedeur Sanders maybe in it. Quinn Ewers maybe in this draft. I mean, this is a really good draft by all accounts for quarterbacks. All those guys out of the Pac-12 that are coming forward. I mean, J.J. McCarthy, the kid at Michigan's a really good-looking young player. So, there's always the question when you trade for your quarterback, what's your plan B? Well, if you're the Vikings, you can say, you know what, and sell it that, hey, we're planning for the future now because we weren't going to re-sign Kirk Cousins anyhow. I mean, and the only thing Kirk Cousins is going to do for us this year is win some games. That's going to lower our draft position.
You're really buying in if you're the Jets trading for Kirk Cousins at this point.
I think you have to. You've already gone all in on this season with Aaron Rodgers.
At least you don't have to give up the pick that you would have. Yeah. The extra pick in the Rodgers trade.
Look,
if you can trade that pick that you would have had to give up either way for Kirk Cousins.
I think the Jets would absolutely be in the conversation for this because they've already kind of gone all in, and that team being on Hard Knocks, I mean, they want to go win, and they know that current quarterback gives them no chance to win, and so at least you tell your fans, and if you're Minnesota, and their fans, you'd see the plan. You'd see, okay, we made our run last year, won 13 games. We were never going to get over the hump with Kirk Cousins, and now we at least get a draft pick for him. He gets to go play for the Jets, and we can start looking to the next quarterback. And again, it's a very deep quarterback draft that's coming up. So, and they're already 0-3 would be my point. But that started with the game Thursday night, which the Bears and the Vikings, if they're not going to be contenders, and this game with the Lions and the Packers becomes a huge game for supremacy in that division. Is it going to be Detroit? Is it Detroit's time to take those reins, or is it the Green Bay Packers, still a really good team, even without Aaron Rodgers, or will have a winning record and could show that they're still going to be a contender in the NFC without Aaron Rodgers. So good football will start this coming Thursday night, one night from tonight. Looking forward to that on Ian Rod B. We'll take your thoughts. Appreciate the folks finding the new text line. It's not too dissimilar from the previous, but it is 447-3776. That's our normal call-in line. So if you used to call the Blitz all the time, that's the same number. That'll now be your text line. So hit us there. We still have the old one working at 337, but we're going to phase that out. So start using the new one. We appreciate you doing that. We're getting all these testing. Hello, E, is this there? Are you there? Is this you? It's us, yes. But start moving on.
And if you're known as something on the text line, maybe identify yourself on the new one so I can add your contact information.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point, Ty. So if you have a brand or a moniker on our old text line, because all we're seeing now is your phone numbers. We do have caller ID, so be careful what you say. So somebody said if Texas goes into the bye week 6-0, do they also move to number 1 in the country? Well, I mean, they'd have a case. That's not unfair because if they beat, Florida State's a team right now with wins over LSU and Clemson, but Clemson's not ranked anymore. Clemson's a 2-2 team. If Texas wins these next 2 games over Oklahoma and Kansas, who are both undefeated. And I think, Kansas has proven to me. Kansas is, they beat Illinois, who's not a very good Big Ten team, but it's a Big Ten team. And I believe that game was in Champaign. And they put like 600 yards of offense up on Brett Bielema's team. Or I'll make sure that was a home or road game. Also, they went beat BYU. BYU went to Arkansas, beat Arkansas, came in, and Kansas beat them by 11. That shows you that there's some substance to this Kansas team. For sure. You're about to get invaded by the monikers that are coming in of people wanting you to know their text name. So you're going to be busy clerically this morning, Ty, trying to fill those in. Hey, coming back, we'll get some What the Facts. We'll make it and center around the AL West race because it tightened even further last night with the Astros and Rangers. Really feels like this thing is coming to the last game, the last day, Sunday, for who's going to be in. Because if you haven't been paying attention, the Toronto Blue Jays have won 7 of their last 10. They have moved ahead a game and a half in the second AL wildcard spot behind Tampa, which means one of these 3 teams, Houston, Seattle, or Texas, is likely to be out, not make it.
Texas they're already in.
In the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But either Seattle or Houston is going to be, it's either
out.
In or out.
Tonight's game is huge.
Tonight's game couldn't be bigger. And Framber Valdez will be on the mound. We'll get you some What the Facts around that. Coming back on the other side, Nick Shuley will join us in our next hour. And we're having some fun with you on a Wednesday here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Yeah, the birthday boy will join us coming up in our next hour and ride forward. Our man Nick Shuley, good buddy from the Austin Music Movement, the NIL. We're also going to talk to Jerry Hamilton next hour. G will jump in, the senior recruiting experts there at Inside Texas on 3 Sports. Talk about that big commitment from the best tackle prospect in the country on Sunday and what's to come for the Longhorns. It'll be another big home game, big home recruiting weekend. So we'll talk to Jerry, of course, also on the Texas-Kansas matchup as he sees it. Nick Shuley will be here. But it's time for What the Facts at 6:50. Some facts from around the sports world, including we always like to bring you an off-the-nose fact, Ty. Did you know this is a fact? You know Jim Jones, the cult leader who killed over 900 people?
Mm-hmm.
With Kool-Aid. This is under the category of
island, right?
Yes. What did you say?
It was off an island, right?
Yeah, he was a cult leader, like David Koresh, right? People, and this is from the be careful who you follow and who you believe is. You know, before he did that, he worked as a door-to-door pet monkey salesman in Indiana.
I was aware of that. I'm a big fan of documentaries.
Door-to-door pet monkey salesman.
It's a good fact.
To becoming a cult leader. Okay,
that's in line right there, though. I mean. Seems like a little crazy.
So you're knocking on doors selling pet monkeys. How does that spiel go?
I knew I had a friend growing up that had a pet monkey.
Did he buy it from a door-to-door salesperson?
Maybe.
I mean, I've heard of like steak knives, and, vacuum cleaners, dictionaries, and encyclopedias and things like that. Also, this is a fact. I know people are tired of the Taylor Swift mania, but get used to it. It is a fact now. Since Taylor Swift showed up at that Chiefs-Bears game, that Bears game became the most watched game. It was a blowout, 41-3, but it was the most watched game of the week. Almost 25 million people tuned in, and it was the number one, watched event for women ages 12 to 49 because Taylor Swift was in the building. Crazy. 400% spike in Travis Kelce jersey sales since that game. Travis Kelce's podcast now ranks number 1 on Apple. Travis Kelce's added nearly 400,000 Instagram followers.
The most watched NFL game and the most watched college football game of the weekend were both blowouts.
Both blowouts because Deion and then
That's
Taylor
crazy.
Swift. The Deion and Taylor Swift effect. Yeah, 63% jump in female viewers for that game, ages 18 to 49. The Swifties. Can we hear this piece of audio? So this was Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce on that number 1 Apple podcast that they do that is just blown up. It's been blowing up, but Taylor Swift just took it over the top.
We've been avoiding this subject out of respect for your personal life. Now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
That's funny. Put you on the map. Yeah. And I like that Travis Kelce said, I did this to myself. And this was Rod and I were debating this when there was the rumor, even when Travis Kelce, on that same podcast, first revealed that he wanted to give Taylor Swift a bracelet at her concert with his number on it and do a friendship bracelet, and he was going to take his shot. And even then, Rod and I debated, and I said, man, there's no way I would want a part of that zaniness. I mean, there is no personal life at that point. When you start hooking up with Taylor Swift, you take on a mob scene. And I like that he said that. I've brought this on myself, but a lot of people, including Nick Shuley, will be here next hour, believe it's all choreographed anyhow by the PR firms and marketing, and it may be. We'll see. Good luck to that happy couple or whatever they are at this point. All right, on the baseball, might not be very happy for the Houston Astros. Big loss last night. They made 3 errors, and they lost to the Mariners 6-2. And I told you yesterday, Ty, before we left, that guy George Kirby, the big right-hander, has been great against the Astros this year. He's their ace. And the Astros had him on the ropes early, loaded the bases, had a chance to could put a crooked inning on the board, and Yainer Diaz couldn't get it done, and he pitched out of that and then went on to pitch, a shutout, 6 shutout innings at the Astros, and then the Astros kicked it around and they ended up losing 6-2. And here's how it stands now: Houston's just a half game up on the Mariners, and the Astros only have 4 games left. The Rangers have clinched a playoff berth, so they're in. By virtue of give the Rangers huge credit. They went on that 6-game win streak that was snapped last night, but that 6-game streak locked them in. And now, whatever happens, they're going to be in the playoffs. Astros are not that lucky because they couldn't handle the stinking Royals for 3 games down at Minute Maid Park. That series where they got swept by the last-place Royals will loom as the reason the Astros don't make the playoffs if they don't. And here's the deal, Ty. They've got this game tonight with Framber Valdez on the mound. It is a must-win game. They need to win this game, obviously. Then they're off on Thursday. And then they play Arizona this weekend. And, in that interleague series, And for the Astros, that's not like Arizona's right in the thick of the wild card race in the National League. So, I mean, the Astros are leaving themselves very thin here, to say the least. And so is Seattle because they haven't played well either. But the Astros' last 3 games after their off day Thursday, which is tomorrow, will be 3 games at Chase Field in Phoenix. And the Arizona Diamondbacks right now hold down the second wild card spot in the National League, and they're trying to hold on to it. So those will be formidable games. Now, we know the Astros have been much better on the road this year than at home. But give the Texas Rangers huge props. They hit the accelerator when the Astros floundered, and it may drop the Astros out. Because, look, I mean, if the Mariners were to win tonight and the Rangers win, the Astros, I think the Rangers' magic number to clinch the division would be down to 1. No, it would be down to 2.
Yeah, it was 4 yesterday.
It's down to 3. The magic number is down to 3. Whatever happens tonight, if the Rangers win, their magic number will drop to – no, I think if the Astros lose to the Mariners, the magic number will drop, I don't know, 1 or 2. Either way.
They have the tiebreaker over the Mariners. So
here's what I'm saying. Tonight's the biggest game of the year. Tonight's the biggest game of the year. Because the point is, the Astros, I mean, the Rangers could clinch the division early on in that Mariners series. And then all of a sudden, Mariners are out. And so the Astros aren't going to get any help from the Mariners, which they would need. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the Rangers would be clinched.
Is there a chance that only the Rangers make the playoffs out of all 3 teams?
No. It's going to be Tampa, Seattle, or Houston.
Okay.
At this point, Rangers are in, if that makes sense. But
yes.
Point is, Houston needs to win tonight with their ace on the mound, Framber Valdez. Then they go to Arizona for 3. But biggest game of the year is tonight for Houston. That's a fact. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Indeed, it is hour 2 of 5, our 5-hour, 5 days a week morning conversation. It's Austin's only morning sports conversation. And it's not just in Austin. If you have the Horn app or on YouTube, you can listen and watch all over the state, all over the world to our morning conversation. Also on our Horn podcast, at hornfm.com, you can go back and listen to any of the hours at any time that you would like to after Ty gets them uploaded, after the show is over, and we appreciate him doing that. So we're here for you, talking Texas football. Longhorns entering a critical stage of their season. They're all critical at this point, but certainly these next two could put the Longhorns into a really good place, but you got to handle business. We'll talk about how they can do it. Kansas and Oklahoma. It is a fact, Ty, coming off our Just the Fact segment. FanDuel has opened and released an early point spread for the Red River Showdown. Longhorns up, favored 5.5 points. In the
Hammer it.
Hammer it, you
While
say.
you still can. It's going to go up. It has every week.
And we'll hear Steve Sarkisian again coming up saying we are not falling for the poison cheese. We're not. This is not a trap game. We have our eyes firmly focused on the Kansas Jayhawks. Here's a text from our buddy Kirk Breezy who says, this Kelsey Swift thing is such a huge PR stunt. NFL has made it known they want to attract a younger audience. Think the Toy Story game day stuff. Jersey sales up 400%, 8% increase in female viewership. Kelsey played the role of good boy, did his Pfizer commercials, played the part, got rewarded. Well, I know there are people, including our guest host this morning, Nick Shuley, who'll be in, who believe that. And Nick comes from the marketing PR world for his career. And yeah, I mean, you know, and if it is a marketing stunt, and if it's not, and they're really going out, that's great. Good luck to the couple. But, you know, they've played it well. I mean, Travis Kelce on his podcast with the whole friendship bracelet thing, to then on the podcast, and then Jason Kelce on his radio show he does in Philadelphia, kind of jokingly confirming the relationship, and then of course she shows up in the suite, and yeah, it's been if it is a ploy, it's been played pretty darn well, and the sheep are buying it, that's for sure. The masses are buying it. One other thing on the Just the Facts, two other things, Ty. As I mentioned, tonight's game, Rangers have clinched a playoff spot, and props to the Texas Rangers. We'll be watching today for Corey Seager, because Corey Seager got hit on the arm last night in the Angels game. X-rays negative, thank goodness, for the Rangers, because Corey Seager has been as good a player as there is in the American League when he's healthy. And, you know, that was one of those when you saw him get hit in the arm, you're thinking, oh, geez, let's hope that's not something, you know, broken bone or something. All of a sudden he's out for the playoffs. But not the case. Arm contusion, so just a bruise. And he should be okay. But props to the Rangers, because Bruce Bochy's team did what they needed to do. And as I mentioned, this game with the Astros and the Mariners tonight is as big a game as the Astros have played this year, both teams. The winner is in a really good place. And if the Astros lose this game with the series looming at Arizona this weekend, also a playoff team out of the National League, this thing gets dicey. And I'm still having a hard time wrapping my fan head around the fact that between September 11th and September 17th, of this month, the Astros lost 5 games to the Oakland A's and Kansas City Royals. I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, they've earned it, right? They've earned their way out, and they've played their way out. They can still play their way in. That's obvious. But, those two teams, as we sit here this morning, the A's and Royals, Ty, have combined to lose 212 games. 212 games. It's a 109-loss team and a 103-loss team. The A's, in their 109, had their 109th loss last night. That's the most they've had in a season since the franchise moved to Oakland in 1968. And you couldn't beat them?
It's embarrassing.
You couldn't beat them on your home field with the playoff spot on the line?
Not many of the Astros fans on the text line have been talking all that trash.
I think they're like me. They're just like, I don't know how to explain. You can't get your head around it. I mean, if you don't make the playoffs because you couldn't beat these two teams one time, you lost 5 games to 2 teams. One of them's going to lose over 110 games this year. The other one's going to lose over 105 games this year. And you had them in your building in the biggest games. That, as we talked about leading into the month of September, that's when Houston was supposed to separate, because the Rangers and Mariners were going head-to-head, and they were playing these tough series together, and you were playing the chumps of baseball, and you were the chumps. But again, they can still play their way in. They got 4 games to go. But, man, that's still hard to understand with the Houston Astros, who lost last night 6-2. Let's get to your other headlines, your other trending topics to start your busy Wednesday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Texas football excitement building already for next week's Red River Showdown at the Cotton Bowl. Both third-ranked Texas, 14th-ranked Oklahoma off to those 4-0 starts. Growing anticipation for the rivals' final meeting ever as members of the Big 12 Conference. Earlier this week, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, though, adamant, confident that this week's game with 24th-ranked Kansas will not be taken lightly and not be overlooked.
I think this is a top 25 matchup of two undefeated teams, both very good. We're playing for first place, right? And our goal is to get to Arlington in December to compete for a Big 12 championship game. And this game's going to matter a lot in if we have that opportunity or not. And so this game has got our undivided attention. Our focus is on the next mission.
And Kansas has that mission, 2:30 Saturday at DKR. Our live pregame coverage goes on at noon from the Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe. I will be rejoined with Rod Babers for that, which is great, back from his maternity leave. How about we talk about a little Texas basketball? Yesterday's release of the Big 12 Conference schedule for all 14 teams for the upcoming season. That's right, 4 new schools coming into the conference. The Big 12 will no longer feature that double round robin schedule. It's home and home with everybody, long as they're not going to play 5 opponents twice, and then 8 opponents just once, 4 home, 4 away in their 18 games. Big 12 play will open for Texas on January 6th. Home games at home against Texas Tech. It concludes at the Moody Center on March 9th against Oklahoma. Texas will play 3 big Monday ESPN games, hosting Houston and a good one at the end of January. Home against Kansas State on Feb 19 and at Baylor on March 4. Texas tips off their season with the Orange-White scrimmage October 17th. Mentioned baseball at the major league level. How about the minor league level? Round Rock Express fell to Oklahoma City 8-3 last night in Game 1 of that Pacific Coast League Championship Series at the Bricktown Ballpark. A championship on the line, so the Dodgers get the first game. Express look to avoid elimination tonight in Game 2 and force a deciding Game 3. That game set for 7:05. And sad news from baseball yesterday. One of the best ever, Baltimore Orioles third baseman Brooks Robinson passed away at the age of 86, known as the human vacuum cleaner for his incredible defensive ability at the hot corner. Robinson was an 18-time All-Star, won 17 Gold Gloves, the AL MVP in 1964. All right, appreciate everybody finding the new text line, and some are still texting on the old one, but that's fine. But eventually we won't get your message if you text the old one. And so I'm not even going to mention the old number. I'm just going to give you the new number. I don't want to confuse anybody. There is a new number, but it's only one number different than the old one, okay? 512-447-3776 is the new text line number.
And don't double text both of them.
Yeah,
because
don't
I'm
do
texting everybody that is texting the old one, the new number. And I don't want to do that over and over again.
They're pouring in, so thank you for that, and we appreciate it so very much. We also appreciate the man sitting across from me on his birthday has decided to join us.
Oh, happy birthday. I should have said that. To
grace
you at the
us
door.
with his
You're good, man.
His presence. He is our friend Nick Shuley, president of the Austin Music Movement, founder of the Clarkfield Collective, now called the Clarkfield Creative. And happy birthday, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
And thank you for being here.
What a great way to celebrate.
Yeah, exactly. Sitting with me for several hours.
Hang out and talk sports, man. What could be better, honestly? And some music, too.
And some tunes. We're going to get the set list ATX as well. Also, bottom of the hour, Jerry Hamilton will jump in. One of my favorite conversations whenever we can grab him. Talking college football recruiting, the Longhorns, the game on Saturday. Jerry's one of the best in that field and in anything college football.
I don't think anyone knows more than that guy, honestly.
Jerry? No.
Honestly.
Well, we have him on, and we probably don't set up. His dad's a high school football coach growing up, so he's grown up around the game, and we'll ask him that when we talk to him. Come up at 7:30. But he's just a junkie.
He's an encyclopedia. He really is.
He can, yeah. Well, Rod B, if he wasn't holding his new baby girl this morning, would tell you that it was Jerry Hamilton that put him on the recruiting map.
He was the first one to find him.
Well, Jerry was at a Houston Lamar game looking at one of his teammates, who was a big 5-star, Jerome Sapp, was a big-time recruit that ended up going to Notre Dame back in the late 90s, and showed up, and he saw Rod B. and say, man, who's this guy Roderick Babers? He's really good. Let's put him on some radar screens. And Rod still credits Jerry for that way back cool. 23 years ago, 24 years ago. Or more than that. But it's also cool to have you here. How was the event last night with the NIL, the Texas One Fund?
It was cool. Well, this one, pardon me, this one wasn't Texas One Fund. This was more on the Clarkfield side because it was the for-profit side. But it was DeAndre Moore and his new
freshman receiver out of California.
Yeah, he and his entire family they took a lot of what he earned in NIL and turned it into a business. And he kind of started this food truck, and it's employing his whole family, and it's just a cool thing. It's called Jive Turkey, and it's all turkey based dishes. And they had I got to try for the first time the Demo's famous deep fried turkey tacos.
Oh,
It was phenomenal. It wasn't the lightest, but it was so good. So, and the coolest thing I saw is they have this, and I'll send Ty a pic so he can post it. I've never seen it before. It's a plastic cup separated into 3 sections, and in each of the little section of the plastic cup is a different type of Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid.
And it is phenomenal. And of course, my mind instantly, and I was with Mark Higgins and Charity Grady, who were all there, and our first thought was, this would be perfect for mixing with some alcohol. Like, just, you could do tequila in this one, vodka in this
Tito's.
one.
Wait, so it's a cup that you still you drink? Like,
well, it's separated. It's got like 3 straw holes. I've never seen it. I'll send it to you. It's super cool. My mind was blown. But they had like 3 different flavors of Kool-Aid. I haven't had Kool-Aid probably since I was.
And again,
8.
I know. Go ahead, Kool-Aid.
No, go ahead. That was it.
No, I know a lot of there's still a lot of our audience that's not in favor of the NIL and name, image, and likeness, and which of course I always have, and we can agree to disagree on that. But I mean, that's a great story. That's a young guy using football who may never play it down in the National Football League. He may never play, but he's using this opportunity to help lift up his entire family. And wasn't like he made millions of dollars in NIL. It's probably everything that he made, whatever that is, and whatever he can as a freshman wide receiver. But that's the kind of stuff that those stories need to be told, because that's good stuff right there. And who knows, his family could, Jive Turkey could turn into a franchise.
Well, I challenge you, if you don't believe in NIL and the power of what it's doing, I challenge you to go down there and meet his family and talk to them about this. The entire family's there. Like, I met his grandpa, his grandma, his dad, his mom, everybody. They were all there. And his mom runs the show down there. Talia's awesome. And so the night last night was we were gathering content, and so we're working with Giant Noise, who's an awesome PR firm out of Austin, and a photographer to kind of get all the marketing ready, because we're going to put a press release out on Friday to try, to really kind of push it out in the community. But it's a good time to go by there while it's not super crowded. Once this press release hits, I have a feeling all the Texas fans are gonna go nuts on it, and then I'm gonna pressure all my friends over at Longhorn Sports Properties, et cetera, to get Jive Turkey down there on Bevo Boulevard, because I think that would be pretty cool to see that.
Moving and shaking, making things happen. I've known Nick, not too long, because I met you when the Clarkfield Collective started.
Yeah, that's right.
Clarkfield
that's
Creative,
right.
You came in, and then but then when Tom, we for years and years and years here on the previous show, and now with Rod, we do the live music update. It's now called Setlist ATX, and our man Tom Gimbel, the former general manager of the Austin City Limits television show, was moving on. He's now in New York, and I hear from Tom quite a bit now. He's got his own independent record label that he's launching in New York, and his wife's doing her own fashion or interior design, which is really cool. We're really happy for him. But on the day he was saying goodbye, you were listening. Thank you. And texted me and said, "Hey man, if you want somebody to pick it up for Tom, I'd love to do it."
Yeah, I was
and I was like, "Oh man," because I didn't know what we were going to do. I was like, "Well, Tom's just been kind of a fixture. He does a great job. We, highlight music in the live music capital of the world, one segment a week, and you were there. You've locked in, and so we've become friends. And I don't know if I know someone who's more connected than you, and knows more people, and can get more things done. Whenever I need somebody, hey Nick, can you help me? I need to meet this person. You know this person? Oh, I know them. Yeah, let me.
I just text Mark Higgins instantly. I'm like, hey, Mark, make me look cool here.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, happy birthday. Thanks for being here. You are 42 today?
43.
43.
Yeah.
Lifelong Austinite right here. You're a unicorn. You're one of those.
It's been a while.
You've never lived. Well, have you ever lived anywhere but Austin?
I did a couple short stints. I did L.A. and New York in when I was trying to figure out if I wanted to move, and all that just made me want to move back to Austin more.
Okay. All right. So we're talking Texas football. We're talking. And we're going to talk to Jerry Hamilton at the bottom of the hour. I will say this. I can't confirm this, but on college football, I can confirm that the Longhorns are a 16-point favorite for this game Saturday. They're a 5.5-point favorite over Texas A&M. So favored in these two huge games. But also from college football, a couple of notes. Ty, I don't know if you heard this, but the Texas A&M quarterback Connor Weigman got hurt on Saturday, left the game. Max Johnson had to come in and help them win that Auburn game. I've heard that
kind of balled out.
He did. He came in and played well. But Connor Weigman, the 5-star kid from Houston, I can't confirm this, but I've been told from several that it might be more serious than originally feared.
If you saw that, I thought did you see the injury? When I saw that, I was like, oh man, that's not good.
Well, they said a couple of 2 to 4 weeks on Sunday. I'm now hearing that it may be worse than that.
It was one of those low leg hits.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was like purpose or not, but it did not look good when I watched that.
I hate to hear that for the Aggies, but I mean that's why you want to have a capable backup in Max Johnson, who started a lot of games at LSU before transferring to A&M. He's going to likely have to man that ship, and what I'm hearing, it might be for the rest of the year for Texas A&M. And so on an individual Saturday, Texas Tech lost their quarterback. We know Baylor's already playing without their quarterback. Now Texas A&M could be without their QB moving forward, but they have to feel good about the capable backup they have there. But that's tough to navigate the SEC. You got one win already. And this is the fear for Texas or anybody else. I mean, you're cruising, but, man, it can change pretty quick. Think about Oklahoma last year. They were off to a 3-0 start and then went to play TCU, and Dylan Gabriel got hurt. And they got blown off the field by the Horned Frogs. And next thing you know, they went 3-9, and they went 3-6 in their last 9 games. Dylan Gabriel's kind of in and out of the lineup. It can change your fate. And I know Oklahoma's defense was wretched last year. It wasn't just the quarterback, but those are injuries you don't want to see.
Yeah, no, that's rough, and you don't wish that on anybody because it can happen to you just like that.
Yeah,
but
but go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I hope Connor gets better fast. I'm not an Aggie fan, but you don't ever like to see a kid get hurt.
No. All right. Also, this from college football is obviously the Deion Sanders story continues to be huge. That game against Oregon, it really is amazing. And you're from the marketing PR side. That's your career, right? Working with people like Lance Armstrong and Bo Jackson and musicians and working at C3 and what you're promoting and marketing, right?
Yep.
And it is incredible how the game with Colorado and Oregon on Saturday, which was a complete blowout and never close. Remember that game? The game was 35-0 at the half. I mean, it was never close. But it was still the most watched game of the entire college football weekend. More than 10 million people tuned in. More people watched that game than watched Ohio State Notre Dame, which was a great game to the last play. Yet more people tuned into that because of the Deion Sanders casual audience effect. And we already mentioned the Taylor Swift situation where the blowout of the Chiefs of the Bears had the exact same thing. So this is what all marketers are looking for, casual audience. Like our show, we would love to have, when the Longhorns get good, we start getting listeners like grandmas are listening to our show who would never normally listen to our show on a Monday because they want to tune in and hear about the Longhorns. When the Longhorns are losing, people would always say to me, Longhorns losing, that's good for ratings, right? That's good for listeners. And I'm like, you really just start getting the diehard cranky people. Right?
Yeah.
The casuals tune out. They'll go over and listen to Bobby Bones or something or whatever, Bob and Sam or whatever, down at Eric and Bob. But the diehards, which are always going to be there, are going to tune in and they're going to be yelling. But when they win, then all of a sudden you get the casuals, and I think that's what we're seeing here in both of these cases. You're a marketing person. You agree with that? That it's the the folks who would normally not watch a college football game, much less Colorado v. Colorado State, or Colorado v. Because again, Nebraska was a blowout and not a close game, and not just on paper, not a hugely compelling game. Certainly the Colorado State game at 1:30 in the morning with over 8 million people watching, and then this game there was a blowout with Oregon. Even though Colorado was losing, people were still tuning in to see primetime.
Yeah, it's it's a dream for both. I mean, you just talked about a college and pro. What's happening at these two moments? I know nobody wants to talk about the Swift effect, but like that, what's that just doing for the NFL, which is already one of the biggest entities there is in America?
If it is marketing, brilliant.
Oh, it's genius. and same. I mean, Deion's the same, but I mean, I think Deion has a lot of substance to it. Like, I think he's actually doing some great things, hiring good coaches, building things. I finally started to watch. I didn't realize he had that documentary on Amazon from his Jackson State days, and I started watching that. And he seems like such a cool guy, and I who wouldn't want to come play for him, and who wouldn't want to be a part of all that? It's great, and I think it's as much as people complain about it, it's a polarizing thing, and polarizing things are the things that draw people in. People get mad about, why people used to say that to like, I remember when Lance would be on the cover of like Outside Magazine or something after things kind of went haywire, people would be like, why are you giving this guy ink and blah blah blah? Well, it's because you're talking about it, and
Yeah.
because we're talking about it, and because that's
Free
what
marketing.
people want. Yeah, it's clicks. Everything's clicks. And but like I said, I think Dion has substance to it. I think he put some lipstick on a pig this year with like getting some of the glamour positions and building things, from the start. But I think once he has a chance to actually establish a program there and get some of those, the big uglies up front, like this thing's it's gonna be really interesting to see what Colorado can do. And I think they're gonna be a player for years to come if he sticks around.
Well, now they're moving to the Big 12, which is convenient for
Yeah.
Brett Yormark. As Texas and Oklahoma leaves, you're not going to bring this huge brand that wasn't a huge brand in. And Brett Yormark, the commissioner, is all about branding, which is pretty cool. And I'd say this on Ty's trying to get us to refocus cameras. Hey, we'll do this at the break. Okay, let's do it at the break.
I know.
Okay.
That was my bad on that one.
Yes.
Ty's like giving us like air signals in there.
Not that anyone wants
Not-
to see my face on Twitch, but
Twitch, YouTube, the pretty face, and the birthday face of one Nick Shuley. But I'd also say this from the Dion side. I agree with you. And that's why I said shame on Auburn for not hiring him, because Auburn had a coaching vacancy and could have hired him. I still do not understand. I mean, I think I do of why they didn't. But at the same time, can you imagine? Because here's my thing. Now that we're watching this and how compelling it is at Colorado, he was at Jackson State right there in the Deep South. Auburn's right there.
Yep.
I mean, come on. And Auburn already has pretty good lines of scrimmage. They already have pretty physical players. They've already got a lot of team speed. Can you imagine if you added his son at quarterback and Travis Hunter and just some of those skill guys that he brought in? Auburn would be an absolute contender.
in an SEC market too. Like
Oh my
that, it
gosh.
would just be. It's all we do. They already talk about it nonstop, but it would be even. It'd be even
Because
more
Auburn's
so.
already got a frothing, passionate fan base. They're a little bit loony, but like Colorado was dormant.
Yeah.
Colorado had no fan base. They weren't going to games. The city of Denver didn't even, talk about them.
Yeah.
So I just, it's in the bio. It's past. I won't say it again, but shame on Auburn. But good for Colorado, good for the Big 12, good for Travis Kelce if it is indeed good marketing. But I will also say this. This is actually a piece of news. Yesterday, the American Athletic Conference commissioner named Mike Oresco said something that I think is pretty important. He said he would support a 12-team playoff model that includes the 5 highest-ranked conference champions and the 7 best at-large teams. Okay, now that's important because of this. So this year, there's a 4-team playoff that the Longhorns would like to be in. And if they can win the next 2 Saturdays, they'll be in that conversation without a doubt. But the next year and beyond, it's the 12-team playoff begins, right as all this conference realignment takes shape, right? Texas and Oklahoma will move to the SEC. All the new schools will move to the Big 12. USC and UCLA will all move into the Big 10, and it'll all settle. And then it's a 12-team playoff. But the working model has been the 6+6 model, where the highest-ranked 6 conference champions would make the playoff guaranteed. So if you win your conference championship and you're ranked, you're going to be in. So to me, which I think is great because it allows teams to play some non-conference games, big non-conference games, test themselves in the non-con, like Texas, Alabama, like Notre Dame, Ohio State. But you can still win your conference and test yourself early, but still win your conference and guarantee yourself a spot. So it's like an automatic bid. So the 6 highest-ranked conference, and then 6 at-large teams, which conference champion or no, the committee will choose the 6. But with the collapse of the Pac-12, Nick, they are now embracing, and the fact that Mike Oresco, the American Athletic Conference commissioner, said this yesterday, that he would support it, that's a good thing. Because everybody realizes now the Pac-12 doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, because the 6 model was going to be the 5 power conferences, including the Pac-12, and then one of the non-power conferences, one of their champions will be guaranteed a spot. But, and that could have been from the American Athletic Conference, Conference USA, Mountain West, wherever that school is, wherever that conference is. Well, now with the collapse of the Pac-12, there are only 4 power conferences starting next year. So those 4 would be guaranteed a spot. The highest ranked champion of those 4, ACC, Big 10, SEC, and Big 12. And then one other from the other conferences, not those 4. And then the 7 at-large teams would be chosen. And if there's support for it, I know that Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC, has recently said we need to relook at that now that the collapse of the Pac-12 has happened there in the month of August. So thought that was pretty interesting that looks like we're moving towards the 5+7 model, not the 6+6 model.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's going to continue to put a lot of emphasis on the preseason rankings, and it's something like we all talk about. I wish they could rank teams after like 4 or 5 weeks, so that we don't have these teams, and I won't name names, that just continually get into the mix and into the playoff without ever actually playing anybody. And I think this is going to put even more emphasis on your preseason ranking.
Yeah, and again, the even with the 4-team playoff, they haven't come out with the college football playoff rankings until late October, which is good.
I guess that's true.
Those are the ones that matter.
Yeah.
And we know the AP and the coaches; these are all for.
Would you rather a
clicks.
computer decide it, like the BCS era, or
No.
the committee?
No, when they use computers, they use the rankings and the power rankings.
I don't
in their
know.
Judgment. I think it's human. I would like the human
Because people
element.
always complained about the BCS.
Well, they're going to
system.
complain about it regardless.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
I
very
mean,
true.
whether it's just a computer or people or both, it's always going to be complained about. I don't worry about that. But much like the March Madness tournament, I mean, it's a committee of people with the help of strength of schedules and power rankings and those kind of things. They use that, all that information. All right, quick timeout. I just wanted to mention that. I thought that was interesting with the American Athletic Conference commissioner confirming, we're up for the. Everybody realizes there are only 4 power conferences now, not 5. All right, we'll be back. Jerry Hamilton. Inside Texas, On 3 Sports, their senior recruiting editor, bringing it on Texas with another 5-star commitment on Sunday and what could be coming for the Horns, plus his thoughts on Texas, Kansas coming back. All right. Somebody said on the new specs or the new text line. Where did Nick go to high school here in Austin?
I went to St. Michael's. I grew up in Oak Hill, so I technically would have gone to Bowie, and then we moved to Westlake when I was a sophomore, I think, maybe.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Southwest Austin, and then West Austin. Nick Shuley is with us, the president of the Live Music Update. Austin Music Movement. I'm sorry. Trying to get all your titles together. I look at your bio. I'm like,
I didn't know which company you were going to go with, so.
Yeah, you got a bunch. You're doing a lot. But he's also here on his birthday, so we appreciate him. Austin, lifelong Austinite, and joining us this morning. We'll talk some Texas basketball coming up, too, because the Horns, the Big 12 schedule released yesterday. Unfortunately, no Kansas home game, no KUK. Some people think Kansas might be the number one team in the preseason when it comes out. I saw that. The Athletic.com's preseason rankings have Kansas number one. Someone who would know more about that is with us on the Vaqueros hotline. He is the senior recruiting advisor there at On3 Sports and, of course, Inside Texas. And great friend of our show. He's our buddy Jerry Hamilton. Jerry, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I don't have KU number one. Look, Arterio Morris, not there.
He's not?
Yeah.
Big loss for Kansas.
Another incident.
I hadn't heard that. Well, another incident for Arterio, the transfer out of Texas, and had not seen that. So that's a big deal. Where do you think? What's your prediction on Jerry and where Texas will be ranked? Not that preseason rankings matter. We know this is a brand new roster that we're all going to get to know. But where would you have Texas ranked, big picture, when we look about a month away to the start of the season?
Yeah, I would say around 13 to 15, 12 to 15 in that range. Look, I think the guards are really good for Texas. I think they're going to shoot the ball from three extremely well, like at the highest level Texas has since Abrams, DJ, KD, all those guys rolled through. They had some tremendous shooting teams. I think this Texas team is going to shoot 37, 38% from three. So I think this is going to be a very high-level three-point shooting team with multiple guys who can knock down the three and spread the floor. IT Horton was a big late addition, in my opinion. And Max Asmus obviously is one of the best players in college basketball. Brock shoots it well. Tyrese Hunter, I think, will have his best season shooting the three. So I think this is a team that has some guys that can really knock down open threes. The whole key for me will be the health of the bigs. I mean, Caden Sheddert's working his way back to 100%. Dylan DeSuit not there. I'm not sure when he gets back on the court. And so I think that's really going to hold the keys there. I think Zarika Nyemna was a really big pickup. I think he's going to be a very good third big for this team. Then you have Dylan Mitchell, how much he improves. I think it's going to be huge for the ceiling of this team. But I really like the guards on this team. I like the young guards too, Kendall Weaver and Chris Johnson. I think Texas has some quality depth at guard. I think they have some really good frontline starters. But for me, if the Texas team is going to reach its ceiling, which to me could be another second weekend team, it's going to be Caden Sheddert, Dylan DeSuit, how healthy they are, when they get healthy, then how long does Texas have to put all this together? Because I think they have some really good pieces.
Well, it's very similar to Chris Beard's first year when Coach Beard would say to us that, our challenge now is time. How much time does it take for everything to gel and come together with a brand new roster? But some veteran players, some young players. Appreciate Jerry Hamilton, not just football encyclopedia, but also basketball. Yeah. Jerry, we were talking about your upbringing. Your father was a football coach. Am I correct about that when you were growing up?
Yeah, correct. For about 40 years in the state of Texas. Friendswood High School, Nacogdoches, Pasadena, Adobe, some places like that. But yeah, so I grew up on the sidelines on Friday Night Lights, man. That was my upbringing. I was a ball boy, and we were actually discussing that on our On Texas Football YouTube live stream last night because somebody asked how nervous do you get during games. I said I was nervous as a kid, man, because like you're on the bus with the team, right? You're 10, 11 years old. You're on the bus with the team. You feel like you're part of the team. The most nervous I've ever gotten was being a ball boy and the teams my dad coached because you really felt like you were part of the team. It was a lot of fun, man. I mean, my dad coached at Nacogdoches, guys, when there was the district was Lufkin, Longview, Pine Tree, John Tyler, Tyler Lee, Marshall, Texas High, Lufkin, Nacogdoches. One team went to the playoffs. Man. I mean, for a couple of those years, one team went to the playoffs. It was an amazing district. It's talent. I mean, obviously two started going to the playoffs, but there was a time there where only one team from that district went to the playoffs. you'd have a team that was ranked top 10 in the state that might not even get in the postseason.
That's amazing. That is amazing right there. And, of course, as you say that, the geography of East Texas, that's some long bus trips you're talking about. These aren't down the street kind of moves, man. You're going all through the piney woods and all through East Texas. That's a great story. All right, Jerry, let's start with the headline. And I know you've been talking about it since Sunday, but we haven't visited with you. The addition in the recruiting class of Brandon Baker, an offensive tackle, 5-star from Mater Dei High School. Of course, Sark's son, who's on this Texas team, is a walk-on, went to Mater Dei, so a lot of connection there. But huge get for Texas. Now have the number 1 ranked tackle prospect in the country for the class of 24, and also the edge rush prospect in Colin Simmons. That's pretty good to start your recruiting class.
Oh, that was a huge win for Texas with Brandon Baker. And to me, this recruitment really is a credit to what Sark and Kyle Flood have done at Texas. I mean, before they got here, Brandon Baker's not considering Texas. This was not the place to go as a top offensive tackle prospect from outside the state of Texas, right? I mean, let's just be real. That it wasn't a destination. That kid goes to Ohio State. Texas beats Ohio State, who actually finished second. Oregon third, where his brother played, and then Nebraska fourth. But Kyle Flood's resume for development was huge. Texas moving to the SEC, huge. Steve Sarkisian, as you said, 2 decades of relationships there at Mater Dei were big as well. You know, look, it's one of those things where, and now I'd be remiss if I didn't say Christian Jones is graduating. So a 5-star offensive tackle who plays right tackle for the number 1 high school team in the country sees a path to the field at Texas. If Christian Jones was a sophomore, that may not be the case as a starter, right? But it kind of everything fit. The father also has family in the DFW area. On the mom's side, they're distantly related to the Akanas. So Tassili Akana, freshman linebacker, obviously a sister on the national championship volleyball team, a defensive specialist for Texas volleyball. So there were a lot of boxes checked, but I'll tell you the biggest one I really think, guys, is Kyle Flood's resume for development and where this program is going. I mean, kids see it. I mean, yes, Sark wants to have a strong footprint in Southern California. That's Mater Dei High. That's St. John Bosco High. You don't get those kids over Ohio State if you don't have a trajectory that a kid really likes. And he can say, okay, I can go get developed here. They beat Bama. I see what they're doing on the field. Oh, and I have a great chance to get drafted. Oh, and Kelvin Banks is a freshman All-American. You put all that together, and suddenly Texas it could become a destination for offensive linemen. Just think about where we were 3 years ago.
Yeah. Well, and for 12 years, up until 3 years ago,
yes,
on the offensive line for Texas, it was more than a decade of poor play up front, which really was paralleled with the success of the program, without a doubt. Nick?
Yeah, Jerry, this one's a little off topic, but what sports do you not follow religiously? Like, I mean that honestly, man. I'm always so impressed with your knowledge base, and like, I met you through Bobby, but like it impresses the heck out of me every time.
Well, I appreciate that. What's funny is when I lived down in Jupiter, Florida, I mean, I'm a big golf guy. Now, I love golf. I don't have time to play anymore, so I mean, I couldn't put the ball and play off the tee on a good course at this point. But like when I lived in Jupiter, I used to do the Honda Classic PGA Tour radio show on Sundays there on ESPN West Palm. I love that. I mean, so for me, it's more college sports, though, guys. High school and college sports. I love college football. I love college basketball. I loved golf when Tiger was at his height, right? I mean, great competitor. It just pushed everybody. It was great theater for me. And, he's my age kind of, it's one of those things. But living down there, getting to know a lot of those PGA Tour golfers. So those are really my sports. I'm not a huge pro sports guy. Obviously I tune in to watch KD and some of those guys, right? When TJ was in the league, as TJ, I think TJ and I are really good friends. So I'd watch everything, all his games. But I really love the college sports, and I do love pro golf. I'm not sure I love pro golf now, but I did love it when everybody was playing together on the same tour.
Oh, I had no idea you had the golf background.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have Jerry back on Friday to do a little Ryder Cup preview, but Ryder Cup tees off in Rome on Friday. Hey, Jerry, now with these 2 5-stars, as the foundation of the class. And man, with lines of scrimmage, pretty dang good. What's next for Texas? I know they got a bunch of guys coming in, and we were talking a little bit yesterday about, from the list I saw you guys post of who might be visiting Texas for the Kansas game. it's a lot of guys that they've already got commitments from, with some guys that are uncommitted, and even some guys who are already committed to other schools. I kind of like that, to get them all together and see if they can stir the pot a little bit and maybe flip some guys.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 big weekends in a row because Texas is the host team next week at the Cotton Bowl as well. So they get to bring in the recruits for that game, sit on the Texas side. But this weekend, I think DeAndre Carter, we were just talking about Brandon Baker. DeAndre Carter, the 4-star guard out of Mater Dei, teammate of Brandon Baker. He's coming in. He's an Auburn commitment. He's coming in with both of his parents for an official visit. This one's been scheduled for a while. He committed to Auburn September 3rd over Texas and Michigan State, but he had not made that Texas official visit. Now he comes in with his parents this weekend, so that'll be interesting. He's a 6'4", 340-pound large human that plays that is a guard prospect in the next level. I think what'll be interesting with this recruitment is I think Carter, he was in January 21st with his parents for one of the elite junior days. He really likes Texas. Does he see an easier path, earlier path to the field at Auburn, who's a couple of years behind Texas, obviously in a rebuild right now? So that one will be interesting to see if Texas can go over that hump. But I think you guys know this. Steve Sarkisian would love to add another guy out of Mater Dei. And then in 2025, they got a big-time running back, Jordan Davison, and receiver Marcus Harris, who Texas is all over. So this is a key recruitment for Texas, obviously. I'm really watching next weekend too, guys. There's a chance Ryan Wingo is going to be at the Cotton Bowl, the 5-star receiver on the Texas side as a guest of Texas, right? So I'm really interested to see that game being in Dallas. How many of those Dallas kids are at the game against OU? I know we'll be talking about that next week, but I think this visitor list this weekend is going to continue to build. I'm going to throw a name out. I love to throw names out, the young kids for Texas fans out there. It's a kid, Jackson Christian, out of Port Neches Groves, offensive tackle. He's a junior, maybe a guard, maybe a tackle at the next level. He's coming in. He was one of the most impressive kids Texas had at their June 11th camp this summer, and they offered him. He's 6'5", 290 with an 82-inch wingspan. He's coming in this weekend for an unofficial visit. I actually put in an on-3 RPM pick for him to commit to Texas eventually. I'm not saying this weekend. I think Texas is in a really good spot with that kid. So some of these offensive line guys are off the radar a little bit early on, but I want to put Jackson Christian on the radar because I know how much Texas likes him.
Jerry Hamilton, Inside Texas, and on 3 Sports, their senior recruiting expert, to say the least, also an expert on college football. What should Longhorns' biggest priorities be playing this Kansas team on Saturday? Obviously, this is probably the most dynamic offense they've faced to this point, certainly the best quarterback and most veteran quarterback they've faced to this point. What worries you about this game with the Jayhawks?
Yeah, I think there's a few things here that are interesting to me. One, Texas hasn't played their best ball at home. That's the first thing, but look, they haven't played an opponent like Kansas to get their attention. I really think this season has lined up from a coaching perspective so well for Sark and his staff, though. And I think this Saturday is another one like that. They play Rice in the opener. Is 100% of their focus on Rice? Probably not, right? They're looking ahead to Bama. So they didn't play up to their standard for this season against Rice, probably. So Sark had a great week of coaching heading into Bama. Then they beat Bama. They come home for Wyoming. Did they play up to the standard they want to? No. Great week of coaching going into Baylor. Now you had the muff kicks, punts, so you got that from a coaching perspective. But Sark can sit there and tell his guys, look, we play great on the road. I want to see that at home. We haven't had – the way we play on the road, we have not performed like that at home. Here's our chance to go do this in front of our home crowd. 108,000 people are going to be fired up Saturday at 2:30. So I think from a coaching perspective, this season's lined up really well for Sark. Next week, you don't have to give a speech about anything, right? This week, it's a great opportunity for this team to prove we're as good at home as we are on the road, right? So then Jalen Daniels is interesting to me because, Jalen Milroe was a guy that if he got outside the pocket, when he just started running vertically, he scared the whatever out of you, right? Because he has that level of athleticism. Jalen Daniels is different. He's not going to blitz you with speed to the edge or vertical speed. He's more like a running back. He's a patient guy as a quarterback, as a runner. He kind of sets up his blocks. He kind of sees things like a running back. He's not going to explosively make runs on you, but what he's going to do is make you feel like you're playing against a running back when he runs as a quarterback. So there's that. I think one interesting thing to watch is Kansas will run some option stuff. So Texas hasn't seen that this year. So early in the game, does it take the Texas defense a while to settle into that? Because you can practice against it, but you still haven't reacted to it in the game this season. So that they'll run a fake counter and come back option off the backside of that. There's going to be some things they haven't seen. I'll tell you another one for me is Jalen Daniels is a very good college quarterback. I mean, a very good player. He has a long windup. I call it dropping the ball below the water. Like he drops that ball down to his hip and he winds up the throat. He's got a quick arm. Jalen Ford got him last year. I think guys with a longer release, watch for Jalen Catalon, Jalen Ford, maybe to get a pick this week against those guys. Those guys that have the great instincts, that really study film, that can really read that quarterback, he's going to give them an opportunity in the passing game. But I think this game for Texas comes down to offensive, defensive line. Watching the BYU game, I think Kansas is a really good football team, but I do think Texas has an advantage on both lines of scrimmage, especially in the heat of the day in Austin, especially with Kansas only traveling 65 guys, right? It's a road game for them. Texas has an advantage. If the Texas defensive line comes out and stuffs Kansas on their scripted plays, then Kansas could be in for a long day. If Kansas has some early success offensively and maybe hits Texas on some things they haven't seen this year because they just haven't seen an offense like Kansas, then it could be a really good game. I think on the offensive side, if Texas offensive line holds up well and they run the ball, Kansas wants to play a zone. If Texas runs the ball well and could get Kansas out of their comfort zone defensively, I think Texas could have a really good day.
All right, buddy. Appreciate it. That's what we needed. There's a good overview. Thank you, bud. Jerry Hamilton, Inside Texas. You also see him on that On Texas Football channel on YouTube for Inside Texas all the time, doing great stuff with myself and Rod and Bobby Burton and the whole crew there at Inside Texas. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Jerry Hamilton. There you go. That's the breakdown you needed. I agree with them 100%. We come back. We're going bullish or BS. Bullish or BS on should the Minnesota Vikings consider trading Kirk Cousins to the Jets? Should that conversation be had? We'll tell you about it coming up. Also, level of concern, bullish or BS, Cowboys with the Patriots. And we'll get that coming up as well, plus the other college football conversations. E. Hogan, Nick Shuley is here. Ty is through the glass. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Happy birthday to Nick Shuley, who's sitting in with us this morning as Rod Babers continues his daddy duty. We still have not heard a name. I can't confirm that they haven't named the baby, but we have not been told what that name is yet.
He said he was going to let Ty name it, was what I heard.
Well, they let us do it. It's Beyonce. Because she's Destiny's Child.
Oh, nice.
See?
Nice. Okay.
But yeah, Beyonce Babers would be great. But we'll see. That's going to be up to he and Mel of what they come up with, obviously. But can't wait to find out. And Rod says everybody's doing good. They haven't even been released from the hospital yet. They're still there. They'll be leaving today, I think. And as I've said, all fathers know there'll be that long, slow drive home. You never drive slower or safer than you do when you put that first baby in the car. By the third baby, you're like, you don't care.
You're letting them drive.
Yeah, exactly. But that first one, man, you are tiptoeing around if you can do that in a car.
Hands at 10 and 2.
10 and 2, blinkers, under the speed limit. There's something about it. It's God's way of, I don't know. I mean, there's something, and you almost feel like you're floating, not driving. And you just want to put bubble wrap around your car. It's a really amazing feeling. But congrats to Rod. Happy birthday to Nick. And a little quick bullish or BS because we went a little long with Jerry, but it was worth it. That was good intel on Kansas and Texas, and obviously the Longhorn recruiting effort and where they're going. It's amazing how they're bullish or BS on this. Ty and Nick, you're big into the NIL space, Nick, and you are a Longhorn graduate. But I'm assuming you're bullish on this national recruiting push that Sark is doing, right? He's going to recruit in Texas, but this staff goes coast to coast. Getting C.J. Baxter out of Florida and guys out of St. John Bosco, like your guy you were working with last night, DeAndre Moore, and St. Mater Day. That's how you grow a program, right?
Yeah, it was funny. DeAndre and I were actually talking about last night because I don't know that area real well, so I was asking him kind of because he obviously knows
St. John Bosco.
Yeah, so he went to Bosco, and their big rivals Mater Day, and so those are the two schools. And I was trying to understand kind of the lay of the land, what the schools were like, who draws from where, and he said that Mater Day is a school that kind of draws from all over Cal. Everybody moves into the district to kind of play there, and he said, but he said it's one of those things where you all know each other, so like everybody knows each other, and he was talking about his relationships with guys that are currently there, guys that are or the guys that went there, and they he was I forget who he was talking about. He had it was like a gentleman's bet with somebody else that went to when they play each other.
It sounds like if there were private schools in like South Dallas or something.
Yeah. But he said
big private schools.
Yeah, he said they're like obviously like known for their football, but that it's very incestuous where everybody in the area just kind of knows each other.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, St. John Bosco, DeAndre Moore, and now the Mater Day kids. Of course, Sark's son, who's a walk-on linebacker at Texas, he went to Mater Day. Hey, Ty and Nick, are you guys bullish or BS on this? The Vikings have started 0-3. They lost to the Chargers at home. By the way, 0-3 and 2 home losses already for the Vikings. Jets are in a panic. There's talk that the locker room's coming apart because the players know that Zach Wilson's garbage. But Robert Saleh keeps saying he's our guy. So you risk losing your team if you continue to try that guy out there. They know gives them no chance to win. Should they make a bullish or BS on a trade for Kirk Cousins going in? And I think both sides, it makes sense for both because it's a great quarterback draft coming up. They're not Kirk Cousins in the last year of his deal. They got to decide if they want him back or not. And if you trade Kirk Cousins, you're going to lose a lot of games this year in Minnesota, which puts you in line to maybe draft one of these top quarterbacks to replace him. And the Jets would have a quarterback that would keep that locker room together. Bullish or BS, Ty?
Yeah, I would do it if I was both teams.
Both teams?
Seems like it's time. I was wrong about the Vikings winning the NFC North this year. I'll say that now at this point in the season.
Yeah, I'm bullish on it. I think they should do it, and like they're in the driver's seat now for Caleb Williams if they keep doing what they're doing. So go ahead and dump Kirk and do what the Cardinals should have done instead of beating the Cowboys.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, it will be the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll roll forward. More on Texas. Sark saying there's no trap game here with this Kansas game ahead of the OU game. Also, the baseball biggest game of the season for the Houston Astros is tonight. Also get you an update on Corey Seager. Got hit in the arm last night. We'll get you the latest. As we roll forward on a Wednesday, it's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hook 'em up. And our man Nick Shuley, who we said knows everybody, just hooked us up with Jared Elliott, the Texas volleyball coach, will join us in about 10 minutes. They're off to a 7-3 start in their first 10. Big games, matches coming up this Thursday and Friday with BYU. Jared Elliott, among the best coaches ever on the 40 acres for what he's done with that volleyball program. We'll check in with him. Also, talking all things Texas football, Nick Shuley is here on his birthday. We appreciate him. Later in the show, if you're with us at 9:30, Nick will do his real job, which is the Setlist ATX, best live music in Austin. Looking forward to seeing what the Longhorn City Limits announcement will be. See if you can get any intel on that. Of course, LCL, Longhorn City Limits for the Kansas home game. I haven't heard a name yet. Normally it's Wednesday in the afternoon or even early Thursday that
they always do it
is.
After I'm here, but I've heard some rumblings, but I don't think I'm allowed to rumble it out.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody testing out and using the new text line, which we told you about, and you'll be hearing the promos for. It's only one number different than the previous, and as I've said, I'm not going to give you the old number. Just use the new number. It's 447-3776. That would be the number you could call us with, but it's also now our text line number. And people have asked, well, why are you changing the number? It's to have a better platform, because we were just using Google Voice before, which was fine. But with this one, we'll be able to give prizes away and do contesting and do, be able to shoot you back with immediate, offers from things and cool stuff. So, from the station, we want to be able to do more with the text line since it's our main way and an avenue of communicating with our audience, and could win prizes and be a part of the contest that we do, which could be really cool. So 447-3776 is the new platform, one number different, and you can hit us there. We appreciate that.
And if you have a display name,
yeah,
send it in.
Yes, and if you know that you've had like a moniker that we've used over the years here at the Horn, make sure you send that along. But it's Austin's only local morning sports conversation, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Rod Babers will not be back this week. He's going to stick with the baby, right, and do his thing. So we'll see how many times we can get Nick to come back. If not, we'll man the ship. But Nick enjoying his birthday with us this morning, so we appreciate him doing that. And we're talking all things Texas football. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics. Also, this AL West race is wild. We knew it would be. It looks like it's going to the Notre Dame Ohio State game. It's going to go to the final play to figure this whole thing out. Let's get you caught up. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Appreciate them. Let's start with Texas football. The excitement building now already for that Red River Showdown at the Cotton Bowl a week from Saturday. Texas is third ranked in the country. Oklahoma's 14th ranked. Both are off to 4-0 starts, so growing anticipation. There's an early line on that game. Texas favored by 5.5 in their final ever meeting with Oklahoma as members of the Big 12. But earlier this week, Steve Sarkisian didn't want to hear any part of a trap game conversation. He says we are confident and adamant that this week's game and the matchup with 24th ranked and undefeated Kansas will not be overlooked.
I think this is a top 25 matchup of two undefeated teams, both very good. We're playing for first place, right? And our goal is to get to Arlington in December to compete for a Big 12 championship game. And this game's going to matter a lot in if we have that opportunity or not. And so this game has got our undivided attention. Our focus is on the next mission.
Next mission, 2:30 Saturday, the kickoff, middle of the afternoon. Heat will be a factor with the heat index is looking like over 100 degrees on the field. Our live pregame coverage goes live at noon from Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe between 26th and 27th. Come on out and join us. Get ready for that game in the air conditioning at Mockingbird. Little Texas, how about baseball? Round Rock Express lost to Oklahoma City last night 8-3 in Game 1 of that Pacific Coast League Championship Series at the Bricktown Ballpark in OKC. All three games, if they're there, will be in that ballpark. It's a best of three, league title on the line. Express look to avoid elimination and force a deciding third game tonight. Major League Baseball, not a good night for the Texas 2 out west. Both the first-place Rangers and second-place Astros went down, further tightening that AL West race in Anaheim. Texas had its six-game win streak snap with a 9-3 loss to the Halos. They also lost the All-Star Corey Seager, hit by a pitch in his right forearm in the sixth inning. X-rays fortunately negative, just an arm contusion, according to Bruce Bochy. In Seattle, Mariners took down the Astros 6-2. Seattle right-hander George Kirby pitched out of an early bases-loaded jam, went on to throw 6 shutout innings. M's took advantage of 3 Houston errors. Rangers' magic number to clinch the division now down to 3. Their lead over Houston remains 2.5 games. Astros just a half game in front of Seattle with the rubber game of both series coming up tonight out west. Sad news from baseball world that Baltimore Orioles legendary third baseman Brooks Robinson passed away yesterday, age of 86, known as the human vacuum cleaner for his incredible defensive ability at the hot corner. 18 times an All-Star, 17 Gold Gloves, MVP in 1964. All right, yeah, man. As I said earlier, I'm an Astros fan and don't want to make this all about the Astros because the Rangers have done their job. The Rangers have put themselves in a position, to be in the playoffs. That 6-game win streak they went on at the most important time of the year was clutch, and now they're feeling pretty good. And the Astros play this game tonight, and if they don't win tonight with Framber Valdez on the mound, going into an off day Thursday, Houston, we have a problem because they're clinging to a half-game lead over Seattle. And remember, the Astros, after the off day Thursday, go to Arizona to play the Diamondbacks. Arizona is right now locking down the second wild card in the National League, and they're in a fight themselves. So they're playing important games here, and they're not playing well. They did win the game Monday night with Justin Verlander, which was much needed, but they lost last night with 3 errors and couldn't hit George Kirby, which they haven't been able to do all year. So this can't stress how big this game is tonight for them. If they lose this game, because if you haven't been paying attention, in the American League, the Toronto Blue Jays, while the Astros have been slumping, and as have the Mariners, the Toronto Blue Jays have won 7 of 10. So now they're locking down the second American League wild card spot. Tampa Bay owns the first. And so there's one spot left for the Mariners and the Astros. That's it.
Yeah.
So if you're if the Astros don't make the playoffs, they've certainly earned it. Because between September 11th and September 17th, they lost 5 games to 2 teams, the A's and the Royals, who are going to combine to lose 215 games this year. 200 lost teams.
I just want to see this Texas series in the playoffs. I just think it'd be so fun. But plus, I just want to watch you and Ty fight over. I think honestly, Ty has handled this very well. I will give him credit. Like you've been very gracious with the Rangers, kind of stepping up here and haven't.
Well, the Rangers swooned at the wrong time, so he kind of gave up on them.
Yeah,
but you did. You did.
Well, football season started, and I didn't care as much.
August
about
didn't go well for the Rangers. Their bullpen was collapsing. They're getting hurt. And the Astros, of course, remember that series where the Astros right after Labor Day and they outscored them like 40-10.
And you handled that very well, Aaron. I will give you credit. You didn't dance on him too much.
Well, at that point, you felt like if you're an Astros fan, like, okay, we're good. We're going to peak at the right time. Got everybody healthy. Michael Brantley's back. It's just and we don't even hear from our Astro fans that much on the text line because I don't think anybody knows how to explain what happened to that team between September 11th and September 17th.
Because they talked a lot of trash, and now it's tough to back up at this point.
You've had 6 years of great play and clutch play. That week and a half of what the hell happened? I mean, this is where you're supposed to secure your spot because you're playing the worst 2 teams in baseball, and you need to take advantage of that. And while the Rangers and Mariners are beating each other up, you can just lock up a spot and get yourself ready. And this series with Seattle and then this weekend with Arizona won't matter. Well, you didn't. You lost 5 of the 6 games. Again, the A's lost their 109th game last night. 109th. The Royals are a 103-loss team. And you couldn't beat them in your own ballpark a couple of times? Good God. That is just frustrating. But also heard Sark in there saying, no trap game here, guys. We're moving forward. We're going to go ahead and get this thing and take care of business. I like that. The singular mission. That's really what it's got to be. Because, again, if Texas on the football side can handle business as a 16-point favorite this week and then almost a touchdown favorite in the following, I mean, the sky's the limit at that point. If you're 6-0 at your bye week with wins over 3 different ranked teams, start 3-0 in conference, you really can start thinking big picture for Sark, and there's no doubt about that. So we'll get back on that coming up and hear more from Sark as they get ready for the Kansas Jayhawks, who, without a doubt, and this is the best offense and the best quarterback they will have faced to this point this year. Better than Jalen Milroe, because Jalen's still trying to figure himself out at Alabama with that new offense. The Longhorns have faced backup quarterbacks each of the last 2 weeks with Baylor and Wyoming. Jalen Daniels the real deal. So we'll hear Sark talking about how to contain him. But right now, look who is on the hotline, Vaqueros hotline. He is a 2-time national championship winning head volleyball coach. He's one of the best coaches in all of college volleyball and all of college sports. And his team is off to a 7-3 start through their first 10 games. Big matches coming with BYU Thursday and Friday here in Austin. That is Jared Elliott. Coach, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you doing it. We'll talk more about your squad, but how are things with you? How are things going with you in the program? I know we'll talk about individual games and where you're going, but how are things with you and everything that's happening?
Well, it's season time, so you're going 24/7 in a lot of different directions right now. But things are good. We love our team. We're excited about the opportunity this weekend, and ready to go.
Ready to go. All right, 7-3, coming off the national championship win and team. I mean, that was one of the greatest teams that's ever hit a volleyball court, I think. What is up with your team right now? So you're 7-3, took some early losses, but you just said you love your team. Where are you right now with this squad?
Yeah, it's just it's a little bit different of a formation for our group. We got a freshman setter that we're breaking in right now that's developing from week to week, which is great because we're seeing great progress in that. And then we've had some injuries early on in the season that we've been overcoming for some of the connections that we needed. But the numbers that we want to see are starting to improve. And this team's just going to take a little bit longer to kind of gel and get together. But I think we can be really good by the end of the year.
A question about that. You have the 9th-ranked BYU Cougars in town Thursday and Friday at Gregory Gym. I mean, you pack your schedule in the non-conference, Coach, with really good programs. That's obviously a good way to test your team for Big 12 play. What's the challenge with BYU?
Well, they're extremely disciplined, right? They know how to win, and they're very well coached. So, and they've got a lot of different areas that can hurt you. So it should be a really good matchup for us. We're excited to kind of test ourselves as we continue to grow, and hopefully we'll have 2 sold-out crowds.
Yeah, hey Coach, it's Nick. I'm obviously a season ticket holder, big fan of the team. I think I think you can't overstate the atmosphere, and I mean I would venture to say it is probably the best environment on campus for a sporting event at Texas. If you haven't been, can you talk a little bit about what goes into that, or is that just the winning takes care of it, or is that something y'all have built over the years, or how's that happened?
No, when I took it over, I mean, it holds 4,000, 4,000 to 4,500, but when I got here, it was about 1,200. So I work really hard with our marketing team, and they do a good job with us, and just constantly trying to reinvent the wheel to make sure that we are packing the place. This year we're close to selling out every game because we're 400 seats away from just being completely sold out. So it's an electric environment. It's everybody's right on top of you, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of.
No, that's awesome, and I know I was at the last UT football game, and they announced the new women's beach volleyball program. Can you talk about that and kind of how all that came together, and what's been your part in helping put that all together?
Yeah, Chris Delcani came to me and said, "Hey, we're looking to add another sport. Thoughts on beach volleyball, and if so, would you be willing to kind of be the director of volleyball for both sports?" And so we sat down, kind of came up with a really good plan, and then went after the best coach in the country, and which was a challenge to get him out of UCLA because he's won 2 national championships there, and he's a Hawaii guy that's used to the West Coast. But once we showed him what Texas is about, showed him our culture, showed him all the resources that we have, we got him to commit to it, and really fortunate to have him because he has a lot of the same philosophies that I have. He's good with people. He's a great leader. He thinks the game very well, and he knows how to build a program. So we're super excited about it.
Yeah, and that's the beach volleyball team, which they play in the spring, which will be coming up, and that's exciting. And how does that work with your team? I mean, some of your players play. Are they allowed to play on that squad? I don't know how that works with the indoor and then the outdoor.
Well, it's a completely different game. People think it's the same game, but
no.
It's like playing tennis and badminton. I mean, it's just 2 different games. Now, our players will play one more season because he's bringing some players in, redshirting some players, and he'll have his first official team playing a year from this spring. So he'll mix in a couple of his players and our players, and they'll play this spring for 4 matches. And it's great for our players because it teaches them a lot about the game, and it's just a unique game, and it's just a lot of fun to be a part of.
Coach Jared Elliott is with us. Big matches at Gregory Gym. Hey, by the way, how do you think you could do at Moody Center? You ever want to play a match at the Moody Center if it's a big one? That would be pretty cool with the new environment there and all we've seen with basketball and the concerts. You think you could pack the house across the street?
Well, I think we could. I mean, you start seeing what's happening in volleyball across the country right now. It's exploding. TV ratings are going off the charts. You saw Nebraska have 93,000 at their football stadium for a volleyball match. Last couple of weeks ago, Wisconsin had 18,000. Louisville had 12,000. I mean, people are starting to realize this is a fantastic sport to go watch in person. And so the game continues to grow. So I don't see a reason why we can't sell it out.
No question. Agreed. I mean, you mentioned that 90,000 at Nebraska. I mean, it is obviously at the grassroots levels with youth volleyball and the growth of the sport and the popularity. And I think you just said it. You know, if you watch it on TV, it's edge of your seat stuff. But if you get to a match, man, it is the athleticism, the talent of these young ladies is just off the charts good, and it's exciting. For your team this year, off to the 7-3 start through the first 10, Coach. You know the names Madison Skinner and Asia O'Neal, and Akana is still there. What are some of the young names, if our audience haven't been out to see a match yet and are going to? Who are some of your young up-and-coming stars?
Well, we got Ella Swinder, our center right now, who's doing a nice job and just keeps developing. She's out of Columbia, Missouri. She's 6'2", so she's really physical, can do some things that are unique at the net, and just has a great personality and just great mindset to approach the game. So it's been a lot on her plate, but she's handled it really well and getting confident more and more each match. We also have Emma Halter, who's our libero. Played a little bit DS last year, but she's super fun. Kind of a 2.0 version of Zoe Fleck right now. Her numbers continue to grow. She's flying all over the court and doing some really nice things.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. And Asia, of course, still there. She's been there a while. She's a senior now. Kind of leaning on her. This team really talented. And, you win a national championship. The bar doesn't come down, though. I know that, right? It stays right where it was?
Well, it's people don't realize probably, but we've been to 5 national championship matches in the last 10 years, 7 Final Fours, and we've won twice. So it's anything short of a Final Four is very disappointing for our fans. I mean, put it this way, my son came home 2 nights ago and said, "Dad, what's wrong with your volleyball team? You've lost 3 matches." So,
tough crowd at home.
Sky's falling, yeah. Sky's falling. Yeah. Well,
my own kid's heckling me a little bit, so it's good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Texas baseball has that kind of thing. We don't get to Omaha. It's a terrible season, and but that's the standards you've set, and that's I'm sure you're certainly proud of that, and that's what it's all about. You want to get to that point where it's Final Four or bust. Hey, I wanted to ask you because over the weekend we heard the announcement that Carl Reese, the swim coach is going to be moving on, coach over there and retiring, but still sticking with the program, Eddie Reese, and just what he's meant. I just heard Chris Del Conte, and we've had Eddie on the show so many times, and just what he means that entire athletic department as far as setting the tone, setting the culture, and setting the wins with Eddie deciding he's going to step aside from the swimming and diving program.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie is such a special human being. He's obviously a legendary coach, maybe one of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport. And, he's just done so much for our athletic department. He rallies our coaches in the coaches meetings and coaches retreat. And, he's really done so much for this university in establishing what it means to be a Longhorn. So, he's going to be so very missed, but I'm sure he'll be around a lot and supporting everyone. And, he's just a great human being.
All right. A lot of fun over there at UT right now. Now the football program has joined the winning at the volleyball side, and it seems like with Chris Del Conte and all the excitement, the Moody Center, I mean, this thing is cranking. So keep it rolling. Appreciate it, Coach. And I know you have a doctor's appointment this morning, so thanks for making time for us, and we'll talk down the road. But best of luck with BYU and into the conference schedule.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right,
thanks, Coach.
Jared Elliott. Yeah, man, that's I said Carl Reese, Eddie Reese. I was like, what am I doing? Eddie Reese. I mean, that is, I thought of that because it happened over the weekend. We really haven't talked about it this week. That Eddie Reese has informed Texas that after next season, he's going to be moving on right after this spring. But he's still going to be around it. I mean, but I brought that up to Jarrett because Jarrett has established a volleyball program on par with what the swimming and diving team have been under Eddie Reese, and that's really hard to do. I mean, and you've been around it in the NIL space, Nick. That I mean, there's no sharper and more intense coach with his program and wanting to get his girls exposure and understanding how to win, how to build a program, how to run it like a business.
Yeah, and I can't stress enough getting out to a volleyball game. Like it's something that I hadn't been to until 2 years ago or so, and then just getting to know some of the players through NIL and watching them. It's so exciting. The environment's crazy. The student section's awesome, and it's also it resembles a NBA game on the sidelines because you got Aisha O'Neal, whose dad's Jermaine O'Neal. You got Maddie Skinner, whose dad's Brian Skinner, who played for Baylor in the NBA back in the day. You've got TJ Ford, who's a huge fan, whose daughter's a big volleyball player, and then you've also got like Coach Jared Dudley from the Mavericks. He brings his daughter, so it's one of these things that like a lot of people it brings kind of the environment up, and it feels like a pretty star-studded affair. Plus, like Gregory Gym is just awesome.
just old school.
It's so old
like
school. It's so
Hoosiers.
fun, and it's just packed out.
Did you ever go over there and ball when you were in school?
I did. I used to play basketball, not well, but I did, and I would go get a good sweat
Get
in
dunked
there.
on
Oh, easily.
I used to sneak in there during my time on West Campus as well.
when you were going to Texas State?
Yeah.
By the way,
well,
one of
actually,
the-
probably at ACC at that point. But yeah.
They weren't real strict with the ID showing. I remember even after I was gone, I could still go play there.
Yeah. Appreciate Jared Elliott. Thank you for hooking that up on your birthday. This says, eat 'em up Bobcats, get GJ Kinney on the show. We're going to do that. I'm angling that to get Coach GJ on the show. They're off to a 3-1 start and playing good football. Yeah, we got a lot of people we need to get on this show for sure. But by the way, speaking of guest lists, how about Colorado playing USC on Saturday? The Trojans from Hollywood. The stars are coming out. How about this? According to the Colorado Football, the game with 5th-ranked USC Saturday, notables expected to be in attendance include LeBron James, Jay-Z, Matthew McConaughey, kind of cheating on the Longhorns a little bit. The return of Lil Wayne, according to Buff Beat. This thing's speaking of the star-studded volleyball games are the USC. How long will that game be close becomes a question. That is going to be interesting. But college football, Colorado taking center stage again. Texas, Kansas center stage as well. We'll come back with thoughts on that conversation for the end of the hour. We go off the record on a Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Look him up. Appreciate Jared Elliott. Also, Jerry Hamilton last hour. Good guest and a good guest host this morning with Nick Shuley on his birthday, hanging out with us, talking Texas football. And the NFL week opens tomorrow night. Jared Elliott and his volleyball team. Here's a text on our new text number. This says super fun matches, really exciting. I mean, volleyball, get back to my St. Edwards days when I was going to St. Ed's and went to school there. The volleyball games were a blast. I mean, that was the most fun thing to do. They weren't national championship level, but especially when you're a student, you know some of the team and you know the people on it. That's always fun. But man, just to get there, and he mentioned the popularity of that sport. A lot of dads out there know the popularity of junior volleyball.
It
and
is
the cost of junior volleyball.
The audience is huge, and I would go to a game just to watch Maddie Skinner hit the ball and hit somebody in the face. Like, she tattoos the ball, and it's fun to watch. And I like the student section's rowdy, so we're definitely worth your time if you haven't made it out to.
And you're a season ticket holder.
I am,
Look
and
at
I
you.
actually tomorrow's my mom's birthday, so I actually have a dinner. So maybe I can give away my tickets on the air or something. Should we do that?
Give away some
I don't
tickets.
think we're allowed to do that.
Oh, we're not allowed to do that? Okay. Oh, that's my bad.
We already know.
Whoops.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
Still learning the rules, so my bad.
So am I.
If you-
So
If Jared says we can, maybe we will. I don't know. Maybe we can ask the coach.
he could give them away. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
you could post on your Twitter.
Well, Ty has
tag
already
us.
claimed that this show.
Figure it out.
Ty has already claimed that this show will become the official show of the sand volleyball team,
Oh, nice.
the beach volleyball. I call it sand beach volleyball team.
I'm trying to give them a personal NIL deal.
Personal NIL deal. Oh man,
I'll help you work through the proper channels.
Thank you.
the proper.
Give me some contact information.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so yeah, before we talk to Jarrett, Coach Elliott. We were talking a little baseball with the Astros and Rangers tonight. This thing's going to go to the wire. And someone did, because you keep saying it, Ty. The Rangers have not clinched a playoff berth.
I saw that on the website, though.
They have not clinched. The Rangers
What
have
is
a
the
magic
W?
number.
They're on the top, and they have the W next to their name, and in the key that means they clinch. I can't, because I think that they have all the tiebreakers.
Well, if they lose out,
How many games do they have left?
Astros have 4. Rangers, I got to make sure I get these schedules right. But this thing's going to go to the wire. I mean, this thing, and the Rangers are still in a very, very good spot. But they would have to lose out, and either the Astros or Mariners would essentially have to win out. They're in a really good position because while the Astros, if whoever loses tonight between the Astros and Mariners is going to drop back, and if the Rangers handle the Angels tonight, I think they clinch. I think
It looks like they have 5 left.
Yeah, with 5 games to go. Because that's true. Yeah, because the Rangers play tonight in Anaheim, then they have a 4-game series head-to-head with the Mariners.
Yeah, that ends on Sunday. Yeah.
Right. So if the Rangers lose out, they could fall out of the playoffs. I mean, that's obvious too. I mean, they still have to win their way in with the magic number of 3, and that's the I don't know the cool part, but at least the dramatic part is that it looked like for a good stretch that all 3 teams were going to make it. It just wouldn't matter where were they going to be. But with Toronto's recent surge, where they've won 7 of 10. Toronto has established themselves as the second wild card right now, and they've got games to play too. But so now there's a really good chance one of the 3 teams will be out and not make the playoffs at all. So yeah, high drama in baseball coming to the end of the regular season. The Atlanta Braves are the absolute favorites in all of baseball to win this whole thing when it's all said and done. But Astros, Rangers, and Mariners all still fighting to get there. We're also talking Texas football, the midweek get over the hump game as the Longhorns get ready for the Kansas Jayhawks. You just said to me something interesting in the break that you're surprised the line is as large as it is against Kansas. By the way, the Astros would have the tiebreaker over the Rangers, Ty, because the Astros have won the season series, and that would be the immediate first tiebreaker if there's a tie at the end. Mariners own the tiebreaker over the Astros because the Astros are 3-9 against them this year.
You know what the W means?
I don't know. Look it up.
AL West.
Oh, yeah, because on ESPN it doesn't say that we don't have anything by
sorry,
their names.
I'm really stupid.
Yeah.
I
Thanks for
don't believe
backing
that.
me up, guys.
I don't believe that.
Thanks, Nick.
I don't believe that. believe that.
Oh no, back to that line though. I just think it's kind of a slap in the face
16 points
to Kansas. Like it's not that I don't think Texas should be favored by quite a bit. That just feels like pretty steep, with how.
No, I
they've
mean
been
they beat
playing.
them 59-10 last year,
That is true. And I mean, look,
and it's similar, a lot of the same players.
and Jerry said it well. I think we're going to control the line of scrimmage, and that's going to that could.
Well, that's why we love Jerry Hamilton. I mean, he breaks it down matter of fact, and he said it exactly my feelings. I mean, if Kansas comes out with their scripted plays, and which of course with this dynamic offense that they have, and they do have that, and Jalen Daniels is the best quarterback the Longhorns have played this year. If they come out and they can make some hay with those scripted plays and get after Texas and kind of lay some haymakers and set this defense on its heels, well, then you're in for a game. But like we saw against Baylor, and Kansas is better than Baylor, I'm not saying that, but if Kansas's offensive line can't handle the Texas defensive line, much like Baylor couldn't, that won't matter. Because if Texas continues to just impose, that's what made the Wyoming game frustrating, because Wyoming's got a left tackle, 6'7" guys can play in the NFL. I mean, they got some big dudes up front, and they're all country strong out of Laramie, and they came in here and bullied Texas a little bit, and I thought Texas, played on their heels a little bit in that game. But if that Texas team, and I thought the other thing Jerry said that I agree with 100% is they got to bring that road tenacity and that road focus home. Because it's absolutely true. The Longhorns have played in two really tough environments. The Alabama game was frenzied. It was college game day. It was a night game in Tuscaloosa. And we talked yesterday to our friend Mike Craven from Dave Campbell's Texas Football, and he was at the Baylor game and said, man, that's the best crowd I've been to in a while. And I've never been to a crowd like that in Waco. It was a blackout. The students were there and the fans were there 15 minutes before kickoff. They were into it. They treated that game like Texas treated Alabama last year. And Texas just blew them off the field. And they did it with like a laser focus and laser intensity. And it shows you that when Texas gets locked in, when they really lock in and get after it, they're really good. Then again, that's the fear of Texas. Well, then they show up against Wyoming and they're starting to get pushed around and they're giving up first downs and 38 minutes of time of possession. Then they show up with Baylor and it's just demolition. Again, Kansas is better than Baylor. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, they're 1-3. But if the Texas defensive line, especially Murphy and Sweat in the interior with Jalen Ford, those guys are playing at All-American levels. If they bring that, Kansas is going to have a hard time. To Ty's point of 59-10 last year, it was just because of lines of scrimmage and Bijan. And they were just too talented. And Texas can do that to you, but if Kansas can maintain early, score some points early, get the crowd, oh boy, here we go, then you can have a game. But I also think the heat of Saturday, this is a kind of a bonus for Texas. They played in this heat all year. Kansas is not playing in this heat. It's going to be 94 degrees, and it's going to be a heat index well over 100 on the field, and they don't have the overall depth Texas has. I said this earlier. Think about this. There's only one player on the Texas defense, Nick, who has played more than 75% of their defensive snaps. There's only one player. That's Jalen Ford, which he's the epicenter of their defense. No one else has played over 75% of the snaps. Gosh, very few have played even 70. So they're rotating guys a lot, and Sark said that is by design. They want to be fresher in the fourth quarter of games, and they want to be fresher all season. All right, they believe that'll help them down the road. Their defense won't take the wear and tear. Sark has talked about that our defense has a chance to get home on these sacks in the fourth quarter and late in games because they're fresher. And you can put your best D linemen and best defensive players on the field in clutch moments, and they're not worn out from playing 80% of the snaps in the game. So I like that strategy, and I think that will wear on Kansas. So if the game is even close into the third quarter, that's where Texas could stretch it out and cover that number. And again, the Longhorns have had a 21-point quarter in all 4 games. So they've shown that explosive ability to score 3 quick touchdowns and just put you out, knock your lights out. And, Kansas, their defense is better, but still not sure if they're there yet.
Yeah, and I just want to see us kind of come out with that intensity and that crowd behind it, et cetera. And I was trying to look up when the last time we really punched someone in the mouth at home was. And even looking through last year, it looks like the last time we really did it was Louisiana Monroe, because everything else has been pretty close at home. So we need to have that kind of statement butt kicking at home, I think.
Agreed. I mean, and if you do that, now you've checked that box. Because, look, I don't think anybody doubts Texas can get up and be amped up to play Oklahoma next week.
Agreed.
In the Red River game. Oklahoma's going to be fired up after 49-0 last year in the embarrassment. Somebody said this. Somebody said, what's a good comparison to Lance Leipold, what he's done at Kansas in terms of flipping a dormant program around so quickly outside of what Deion's done at Colorado? I'll put that out to our audience, and I'm going to think about it while we listen to Steve Sarkisian, because it is what Lance Leipold has done at that program is unbelievable. When they came in here and beat Texas 2 years ago, Lance Leipold still kind of jokes it, laughs about it. It's like, I think they have 45 scholarship players. And those numbers were, and they beat Texas, which of course was the rock bottom mark of that season. And Sark has called it, one of those storms that actually revealed some things to us that we knew what our path forward was. But here's Sark talking about Jalen Daniels. They saw him last year, but he wasn't 100% healthy. That played into that blowout win. Here's Sark talking about that Kansas quarterback and what they're dealing with.
Well, I think it's multiple. You know, the thing that he does is he's a real dual threat. You know, I think the natural thing is we think about the runs that he has for explosive plays, but he throws the ball all over the place, and they've got great schemes and concepts. It's not, you know, by any means is it gimmicky. You know, they're running real pass concepts that stress your coverages, and then they have the run concepts with his legs as an added element to it. You know, the +1 runs with the quarterback run. So he taxes you both ways. So it's not like you can just have a guy be a scout team quarterback that's a runner. You have to have the ability to throw it to give the defense a realistic look about what they're going to be going up against.
All right. So there's Sark, Jalen Daniels, the best quarterback the Longhorns will have faced to this point. He's not the biggest guy, but he can run it. And as Jerry Hamilton said last hour, he'll run like a running back. Like he's not just a quarterback. He runs like a running back, and then he can throw. And they'll use him in a variety of ways. They have 3 receivers that are over 150 receiving yards already this year. And, you know, it's a tough team. But Texas, again, should be dominant on the lines of scrimmage in comparison, and they should have the serious depth advantage. The win so far for Kansas, Missouri State, Illinois at home. Then they went to Nevada and beat them 31-24. Now, Nevada just lost to Texas State, if you're looking for a reference point. And then BYU, they beat them 38-27. And BYU the previous week beat Arkansas in Fayetteville. So this is a team, and Arkansas, you know, Arkansas, you know, BYU went in and pushed Arkansas around a little bit in that game, and then you know they shoved Kansas a little bit up in Lawrence last week, Nick, but not maybe as much as you would have thought. So I will say that, you know, because Lance Leipold has talked about, and Sark even talked about this week, they've done a great job in the portal on their defensive line, where they now rotate 10 different guys on their defensive line at Kansas. That is a credit to Lance Leipold. And so Texas, I think their offensive line is going to have a bit of more of their hands full than they did last year. But I still think the Texas defensive line might be the best in the country with its depth and with those 2 guys in the middle. And I think this is where they'll win and lose this game.
Yeah, and after hearing all that, I'm feeling a lot better about things. I appreciate that. You kind of walked me through it. But it is like I get it. Like if we come out and are as physical as we need to be, and with our depth, like we should run away from this.
Yeah, should is the right thing. And you know what? The other thing is Jonathan Brooks continues his emergence as an RB1, as your lead running back, and just continues to gain confidence and bringing those big plays to the run game. You know, Quinn, the number one thing you can say about Quinn Ewers to this point is he's not thrown an interception. I mean, through 4 games, he has not turned the football over. Now, they almost did in the Alabama game when there was a bar of soap on that quarterback sneak that they were going to run, but he has not thrown a pick. And with this team who can score 21 points in a heartbeat like they have in every game, and a defense that plays consistently physical football, if you don't turn the ball over, you're going to have a hard time. That's why those fumbled punts last week were so frustrating. It only mattered last week to the line and covering the game, not winning and losing. Those kind of things will get you beat this week and next week if you start kicking the ball around. What is a good comparison to what Lance Leipold has done at Kansas? We'll put that out there to you. Can you think of one? It's only 3-4 years. That guy has turned that program from a moribund, one of the worst programs in all of college football, into battling Texas for first place in the Big 12 at the end of September. That's pretty impressive.
What was Baylor before Matt Rule got there?
Well, that's a good one.
I wonder, because I remember everyone talking about they flipped so quickly, but I don't know if they were average to great or if it was.
Texas State's probably my team this year. One taking place right now.
That's a great
We'll see
pull.
where they finish. But Matt Rule's a great one because he did it at Temple and at Baylor.
Yeah, true.
And he came in at Baylor at the end of the Art Briles mess, and a lot of people had left, and they had the interim coach for the 1 year, so it was in a bad spot. And he recruited his tail off. And I would put so Matt Rule did a great job. Mac Brown's always been great when he took over North Carolina and built that program pretty quick, and they were really bad when he got there. We'll take yours. Brian Kelly's always been a really good program builder, but again, those are at more powerful schools than Kansas, right? I mean, Big 12. I mean, Baylor had already been with Art Briles to the top of the Big 12. They come back down, but Kansas was way down.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's hard to find one that is parallel to that. Coming back, some off the record things you need to know, stories you probably have missed, but you need to know as you start your Wednesday. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. National No Excuses Day. That's right. All gas, no excuses. Longhorns so far so good on this the 27th of September. Also, Nick and Ty, I don't know if you heard this story. Colin Kaepernick has penned a letter to the New York Jets asking the Jets that if he can join their practice squad. Colin Kaepernick is back in your forefront. Letter to the Jets, General Manager Joe Douglas, asking to join the practice squad. You know what? Don't have a strong opinion on this. Just know that this is the guy who sued the NFL, correct? He sued the league, took a settlement from the league, and he also put out a Netflix video and documentary calling the NFL slavery. And now he's writing letters to GMs to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it was J. Cole that published his letter. I was just reading that.
And he's like 36 years old.
That's what I was wondering. How long has it been since he's been in the NFL?
When all this went down originally, which I don't have any strong thoughts on either, he was already a backup and had kind of been washed at that point.
Sure.
It's been 10 years now? Not 10 years, but
that polarizing debate is over. But, did he do it for more of the marketing, or did he really want to play? His cause is his cause, and that's great for him.
He got a lot of money out of Nike for it.
For sure. But at the same time, he wasn't a very good quarterback at the end. But I would agree with those who said he was better than some of the quarterbacks who were on rosters for a long time. But it comes with a lot of distraction when you bring in Colin Kaepernick. But that's a debate that's been hashed over. But the fact that he wants to come back, that just smells of someone who wants their name back in the news. They want their, because the Jets aren't going to do it. And then when the Jets don't, you can criticize the Jets for not doing it, but it was you that called the league slavery, and sued them and took money from that league. I have a hard time believing they're going to want you back in that league at this point. But either way, that story is out there this morning. Also, this is a problem. New Mexico and New Mexico State football, apparently a pretty big rivalry, because a video obtained by KOB Channel 4 appears to show New Mexico State starting quarterback Diego Pavia urinating on the logo of the University of New Mexico.
They're wilding in New Mexico. Wasn't it the basketball team that had all that crazy stuff going on this year too?
In the video,
yeah, it was last
Pavia
year.
appears to be urinating on the Lobo logo at midfield of at their indoor practice facility, taking a leak.
So he trespassed.
Wow,
urinated everywhere.
Aggies, New Mexico State. His offensive coordinator Tim Beck, not the Tim Beck who coached at Texas, different Tim Beck. That Tim Beck is currently the head coach at Coastal Carolina. But Tim Beck, who handled the press conference duties this week because their head coach, Jerry Kill, was not available. He said, "We're disappointed in what happened. That's one of those things that we'll deal with him and deal with it internally and move on."
A lot of people are probably pissed about that one.
No, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Pavia is a senior in his second season at New Mexico State, and he showed his rival team just how much he likes him. Ty, when you were at Westlake, did you guys ever pull any hijinks? I know when I was in high school at Cypress Creek High School, Jersey, we had Cy-Fair was our big rival, Cy Creek and Cy-Fair. And Jersey Village was also a big rival. And when I was there, it got really heated between our two schools, more than even Cy-Fair. Cy-Fair was just like the old school rival, like A&M or and Texas. But then Jersey Village became like this Texas Tech kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? We had Klein Forest. And we had to have like a police escort for a basketball game to Klein Forest one time because we had a brawl in the parking lot after the game that was at our place. Oh, yeah, it got bad. But, Ty, did you ever have any of that?
Austin High had a riot during their pep rally the week they played us, and like 2 teachers broke their legs. That was crazy. Derek Cohen, who
DC
used to work here, still obviously a close friend of the station. But his class at Westlake went to Lake Travis and stole all the state championship signs and then hung them up in the forest, and they made like a little party spot. And that class also, as their senior prank, broke into Westlake and released like 10,000 crickets. And like up until when I left, there was still a cricket infestation in the entire school.
Amazing.
So that, I don't know. Our grade was more chill and didn't really care about doing stuff like that.
Yeah, St. Michael's wasn't as exciting.
It was a fun school. Good times. The most memorable thing that I brought up there was the riot that happened, and I wasn't even there because I was at a completely different school. It's just because they were playing Westlake, and then we beat them like 65-7. So There you
This is
go.
when I was
For
at
the
Dripping
record.
Springs, we went to Lake Travis and burned the DS logo in the baseball field with gas diesel. There you go. That's a country thing to do because when you were dripping, you're going out there to the classy, the Lake Travis University. And
Well, LT used to be a little bit country back in the day, didn't it?
it was on the lake. I mean, sure, it was a
Yeah.
smaller school, but Dripping Springs is in the country.
Yeah, they were small.
Back
I
when
mean,
they were, when your guy, the Westlake head coach Tony Salazar, was growing up in Dripping Springs, that was country.
I'm telling you one thing. When Tony Salazar first came and talked to us as a team, when Todd Dodge got hired and he was our defense coordinator, obviously, I had never expected that voice to come out of that man's body and face.
Why? A little different than you thought?
Yeah, well, I don't know. He's a Hispanic guy, but he's got like a down home Texas country
Oh, yeah.
accent.
Yeah.
It's kind of confusing. I'm used to it now, but it's a very unique
I
voice
love-
if you've never heard it before.
Well, my wife works in the school district out in Dripping Springs, and it's a melting pot because you got the old school, old time Drips who've been there their whole lives when it was a one light town, and then you've got all this, then folks from Austin who have moved further out, and then of course all these neighborhoods, and it's a lot of money from California. So you got all these folks coming in from other places buying homes out that way, and so she's dealing with there's a lot of different melting pot things happening there when you're dealing with parents and schools, and I'm sure Lake Travis had some of that too. All these schools, as you grow like this, it just happens that way.
St. Michael's used to play all those schools, and St. Michael's was small, and now they're like it's. I can't even imagine St. Michael's playing Lake Travis in football or something. Like, man, that'd be a big discrepancy in
rough.
size.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, St. Michael's has had some recruits in recent years, though. They have.
St. Mike's basketball team is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and that's private schools for the most part. They have one or two guys that can play at the next level, and then the rest are the Nick Shuleys of the
Nick
world.
Shuleys, yeah.
All right, we come back. We have 2 more hours to go. And it'll include Setlist ATX, the best live music shows in Austin, Texas. We'll also pick that up if you ever had a great rival moment, vandalism, hijinks. Somebody texted to say that at Austin High we had a riot once and we couldn't have any pep rallies for 2 years.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what
I
it
was
was?
talking about. I mean, I'm sure there's been multiple pep rally riots at Austin High. It's that kind of school, but yeah, that happened my senior year.
I'm gonna have to text somebody. I know there was a year where Jersey Village did something to us, or we did something to Jersey Village. I just can't remember it. It was bad. High school days, man. High school days. All right, we come back. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Rod will be back next week, but look who's here. It's Nick Shuley all the way to 11 o'clock. Texture on our new specs. Shouldn't say specs anymore. Can't say specs anymore. Our new text line. They are no longer the sponsor of our text line. One of our texters says, burn it. Hi, put a green painted horse head on our flagpole at Marble Falls. This guy says, I remember when Dripping Springs didn't even have a traffic light. That's true. It says, Georgetown rivalry went to Round Rock and spray painted the rock. Dang. Vandalism at its best.
I didn't know there was. Is that so? There's a Round Rock.
Yeah,
Oh.
I guess.
Nothing like some good old-fashioned vandalism.
Nothing like some good
Nothing brings
old-fashioned
people together.
vandalism.
Nothing brings the community together more. We don't
No.
do that at Westlake.
Yeah, right. Every time we have a story by Westlake, Ty's got something crazy that happened, zany. Well, yeah, it is coming off what we saw at New Mexico State. There's just some weird stories. We got this coach at Ohio who had to resign, a high school football coach, for some Nazi plays that he had. Nazi plays. It turns out that the school they were playing is 90% Jewish. Come on now. What are we doing? What are we doing out there? Colin Kaepernick back in the news because he wrote a letter to the Jets. Those are stories that just, been told, been done. But yes, we also have the Longhorns getting ready for Kansas. We got the Astros and Rangers and Mariners they couldn't get any closer with the Astros have 4 games left. The Mariners and Rangers both have 5, and 2.5 game lead for the Rangers over the Astros, half game lead for the Astros over the Mariners. So that's going to be fight to the finish. It's going to end up like that Notre Dame Ohio State game. Last play of the game is going to decide how that thing plays up. It feels like. But there's that. Also, we'll get our set list ATX at the bottom of the hour. Nick Shuley is back on his birthday, and we appreciate him doing that. 43rd. You said you're going out to dinner tonight with the lady.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Il Bruto, which is one of my favorite Italian restaurants in Austin.
Il Bruto.
Yeah, it's over on the east side. It's a gorgeous little spot. We got some really good pizza and cacio e pepe.
All right.
Pepper pasta.
Il Bruto. Will you get pasta there?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I feel like. Their pizza's so good, but it's I also
Get
like
both.
I know.
It's your
It
birthday.
is my birthday. I should
Is
just
that
eat-
your favorite kind of food, Italian?
Ooh, probably Mexican food.
Same.
Yeah.
Mexican, Italian for me.
Yeah, Italian's
Too.
number 2.
I could eat Mexican food every day. Tex-Mex specifically, if I had to pick between if we're doing sub genres of food there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could eat that every day. I could eat enchiladas every day of my life.
Yeah, we were
I'd be
DeAndre Moore
800
and I.
pounds, but
DeAndre was talking about. He's like, does everybody in Austin just eat tacos for every meal? And I was like, if possible.
he's from California.
Yeah.
Right? So he should know about that then.
Yeah,
I've never been to California, but the style of tacos are very
the
different.
Baja
right?
kind of Baja style.
more
wow.
fish,
Yeah.
more
Well, that's
fish
the thing.
based.
People, it's just we know it here because it's just common to have breakfast tacos. If I go see my brother up in the East Coast, they don't what?
Like, is that
Breakfast
a
tacos?
burrito?
Yeah, they call it
A burrito?
What are you talking about?
or how they called queso cheese sauce. And it's
Yeah.
just melted. Like
Yeah.
cheddar
And a lot of
cheese.
times it actually is
It's just
cheese
cheese
sauce.
and then when
like-
they come here, they can't figure out. You guys are eating chips and salsa for breakfast. What's going on down here? By the way, coming up on October 4th, this all falls in line together. Nice synergy here. National Taco Day is coming up on October 4th, and according to Yelp, the rating site there, Yelp recently released a list of the nation's top 15 taco towns, and Austin took first place.
That's not surprising to me.
Texas is also the capital is the home to 2 of Yelp's top 10 taco joints in the country, with Granny's Tacos at number 4 and Buenos Sabores.
I've never heard of either.
At
of
number
those.
9.
Me either.
I'm gonna write that down.
What was the first one?
Just outside of the top 10 is Paprika
Haven't heard of that either.
ATX, which is number 16.
What was the first one you said?
Granny's Tacos.
Where's that at?
I don't know.
Got me, brother. Granny's Tacos food truck. It's a food truck, and the Buenos one is a food truck, and then these are all food trucks. Paprika.
Are these the best food trucks?
No, these are the best tacos.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. We're pretty close to my favorite, which is Texas honey ham. That's my favorite breakfast taco
Yeah.
in the game.
Yeah, same.
That's-
I offered you some Texas honey ham.
You did,
yesterday.
yeah. And I usually would say yes. So my stomach was a little early.
I
that
took
morning.
it down to Eric Rains at Coke FM, and he said, "Thank you. I'll eat it." Before he even knew what it was, and he was like, "What is it?"
It wasn't even out of the aluminum.
No.
He's like, I'll eat it.
"Yeah." He was like, "What is it, by the way?"
Oh man, honey ham. They do an amazing breakfast taco.
Well, here's
Truly.
Well, and again, it's not just breakfast tacos; it's tacos. So
Yeah.
you can have tacos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then overnight. And
Amen.
Taco Cabana or something. but you can put anything in a tortilla and it becomes a taco, right? Or in a taco shell, whichever you're doing. But full list has Austin number 1, according to Yelp. Los Angeles number 2. Phoenix, Las Vegas, Tucson, Oak City, Chicago, Denver, Seattle, and Portland.
Chicago.
So none of this is based on breakfast tacos because
Yeah.
they don't do breakfast tacos in a lot of those places. So you're talking about, chicken tacos because, fajitas are just, it's a taco, right? You make your own taco is what you're doing. You're eating fajitas, correct? Am I right about
Yeah,
that?
but even when I've been to like Tennessee and Georgia, New York,
No one
Washington,
matches up.
trying to eat gone to Mexican restaurants there, and there are still Mexican people cooking the food, but it doesn't taste the same.
Who
for
was
some
it?
reason.
Who
Even
was,
the Chewies in Nashville
was it Lyle
doesn't taste the
Lovett?
same.
Was it Lyle Lovett that said don't eat tacos or barbecue north of Red River? Who is it that said that? It's just I always
I've
think
heard
I
that,
always
yeah.
think about that when someone's like, "Oh, let's go get Mexican food."
I don't even like Mexican food in Dallas.
Yeah,
Like I can't think of like every time I go eat Mexican food in Dallas, I'm like, this doesn't taste.
I
the
met a
same.
good friend in Chicago at one of her favorite Mexican restaurants, and then she sent me the link, and it was Chipotle.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's your choice. But look, again, tacos are different than breakfast tacos, and breakfast tacos kind of only exist in Texas, I think. But you can get taco because tacos are when you take a tortilla and you fill it with a bunch of stuff and you wrap it up.
You're talking like street taco here?
Yeah, street tacos are really good. Just
See, I feel like street tacos are more like Californian.
very. And I like
Yeah.
street tacos.
Because it's like it's more authentic Mexican food,
Sure.
Like, and we kind
Um,
of Texased up Mexican food.
But you said something about Chewy's. It doesn't taste the same in Nashville. But that's by design. When you start branching national chains like that, and you're like Chewy's that started here in Austin, and now you're growing, they've got to, you got to kind of match the palate of the place you're going. I mean, because people in Nashville expect something different than they do in Texas. Who was I talking? I was talking to the guy at Torchy's
Yeah,
Tacos
Torchy's
the other day.
Torchy's is kind of taking that.
Well,
everywhere.
Torchy's is growing like crazy, and Torchy's. I met guy John out at the one out by me, and he watches my Eyes on Texas podcast and watches a lot of stuff we do. He's a super nice guy. May want to do something with us coming up, but he was like, "Yeah, we're changing our menu, so you need to know and they're changing it to format better to other markets that they're moving to. So it's like we want it, and we need, especially for costs, food costs. We need a little bit. We know what it costs here, but we don't know what that costs in Florida or across the South. So you're thinking big picture when you start going super chain.
Ooh, I
right?
wonder if there's a hot chicken one at the Torchy's in Nashville.
Yes.
Oh, there is. Oh,
I'd assume so. Right?
I'm very interested.
What's the fried chicken one? What's it called? The one they have now?
Oh, is that Trailer Park? Yeah,
Trashy
yeah.
Trailer Park.
The Trashy
Well,
Trailer
you were
Park
at
with
the event
queso.
last night on the NIL front with the Clark Field crew with DeAndre Moore at Jive Turkey.
Yes, deep fried turkey tacos, which I'd never had a deep fried turkey taco. Phenomenal.
So what was it, like little pieces of deep fried turkey?
Yeah, so it's like ground turkey fried, but then it has like the cold lettuce and the cheese on top of it.
So
And
like turkey nuggets,
no, it's more like just ground meat. So like ground taco meat in a sense.
and it's fried
but then they fry it in the shell, and so it's like it's good. It's good.
so
It's
it's
good.
a crunchy taco.
And by
Yeah.
the way, somebody said there, according to stats, there are almost 600,000 Mexican folks living in Chicago. I bet if you went in the good parts of Chicago, you could find some really good Mexican food.
You can
Oh,
probably,
for sure.
if you know where to find it, you can
Probably
find it
not on
anywhere.
Michigan Avenue.
Whoever said Mi Casina is good in Dallas, no. That's specifically what I was talking about when I was saying it's
Yeah.
bad.
Chicago's a very international city, so I
Oh,
mean,
man, big
you can
time.
find. That's why the cuisine's so good there. I mean, that's why Houston's the number one food market in the.
Is it?
in
There's
the
no
US.
way it's 600,000 Mexicans. It's Hispanic
No.
people. 600 people from Mexico.
Well, there's like 8 million people in Chicago proper.
I will
mean,
say, I went to a U.S. Mexico game like 15 years ago at the soccer game at the Soldier Field, and it was probably 80-something% Mexico fans.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's there's going to be ethnic parts of all cities.
I
Which
guess
is
I've never
cool.
been.
And you mentioned Houston. Houston is when I grew up in Houston, it was still kind of growing like crazy. That's all it was growth. It's kind of like Austin is now. When I was growing up, and just construction everywhere, and they're still growing in Houston, but it's such a large melting pot city now. I mean, it's an international city in Houston because people coming from South into Mexico and South America, people coming obviously, and it's got an amazing food scene these days.
It beat out New York for culinary capital of the U.S.
Well, very
I believe.
similar to
Yeah.
New York, right? New York when it was the melting pot and people were landing, and it was the Chinatown and the Italian food, and that's Houston now.
Yeah.
Houston's emerging that way, without a doubt. Rod's talked about all his kinfolk are from New Louisiana, so Katrina pushed a lot of Raging Cajuns right down into Houston, and the Cajun food scene is unbelievable. But yeah, Houston has become an absolute international city, without a doubt, more than Dallas.
For sure.
Dallas has become more destination from Californians and Midwesterners and folks moving to Texas. Houston is an international city. It's crazy how that has developed.
Well, Cynthia Woods Pavilion, I don't know if y'all saw that, got named the #1 outdoor music venue in the entire world. Like, and
I used to go there growing up in high school.
Exactly. It's Houston's just recently they were always big, but it's become such a big international focus recently.
All right. We've got some breaking news. But if you were listening to this show this morning, you knew it was coming, because now official, according to some reporting out there now, that Connor Weigman, the young quarterback for Texas A&M, is going to miss the season with the foot injury that he suffered against Auburn. Yesterday they talked about it being a 2 to 4 to 2 to 5 week kind of injury, but I was told last night that and I couldn't source it another time, but that it was going to be a season ender, and it looks like it's going to be for Connor Weigman, the A&M quarterback. That's a bad piece of news for them. That means Max Johnson will be the starting quarterback moving forward, the transfer from LSU. That's unfortunate. And as we mentioned earlier, man, your season can turn pretty quickly with an injury to a starting quarterback. Texas, knock on wood, Quinn Ewers is off to a no-turnover start, very efficient start to his season. He's had some huge moments. And, boy, if he continues on this trajectory, Texas is going to be fine. But Texas Tech lost Tyler Shuck for the season to a broken leg against West Virginia. Connor Weigman now looks like out for the season with his injury against Auburn. Baylor was already playing without Blake Shapen, and they were playing their backup quarterback. I know down at UTSA, Frank Harris has been hurt for the Roadrunners. I mean, there's just a lot of banged-up quarterbacks, and you just knock on wood. Now, you say at the Jive Turkey event last night, Malik Murphy dropped by.
He did. Malik came by. Keelan Robinson was there. They all came by to have some tacos.
That's cool to support your teammate.
Yeah, and I mean, I was telling you, Malik looks like a dang defensive end. He is a large man.
Well, remember that picture this summer came out, or early in the summer, with them all with their shirts off, and you're like, hey man, when Arch has got some 6-pack abs, he's in pretty good shape. Quinn looks totally different in body type, but then there's a Malik, and it's like, who is that dude?
Yeah,
is that guy playing tight end, defensive end? Monster, but nice guy.
Yeah,
Malik Murphy,
really nice, quiet guy, like really good guy, and like apparently just a locker room guy that everybody loves.
Well, that's been the word, is that the quarterback room all gets along very well, and people are still waiting on Arch Manning to make his debut. There was a thought maybe against Baylor we'd see Arch run on the field when the thing got out of hand, but just Malik Murphy at that point. But we'll see. But yeah, Malik, that he even came back after the spring he had in the spring game, that he's still here. No NIL helped with that. But you hope the best, because, look, this thing's going to get interesting. Whatever happens this year, I've always said in Quinn Ewers' plan, and the Quinn Ewers family plan, is for him to be in the draft in April.
Yeah.
And I would argue if he stays on this trajectory, keeps playing like this, he will be. And obviously, if he can lead Texas to something big in the Big 12 championship, because the NFL showed you last year, Anthony Richardson was drafted on potential.
Yep.
And he's already starting for the Indianapolis Colts. So you can say what you're like, man, I don't know, the Quinn's ready. It doesn't matter if he's ready. Anthony Richardson was a 56% passer last year. At sometimes in games, he couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. I mean, he would just be throwing it all over the place. But a rare athlete, a rare specimen, and that's the thing that Quinn has. Quinn has a rare arm. He's got the ability to spin the football and make throws that others can't. And you can't coach that.
No.
So in the draft, the NFL is always going to take things they can't coach, traits they cannot coach. And that's what separates prospects from drafted round to draft round, right? I mean, if you can, I can't coach 4.2.5. I can't coach 4.3. I can't coach size and the God-given feet you have. I can't coach long arms. I can't coach, and that's what they're drafting. And Quinn has that. So I mean, I'm so we're eager to see where this season goes for Texas, Nick. But at the same time, the end of the offseason is going to become equally compelling, because what happens with Arch? What does that mean for Arch? And what happens with Quinn? Because people talk about, hey, and I still get asked this quite a lot. Do you think the Arch is going to transfer because he's not playing? No, I don't. Is the answer. The the family understood the quarterback situation when this decision was made. If Arch wanted to go play immediately, he would have gone to Alabama.
Yeah.
Because Arch might be playing right now at Alabama. I mean, that's not outside the realm, right? If he wanted to go play now, he probably could have. Maybe even at Georgia, he would have been in the conversation with Carson Beck. Now, I think Beck had been in that program, but with Jalen Milroe and his struggles in the passing game, I mean, they were so desperate for quarterback because they went and got Tyler Buckner from Notre Dame to transfer in, and he wasn't even that good at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
They kind of knew what they were getting in that guy. They just brought him in because he knew Tommy Rees's offense, and he could help teach the other guys how to run the system. And it's still Alabama's offense too. But so Arch kind of knew coming in he was going to probably sit this year, and which was good with he and the family, I believe. But this summer and this spring, that gets interesting.
Well, DeAndre and I were talking about it last night about the interesting thing is with these new rules. I love the new rules and how the games go quicker, and it doesn't stop on the first downs, et cetera. But what we're seeing is we're less time for the younger guys because in games like that where they're out of control, you have one or two possessions where you're going to get to see Malik, you're going to get to see Arch, and DeAndre got in and Jonte got in a little more at the end, like against Baylor, but instead of those extra drives, we're not seeing that. So we're not going to have a lot of tape on how they actually perform in the games or things like that. And it also for somebody like A&M, like it's tough because if you didn't have a couple mop-up games, luckily Max is older and has some experience, but you'd be throwing someone in the game that's really gotten no snaps. And so I think that's an interesting side effect of that. That's kind of a bad part. I really like the shorter games. Obviously, it's a little more controlled, but like that piece of it, I kind of miss seeing the younger guys get in and get some of that action. And credit to Sark for getting the younger guys in more important moments, actually. And like Jonte was in there at an important piece of the game. Jonte Cook on the he caught that deep ball and he's been in some, but I think you'll see guys
stumbled, he'd have scored on that.
Yeah, 100%.
Little stumble, and or else he was goodbye.
That guy's lightning in a bottle. So is DeAndre too, for that matter. And so I think it's gonna be fun to watch those guys grow up.
I do think it's interesting for Sark because and you're right about the shorter games and the not taking the clock doesn't stop after first downs in the first 58 minutes of each half. It does go faster. It limits possessions, but Sark is big. I mean, I think Sark walks an interesting line where he wants to play the young guys, because they're good enough, but he also recruits to it. Yep. I mean, he doesn't promise playing time. No good coach would. But, if you earn it, you're going to play. So Jonte Cook, he's trying to get him on the field where he can. But he also can help the team. Like, he got over the top of that safety in a heartbeat at Baylor.
He's lightning. I mean, that guy. And
this goes
so
back
quick
to what Rod talks about all the time. They're putting so much on tape. And you can expect more of it against Kansas. They want Oklahoma to have to work on everything they could possibly do. Oklahoma's going to have some new wrinkles too. You know that. But at the same time, Oklahoma runs the Art Briles, spread veer. I mean, they run the offense that we've seen. Sark can do so many things. And this is one of the things you like about this team. If the defense keeps playing good, and as somebody said, doesn't Quinn have 0 interceptions? Yes, 0 through 4 games. If that continues, here's why this team will be hard to beat, no matter the circumstance. The defense is playing really consistent football, which is going to keep the score low. The offense, as we said, is at a 21-point quarter in every game. So they have this Golden State Warrior, Kansas City Chief-like ability to just erupt on you, even if they get stagnant at times. But they can jump on you. And the other thing that they do that we're really starting to watch come into focus, as teams get early in the season, you've had time to prepare for these teams all year long, right? Texas didn't do a lot of preparation for Rice. They were preparing for Alabama, vice versa. Baylor, with their game, I mean, even Baylor, who was no competition. Well, Wyoming's a good example. Wyoming played Portland State the week before they played Texas. Well, Portland State, you're going to be doing a lot of Texas prep, using that the Texas idea to get, we can beat Portland State, which is a FCS school, and then they come in. But those things end as the season goes, right? Now you're into your conference grind. Now you're into your week-to-week mindset. And the more Texas puts on film that you have to prepare for as a defense, Nick, and the more time, you only get 20 hours a week on the field to prep to work or even with the players. So some's on the field, some's in the classroom and in the film room. They show so much. And you know who the key is to the whole thing? We had Mike Craven said this yesterday, is JT Sanders. Mm-hmm. Think about this with JT Sanders and what a problem he is for Big 12 defenses moving forward. They can go the heavy package with 6-0 line, plus JT Sanders, right? He's on the field for that. 6-0 line heavy. They can go 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 10 personnel, if you include JT as a receiver in that realm, which would be 10, hybrid 10-11 personnel with then spread it wide, go empty. And JT Sanders never leaves the field.
Yeah, when they go empty, how do you stop that?
Right. Well, and they went empty a lot against Baylor.
Yeah.
But then they would also go jumbo. But the cool part for Sark is JT Sanders is such a problem, and he's so versatile. He's the one guy that doesn't have to go anywhere. He just stays there, and he's in the heavy packages blocking and can be a receiver. If you go to, the 11 personnel, which is him as the tight end, and then 3 receivers in a back. If you go to the 2 tight ends, he and Gunnar Helmer on the field. That guy is, and you could argue he is the fulcrum to what they do. That makes them really hard. And defenses have to prepare for all of it. But at the same time, that defensive coordinator knows, I don't know what to do with that guy. We can't put a linebacker on him.
Yeah, what is he? To a defense, what is he? Is he a receiver? Is he a lineman? Who knows? Like he's.
And you know what? His Pro Football Focus grade last week against Baylor will tell you, because people should say, well, how good is a blocker is? He's a pretty damn good blocker, and he can get up and get physical with you. So when you go to 11 or 12 personnel, you can still run the ball. And this is where we've seen Texas. I think if you go back and watch these 21-point spurts, it's when I call it when we're doing the in-game thing on Texas football, on Inside Texas, watch with us. I call it the attack. When they go into attack mode, where they get that first down and then they're going, and JT, they come at you. And it's going to do is force a mistake on the defense. All Quinn's doing is either, okay, read the box, we're going to hand off, or we're going to go. But there's going to be a mismatch. And I think JT Sanders is the single biggest mismatch they have, especially because they're so dedicated on trying to get X-Man the ball that teams, the defensive coordinator can say, okay, who are we going to double? It's going to be X, which means JT single, A.D. Mitchell single. This just opens up this whole offense to, okay, well, how do you stop that? And as they get more and more consistent and defenses get worn down as the season goes on, and they have less and less time to practice and put in, new wrinkles, I think that's why I say these next 2 games before their bye week, if they get through them and they're undefeated, look out. Because then you have an extra week to get ready for the final 6 games, which, right now, none of your 6 games left after that are ranked teams. So now you don't just start playing for Big 12 championship. You're playing for the Final Four.
Yeah, and you guys said it on this show that Quinn has the ability this year. Like last year, I think he had to press some. There was pressure on him.
He was thinking too much. He was trying to learn.
Well, and he had to come through. There was a lot of it on his back. Whereas this year, if we get game manager Quinn, like we'll be fine. If Quinn can come in there, just take care of things. He doesn't have to be flashy. Doesn't have to do too much. Just work within the offense like that. It's going to translate to ball movement and points likely.
Right. Well, think of the national championship Sark won at Alabama. Mac Jones was pretty much a game manager.
Yeah.
He just had an elite players all over the field, and he was just a point guard getting the ball to where it needed to be. And they had Najee Harris, 1,000-yard running back. This is where Jonathan Brooks emerging. Because that was the big question for Texas. Well, who's going to bring the run game? Who's going to replace Bijan and Rojo? Well, guess what? Jonathan Brooks has stepped up and said, that's me. I'm going to have that job. And he's had a great 4th quarter against Bama, huge games against Wyoming and Baylor. We'll see if they can carry that into the Kansas game. Because they can run the ball with everything I just said about JT Sanders and the versatility. Look out.
Well, we haven't even gotten to see C.J. Baxter. Like Baxter, there's a reason that guy was the number 1 running back recruit in America. Like he runs the ball and he runs hard. And I think he's been banged up pretty much the whole year.
And the 1-2 combination of he and CJ and he and Brooks moving forward could be really scary.
Well, and Jaden Blue comes in too. Like I know he had that fumble that probably put him in the doghouse, but that guy's got more wiggle than anybody. I remember that spring game. He put a couple guys
ton
in
of weapons.
dirt. Yeah,
ton of weapons. All right, and I do think JT is the key. Somebody said, can JT teach Donnie Mitchell to block? Yeah. Well, AD struggles at times, but he still scored a bunch of touchdowns already. We'll be back when we do. It's Setlist ATX. Our man Nick, who's in on his birthday, will lead us through the best live music shows in the live music capital of the world. You love your sports, but you love your music. We'll get the roadmap next. Hey, look who it is. It's time for Setlist ATX with Nick Shuley, who's happened to be here for the last couple of hours and all day yesterday. Because Rod Babers is still doing daddy duty. He's going to be back. Next time we'll hear Rod is Saturday at our pregame for Texas and Kansas. He's got his family coming in, his wife's family, later in the week. So he'll be at home helping out mama and baby until then, and he'll join us on Saturday. So looking forward to that return, and still looking forward to hearing the name of that new baby. We don't know yet. They may have named it and chosen. They just haven't told us yet, and we're pushing for Beyonce. Hey, by the way, before we get to the music, can I play this? Speaking of names, Ty, I sent you this music. Remember we told you this week that the Miami Dolphins running back Devon Achane,
Devin or Devon?
We don't know. Well, here we go. This is why I found this for us. We now know. So while he was still at Texas A&M, our friend Brent Zwerneman, who we've had on the show many times, who covers Texas A&M for the Houston Chronicle, asked him how to say his name. So can we hear this? This is we could have done this. Who said this? But I wanted to get this out there. Here we go. Listen, and now we'll all know how to say the name of the Miami Dolphins running back who had over 200 yards rushing last week.
Hey, Brent Zwerneman, Houston Chronicle. Okay, I know they just pronounced it, but I'm going to have you pronounce your first and last name once and for all for us, if you don't mind.
Devon Achane.
Got it.
Devon Achane. There you go.
Did you say Chan or Chain
Chan.
at the end? I kind of heard the E at the end.
Devon Achane.
Devon.
So if you picked him up on your fantasy football team this week, which everyone did, Devon Achane. Achane. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's good knowledge.
By the way, did you see that Raheem Mostert, the running back, said if they had a race of the Dolphins, he would win it?
Oh, wow.
Hands down. Who wouldn't pay to watch that? Who's the fastest Miami Dolphin?
That team is a bunch of track stars.
And Raheem Mostert, the kid out of Purdue, says he would be the fastest. Hands down. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Achane, all these dudes. He says he would win.
I've never seen anyone move like Tyreek Hill. I would probably.
No
put my
one's
money
ever
on
been quick. I mean, quick and fast at the same time like him.
He's impossible to stop.
All right, what do we have? Let's get to Setlist ATX. This is every Wednesday at 9:30. We do the live music that you need to be checking out. We always put it up at the website, and if you want to go find a show because you're thinking, man, I want to go see some music, you can go look each night as we post it, and our man Nick brings his picks. He is the president of the Austin Music Movement, doing great things for live music in the ATX. What do we have tonight? We got 3 good shows?
Yeah, we got a big pop show at Moody Amphitheater. We got Kim Petras, as well as 80s small sensation Amy Grant will be playing the Paramount Theater, and I know she's done a lot since then, but all I hear
she's
is
still married to Vince Gill. Am I right about that?
That's a great question. Eagles member Vince Gill.
Yeah.
I don't know, but Baby Baby, that song, I still hear that song every time I hear her name.
She's married to Gary Chapman. She was married to Vince Gill, but she's not anymore. Not anymore.
And then a star-studded week.
She is still married to Vince Gill. I'm sorry. She was married to Gary Chapman until 1999, then married Vince Gill, and she's still married.
Oh, wow.
To him. Thank you very much.
I did not know that. And speaking of stars, Dog Star will be playing Emos, which for those that don't know has a very famous, I believe, bassist. His name is Keanu Reeves. So that'll be a cool one. Who's apparently the most legendarily nicest human on the earth.
He's got a band called Dog Star.
Dog Star. Yeah, I actually saw them at Liberty Lunch when I was, probably in high school.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is legendarily known as one of the nicest people. Like, he'll ride like mass transit in L.A., and he'll just be sitting on the bus or on the train.
He's also had one of the most tragic lives.
I know.
Is that right?
And,
like, his entire family has died, like, in tragic
and he just is like the most positive. Like, he seems like legitimate, like an incredible human, and all this stuff you see. Who knows if that's
really
PR? But it doesn't seem like it. He seems like a genuinely great human.
Tragic, huh? That's like the Eric Clapton life.
Yeah.
Eric Clapton's life has been that way.
That's how you write those songs.
Golly, no kidding. All right, so that's Dog Star Emos tonight. Amy Grant and Kim Petras. What about Thursday?
Thursday, we got Group Love, an awesome indie band. They'll be playing Stubbs, local favorite, kind of Americana. Harvest Thieves will be doing the San Jose Courtyard. That's a neat little thing they do down there. Cotton Mather, who's if you're a fan of the Replacements or kind of some good kind of 90s rock, Cotton Mather's great. They're playing 310 at ACL Live. And then Friday, I know Mark Higgins will be there, and I wish I would be there. Wilco's playing Moody Amphitheater. That will be phenomenal. Yeah, Mark will definitely be down there. I will explain why I won't be there in a moment. But then at the same time, man, it's gonna be crazy down there. Depeche Mode at Moody Center as well. That one will be big. Indie favorites Youth Lagoon will be playing Antones, and soul singer Corinne Bailey Rae at the Paramount. That'll be an amazing show there. Famed Nashville songwriter, but also a great musician in his own right, who just put out a great album. Brent Cobb will be playing the Parish. If you're a fan of Luke Combs all the way to pretty much anything in country he's written, he's a big time hit writer. And then the reason I won't be at Wilco, I will be at the Aces at Emos, who are this band that a good girlfriend of mine, Julia, started managing along with a buddy of mine, George. And they're an indie girl group from Los Angeles. And it was one of those where your friend sent you something, you promise you'll listen to it. And then, I kind of begrudgingly listened to it on the drive back from San Antonio. And the record's phenomenal. I'm actually really excited about the show. So the Aces at Emos, that's a good one. And then back on the Hollywood tip, the Bacon Brothers, which includes Kevin Bacon.
How old is he now?
Let's guess. I'm gonna guess 62.
Kevin Bacon, 62. I think
That's
I'm
my
going
guess.
going over with that. He is 65.
Dang, that was close.
Still married to Kira Sedgwick, the Hollywood actress. But Kevin Bacon, who's been, if you're my age, he's been a part of your entire life.
6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
I mean, Footloose and all those movies early, and then, so many Kevin Bacon memories.
Yeah. Well,
and he's still going. He's got a band called the Bacon Brothers. How cool is that?
They'll be at the Hotspot in Cedar Park, which the Hotspot does a great job on booking. They get a lot of good stuff through there. And then our giveaway at the Saxon Pub will be a group called Porter Davis, which is a really, really good bluesy group. They'll be playing there, and Joe Abels has graciously offered up 2 tickets to that one, which
Thank you, Joe.
We'll do in a second. And then Saturday, Indie Darlings, Postal Service / Death Cab for Cutie, with very similar members in both bands, will be playing Germania Amphitheater. For every indie kid, that will be packed. Another good indie band from Austin, Bright Light Social Hour. I really like them. They'll be playing Mohawk. Asher Roth, who was kind of the pick to be the next kind of big hip hop. I don't know. He was.
I love college.
Yep, and he was supposed to be the next Eminem. I don't know. He kind of tailed off, but he'll be playing Empire Control Room.
He'll be playing that song.
Oh,
sure.
100%.
Probably a few times.
Local favorite Mobley will be playing at Originator Studios, which is a place I'm not familiar with, but Mobley's one to see if you haven't seen him. He puts on an incredible show. Electric Six, a great rock band, will be playing Continental Club that night. And pop sensation Tate McRae, for all you TikTokers, will be at ACL Live. And then my pick for when you finish the UT game, get your rear end down to Green Hall. Lori McKenna is playing there. And if you haven't seen her, I cannot stress how great a songwriter she is. She has these songs. She has a song called People Get Old, Humble and Kind. She's written songs for some of the biggest artists.
She's a Nashville-based Americana singer, but she writes Taylor Swift songs.
She's written Taylor Swift hits, but the music is not that. It is some of the best Americana songwriter, and she is phenomenal storyteller, the sweetest lady. I cannot stress enough, if you like singer-songwriter stuff, get your butt to Green Hall.
Humble
for
and
that
Kind
one.
went to #1 with Tim McGraw.
Yep.
She also wrote Girl Crush for Little Big Town, which was a #1. She wrote songs for Lady Gaga and them on the Always Remember Us This Way, the Lady Gaga song for A Star Is Born. She wrote that.
Well,
she's great.
The crazy part about it is she has this ability to write these very catchy radio songs, but her music is this completely just incredible, heartfelt.
And when you hear her sing those songs that went to #1, they're different.
Yeah, way different.
Right.
Yeah.
And she wrote them, but I've always said this. Whenever when Mac Brown and Matthew McConaughey and Jack Ingram do the Mac, Jack, and McConaughey, there's a big concert every Thursday night. It's been like Chris Stapleton and all these huge acts, but the Friday night is the songwriter series, and Jack Ingram puts that together. And she's been there a couple of times.
Yeah,
and it's just such a great night of singer songwriter music. But there are a lot of people that they want to write songs and make money writing their music and then playing it sometimes, but they don't want to travel. They don't want to be Taylor Swift. They don't want to be superstars and all that goes. I mean, that's a grind to be a touring performer. I mean, yes, it's glamorous, but it is a lot.
It's not that glamorous.
And if you can live in Nashville and raise a family and make money and then occasionally go play Green Hall,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, she does it right, and it's like that. If you can listen to that song, People Get Old, without getting a little teary, then you're a robot. So. But anyway, back to Sunday. Josh Ritter, another incredible songwriter, will be playing the Paramount. Enormous Mexican group RBD will be playing the Moody Center, which is a big one for them. RC Drive, a great up and coming band. I saw them at South by Southwest. They'll be playing the Parish. Mark Wills, who's a big country artist, will be doing the hotspot on Sunday. And then this is one that I was very interested in. So Bill Schoening and friends will be playing
my
the
man
Saxon
Bill.
Pub.
Yeah, I saw him promoting this on Facebook. Bill Schoening, the voice of the Spurs, former voice of the Longhorns, and great friend.
So is he a musician?
Oh, big time.
Okay, I didn't know that.
He's been since I've known Bill when I first got into radio in the late '90s. He would always have his guitar, and
I didn't know that. Yeah, so he'll be doing the Saxon, and he's a great friend of the Saxon. Joe Abels always talks about him.
Schoening grew up a huge fan of Jim Croce and The Boss and all those. He grew up in Philadelphia, so. Schoening and friends at Saxon Pub Sunday. Get on out there. Come on now. We'll have to get Schoening on the show this week and promote that.
Seriously,
program.
that would be fun. And then on Monday, they do this on the first Monday of every month. The BMI Songwriter Series, and Mitch Ballard and the great folks at BMI host this. And it's benefiting Home this week, which Home is an awesome charity that helps elderly musicians find housing and kind of takes care of them as they kind of age out. And it's definitely worth going to, and you get a lot of good up and coming singer songwriters there. And then Tuesday, we've got a good in-store at Waterloo. It's actually a listening party for the new Sufjan Stevens record, so another big indie one.
That's how you say his name, Sufjan?
I believe so.
Okay.
Don't ever trust me on the pronunciation.
Sufjan, I like it. Waterloo Records Tuesday. Also three more for Tuesday.
Yeah, Joji, who's an enormous Japanese star, will be playing at Moody Center. Black Veil Brides, a good kind of metal punk band, will be doing ACL Live. And then old school kind of punk metal legends Melvin and Boris are at Mohawk.
Cool. Great week. And I will be at that Wilco show on Friday. Pretty eager to check that out. And they've got a new album coming out that day. They just churn out albums, but they have an album called Cousins, the Wilco, that's dropping on that day. And I just checked. They played Tulsa last night, and they played 2 songs off the new record. So, including the titles track. So we'll see. I don't know.
So they're playing the old stuff. That's cool.
Well, they're playing new and old. I mean, and they also had a great double album out right after COVID called Cruel Country, which is more of it was a great album. And Wilco's been doing it forever and ever. So we're looking forward to that. So Higgsy will be there.
Oh yeah,
he's a big Wilco fan. Wilco out of Chicago, Illinois. And that band, they'll be there Friday night. So I will be. And I've never been to the Moody Amphitheater, so I'm excited to check out a show.
You'll like it. At night, it's beautiful with the kind of skyline.
Well, you got Moody there, and you got Depeche Mode playing over at Moody Center.
Parking's going to be fun.
Yeah. I'll Uber or something. Got the Bacon Brothers with Kevin Bacon. So good stuff with Setlist ATX. We'll come back with full tales. We'll also give away these tickets. We got Porter Davis playing Saxon Pub on Friday. I bet you if you're nice there, they might give you some tickets to see Bill Schoening and friends on Sunday. If you want to win those tickets, caller 5 right now, 447-3776. It's 447-3776. That is now our new text line number as well. We're coming back with Who Said That here on Hook 'em Up. All right, who said it? Rod Babers were here, which he will be back after he takes care of being a dad for a couple days. We will play audio for one another and try to guess who it is. But with Nick Shuley being here, we'll just play some audio and talk about it. A little change of pace. But first, somebody texted during the live the Setlist ATX and said, "I heard A-Chain when Devin." Okay, let's hear it again.
I heard that too. I heard the E at the end.
We got to turn this up. So this is we're trying to finally get to it. So Devin, the running back for the Miami Dolphins, formerly of Texas A&M, who was a track star and running back, was asked by our friend Brett Zwerneman back in college how to pronounce his name. So let's listen to it, and we'll see what we hear here.
Hey, Brent Zwerneman, Houston Chronicle. Okay, I know they just pronounced it, but I'm gonna have you pronounce your first and last name once and for all for us, if you don't mind.
Devon Achane.
Got it.
I heard A-Chan.
I heard the
Same.
E at the end.
I heard
I'm
A-Chan.
telling you.
I heard A-Chan.
I don't know.
I heard A-Chan as well.
I heard
I mean,
A-Chan.
it was definitely the Chan was stronger, but then at the end,
I also want to play you
Devon
this.
Achane.
A-Chan. A-Chan.
yeah,
Okay,
I stand
Devon
corrected.
A-Chan. Done. I'll also let's play this. This could be who said it. Who said this? Because we know all these guys do podcasts now. Micah Parsons, all these players are doing podcasts. And how about this little provocative nugget from one of the best players in the NFL?
You gonna be all over, huh? You gonna be on TV, everything. Huh?
Nah, when I retire, bro, I really want to be a porn star, though, bro. Like, dead serious.
Can you guess who that was? Who wants to be a porn star when they retire? Do that again, Ty. I need that again.
Are we talking NFL? or-
Yes,
okay.
yes.
You gonna be all over, huh? You gonna be on TV, everything. Huh?
Nah, when I retire, bro, I really want to be a porn star, though, bro. Like,
I'm just gonna go since we just talked about Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
I don't know how I was right on that. I don't know how. Anyway.
Does anybody get into porn and like after they've been super successful? Isn't that what you do when you're trying to climb? And
that lady from Saved by the Bell,
who's that?
the redhead one.
Oh, really?
She did like I want to
What's
be
her
in this.
name? Well, I think it was Saved by the Bell.
Jesse Spano.
One. I'll get back to you on that.
Ty's the expert on that realm.
Well, I just remember Tyreek from that interview talking about how he drives a minivan. Have you ever seen this? And it's an incredible interview because he talks about how he doesn't want people to like rob him or do anything, so he just drives around a minivan so nobody will know that he has money. And it's a great interview.
I love that.
And he's hilarious.
Well, now he wants everybody to see all of them. You know what I'm saying? And we know he's fast.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
maybe there's something with the minivan in that.
All right, I wanted to play this for you. I should have played it last week. Blame me, but I don't know if you missed it. So on that show on ESPN that Stephen A. Smith hosts, I don't know what it's called.
Maitland Ward is the
Maitland Ward
person I was thinking of.
Okay. Who's now an adult entertainer.
And Dustin Diamond, Jamie Foxworth, or some examples. of
Dustin Diamond
celebrities.
was Screech, right? Mike D from the
He
Beastie Boys
He does
brother.
adult entertainment shows now.
Yeah.
Screech.
Just looked up some.
Don't do that. You're gonna get our computer's gonna get shut down. Crotch.
Dan Benson from Wizards of Waverly Place.
Okay. I wanted to play this because that show on ESPN that's got Stephen A. Smith and they kind of rotate hosts in now. Michael Irvin, Shannon Sharp, and now it's now they got this guy Chris Russo, the Mad Dog out of New York, who's been doing radio in New York forever. Mad Dog. Did you hear him last week? This is a classic line. They asked him how he's going to sit back and watch the Oregon-Colorado game, right? They were talking about, and that game ended up having 10 million viewers. Here was Chris Russo's plan. And see if you get any of you people out there who love a Saturday game day when you're kicking back and chilling out watching football, if you can relate to Chris Mad Dog Russo and his routine.
Yeah. So I'll get a run in. I'll take the two dogs, Bo and Riley, for a walk. At about 12 o'clock, sit down, make an early cocktail, cut a gummy in half.
A gummy.
Cut a gummy in half.
Keep listening.
Cut a gummy in half. We got Florida State Clemson. I like the Florida State quarterback. I'll do something there. At about 3:25, when I'm sauced, I'm not driving in the house, 3:25, I'll put the call in to Fat Rob, 718-504. I'll put the call in to Fat Rob. Rob, you know what? What the hell? I can't root for Oregon. All right, I'll pretend on TV. Put 10 dimes on Colorado. It's probably Colorado and Dion. Let's win the game. So by 3:25, I'll be sitting down with my shorts, little T-shirt, cocktail. I'll have the other half a gummy.
Oh, you save it for later?
I'll have half.
I thought you were just rationing it.
You gonna swing the tennis racket while you doing that? You gonna practice swinging the tennis racket?
Work on my golf swing.
Extending the moment.
So by 3:30, I'll have ABC. It's on ABC, right?
Yeah.
Is this a Fowler game with Herb Street? I'm sure it is.
I don't know.
Herb Street and Fowler. Well, why wouldn't they be in there? They got to be there.
The Colorado-Oregon game.
Yeah, that's
on ABC.
and I love those two. I love Herb Street. Herbie, he watches all the time. He always texts me. So I'll go out there and I'll put the game on at 3:30 on our route
I
like
haven't heard
the
from
Dickens.
Herbie in years. The only time I've heard from Herbie is when I showed up in Jackson State last year. See? You've got friends too.
There you go. I will bet the ranch and I will root crazy for the Buff on Saturday.
There you go. Yeah. He is us.
Who is that?
That was Chris Russo, the Mad Dog. Yeah. He's going to walk his dogs and then sit back right for the kickoff of the noon games. Here it's 11. Half a gummy, get a little cocktail, get good and sauced by 2:30 for the 2:30 game. Sounds like you, Ty.
Yeah. That's all I wanted for my birthday was that. That's it.
That's the
I'm
Ty
good.
seal of approval, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And what time do you get out to the Deep Eddy Cabaret?
That's
after
more of a Sunday NFL situation for me, where I don't leave. The past 2 weeks, I haven't left my. Last week it was my bed. The week before was my couch. All of Sunday, the entire day.
Well, so on Saturday, because I know Ty went out Friday night. Saturday, we did the pregame show for the Texas Baylor game over at Doc's Backyard in Sunset Valley, and Ty was there helping to set up. And he looked like he just woke up at like 3 in the afternoon.
I had been awake, but I'd been hungover running errands all day, and then it was a little hot out there. Doc's Backyard.
It was warm.
Good crowd though.
We had a good crowd. The sweat was good for you. Sweat it out, and then I
had fun the rest of the night.
Because then you went right back to drinking. I saw you there when I was leaving.
That's the best way is just jump right
Hair
back
of the dog.
on. Yep.
Hey, there you go, Chris Russo. One other I want to play because it's the talk of everything, not sports radio, but this is the official Kelsey brothers take on Taylor Swift being at the Chiefs game on Sunday.
We got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I just thought it was awesome how everybody in the suite had nothing but great things to say about her. The friends and family. She looked amazing. Everybody was talking about her in great light. And on top of that, the day went perfect for Chiefs fans, of course. We script it all, ladies and gentlemen. But to see the slow motion chest bumps, to see the high fives with mom, to see how, Chiefs Kingdom was all excited that she was there, that was absolutely hysterical. It was definitely a game I'll remember. That's for damn sure. And then we just slid off in the getaway car at the end.
I mean, everybody's talking about it.
Everyone, literally.
Marketing.
Everyone, even Bill Belichick. He hasn't talked much about me outside of, game weeks that we've played, but he made sure to remind me that that's the best catch I've ever had in my life.
Dude, that was a great line by Bill.
Hilarious. And then you got Coach Reed telling everybody he's Cupid. He's been manifesting this the whole time. He's the one that set us up.
Is there any truth?
All right, there you go, the Kelseys. I still feel like this was staged.
I do too. You guys know how I feel about this.
I don't think there's a real relationship happening here. NFL
he could do better.
I think it's genius.
He has done better if you look at his past lists, but
soft 6.
Soft 6.
Taylor Swift.
More than that. You send me the picture I sent to you the other day. Tell me that's a 6.
It's manufactured.
What are you talking
you
about?
Can't look at. She has no curves. She has a most basic face ever. She's not even that good at singing.
She's the girl next door.
She writes great lyrics. Has catchy songs.
She walked in this room right now, or walked into any place you are, Don's Depot, you would do this. All right, no relationship though. I think this was Taylor Swift PR.
I think it's genius, is what it is.
It is pretty
Both
genius.
Parts.
The fabulous fifth quarter coming next on a Wednesday. We'll get you again this breaking news from Texas A&M. Tough news for sure. Longhorns prepping for Kansas. Sark swears they're not going to overlook Kansas with that Oklahoma game looming. No trap here, and more to come. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Yeah, final hour of the fabulous fifth quarter. Ty always brings something relevant because we have our rejoins, our opens for the top of each hour, our local bands or musicians here in town, right? We got Gary Clark Jr. and Spoon and the Black Pumas. And then the fifth hour could be a wild card. That's Wilco with California Stars. Good one. They always play that. But I look forward to seeing them under the Austin Stars on Friday night out at Whitewater Amphitheater. They'll be coming. New album dropping for Wilco.
Moody Amphitheater.
What did I say?
Whitewater.
Yeah. Got me on Greenhall.
Closer
with,
to town.
Lori McKenna. Yeah, the Moody Amphitheater. Because you got all kind of amphitheaters going in my head. You talk about the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion Amphitheater down in Houston.
The outdoor international venue of the year.
Really? That's right there in the Woodlands, north of Houston. Pretty cool spot.
I've been there.
Grew up going there. And I've never been to the Moody Amphitheater, right? Which used to be, Waterloo Park?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to go see that. That was a country festival.
Yes.
What was it? Was it called Republic back then? But
Republic,
country,
yeah.
Well, I can't remember what
Lone
the
Star?
festival. Yeah, Lone Star Jam. That was it.
Lone Star Jam.
Nice. Yeah,
I used to go to
pull.
that too.
Oh, speaking of, I see they just announced Longhorn City Limits for this weekend.
We missed it by a minute.
Oh, do you want me to do? I feel you do it, Aaron, unless you want.
I don't know who it is.
Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah. See, that Caitlin Butts is playing.
Caitlin Butts.
Yeah.
Wife of Flatland Calvary lead singer Cleto or Cleet. What's his name?
I did not know that.
Cleto, whatever.
Oh wow! And then afterwards, this one actually really appeals to me. They have Y'all Out Boy playing, which is the Fall Out Boy emo cover band.
Oh, really?
So they're fantastic.
Nice.
Is Longhorn City Limits before or after?
It depends on the time of the game. So they usually, like this one, I think will be before, and then Y'all Out Boy after. But if it's late, they usually do it before the game.
Yes.
Never been, sadly.
And Leslie Renaga's there too. She's a great local artist. I guess she's
so
she's
LCL, so if it's a 2:30 game, they'll have music before and then after for the student body. Really, I mean that's what they try to find something. The students are going to come back. Students are going to come back. This says a lot of text coming in. Our new text line number. It's a very similar number, but it's only one number different.
Two numbers different.
What?
447.
37. There's one number different.
337.
Oh, 3. Okay. Well, one number twice, right? You and I were conflicted on what we were saying, but yes, all you got to do is change one number.
I understand what you were saying now. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So our I don't want to even say the old phone number. The new text line number is 447-3776. Whatever it used to be, it's not anymore. Now it'll still work for a little while, but eventually, if you keep using that number, it's going to not work. We won't care. We won't see you. So go to the new one. This says Moody Amphitheater is beautiful, but sound can be bad sometimes if there are no helicopters taking off from the hospital. That's true. Well, they got to go. They got to go. You know what? You put up with it for a minute. That's the way that goes. But all right. So this says Jesse from Saved by the Bell was in Showgirls. That's true. We were talking about that Tyreek Hill eventually wants to become a porn star. This is this old man been banging in bangers all morning and just figured out the new text line number. Well, there you got it. There you got it. Appreciate you doing that. This one says, I agree with you, Ty. If Taylor Swift was bumping around UT campus or Ole Miss in the Grove, she'd be overlooked by most everybody.
Exactly. She would be.
That doesn't mean she's not attractive and pretty.
I never said she's not attractive.
Well, 6 is like
a 6 is teetering. I said soft 6 though. She's a soft 6 for a celebrity.
I'm deathly afraid of this conversation because no audience is more scary to me than the Taylor Swift
I love
crowd.
her. Like, trust me, I know all her songs. You don't think I banged up? That was going to sound bad.
Oh, that was going to go really bad right there.
Do you think I listened really hard to Taylor's version when it came out like a month ago, 2 months ago?
I can see that.
I mean, I'm Speak Now, Tim McGraw.
Your
like,
soft side, man. I have a feeling this line comes out at Deep Eddy as well.
It is.
Oh, you're a Taylor Swift fan? I am as well.
No, that's for when you get back to her place, their friends, just having a little after party, and you're like, yeah, y'all got any Taylor Swift queued up?
Like, Ty's such a good guy.
Yeah, I'll sing. I know the lyrics poorly.
Well done.
But I do not think she's hot.
Okay, do not think she's hot.
You can be talented and not be hot.
Okay. Coming up, we'll talk some Texas football. We'll get you the breaking news from Texas A&M. Can I give you now, this might be a good time on a Wednesday, since we just talked a lot of music, to do this guy, Zach Bryan, who's blowing up. Zach Bryan, you've heard of him by now, but, he's selling out arenas now. We talked about him. He's this guy who was in the Navy, right? He was like a medic in the Navy, and he started writing songs while he was there. He's from Oklahoma. And while he was deployed, he started to write songs, and he put them on YouTube, and then he came back. And
I don't brag often about this, but I I put people on him like 9 years ago.
Well, good for you.
Based off those YouTube videos. So
that whole record and those demos were so good.
Well, and his early stuff just blew up kind of virally, right? Or
Naturally.
behind the scenes and organically, I guess is the way you should put it. And then he started putting, got a record deal and put them out, and he's just completely a comet right now. But unlike this last 10 years of this terrible bro country, which is so bad, right? He is a thoughtful guy, right? He's a very good songwriter. He's very talented. He writes deep. I mean, think Jason Isbell, but much more popular, right? And Jason Isbell's one of his idols, and you got role models. And but so Zach Bryan has blown up. You know what it reminds me of? Because I lived this lifetime. Is it? And you're a little younger than me, 7 years. But it's like when Pearl Jam hit in the '90s, when grunge hit, and Kurt Cobain, because for the 80s, it was a lot of poppy, bad hair metal. Like, it really got silly. Like the metal, because you went from the 70s with all this great music. Then you went into the 80s, and it went off the chain, right? I mean, you still had some good rock bands, but, man, it was MTV, hair metal, which was bro country, where country music went to, man, this is terrible. I mean, if you're someone like me, and all of a sudden Florida Georgia Line, and, I don't know, you can rattle them off. Morgan Wallen, Keith Urban, all these guys. Now, Keith Urban's a tremendous.
That's a while ago now.
Well, but
and he's Australian.
So I'm talking about, so we all know what the bro country movement was, right? And even country music fans were like, I think, because this isn't country. Well, now the Zach Bryan guys come back, and it's back to being,
Turnpike Troubadours, kind
more
of
more songwriter.
But Turnpike was never popular. But outside of, they were popular with their band.
He's taking it
I'm talking about selling out arenas.
No, and we had this conversation about Noah Khan. Like, to me, that, and like it's similar where they're bringing it to the masses, right?
Well, look, it's like Zach Bryan blew up with the young people like Ty first.
Yep.
And now he's come to people like us. He's got this other new album that just came out, which is excellent, front to back, and he does, because he's so popular, he's doing all these collaborations with the Lumineers, and
he just had an EP that's come out this week.
I know, and he's doing
features
on
all those.
He's doing all these duets, like Casey Musgraves, and he did a duet that went to #1. So he's taking this popularity of his with the masses, like the difference in the levels of popularity. Jason Isbell is very popular, but he's not selling out arenas. He does, but you hear what I'm saying. But this guy Zach Bryan. But I do think, this is just my theory, kind of like what Kurt Cobain did with Nirvana and then Pearl Jam. It came out of a really bad stretch of music that was just poppy and all canned hits and, very, very, what's the word? I mean, you just rip and repeat. The
hair era.
Nothing there, but there's no substance to the music.
It's just packaging.
Like Poison and, gosh, even at some level, Def Leppard. I know people get mad at me, but it was all from the same genre.
Yep.
Just like in the genres of bro country, there were some that was a little better than others and some that was way cheesier than others. And then in the 90s, when I was in college, here comes Nirvana, right? And Guns N' Roses and Pearl Jam. And certainly those bands became much more reflective, right? They were much deeper. And Kurt Cobain the lyrics were haunting. And we know where that led for him. I don't know. And I think that the audience was thirsting for it, because you can only eat so much cotton candy for so long.
Yeah, it definitely swings back and forth. You see it.
And then all of a sudden, this guy comes along who's popular like the bro country guys and people, but he's really full of substance.
Well, and we've seen it,
pretty cool.
Honestly, with a lot of the publishers and the songwriting company, the songwriting like houses, etc. Like, Texas is getting harvested now for songwriters, because Nashville's starting to see this. They see this trend of Zach Bryan and these artists, so they need to match that. So it's a good thing for a lot of local artists.
Sure it is.
Like, they're getting signed up, and because of this, because the scene's pushing that way, which I love, because this is the part of the country scene I love. I mean, I love all country. I do like the
I like it when
cheesy
it gets back
stuff
to
too,
it.
but
what is it? From the country, the three chords and the truth, right? Yep. I mean, getting back to some truths and some real lyrics that you said. Because this guy says, I don't get the Zach Bryan hype, and that's fine. I've gotten into him because I'm a huge fan of the written song and the songwriters that write them. And you can tell this guy was deployed and sitting writing these really heartfelt, great songs. And then he can perform them. He's got a great voice and a great cadence for music, I think. Just my opinion. But people are flocking to it, which is good for the genre. I think it kind of started with Chris Stapleton.
Yep.
Because remember,
he crossed over. Yeah.
Because Stapleton was in the Steel Drivers. He was the lead singer of that band, but he was writing hits, kind of like Laurie McKenna you were talking about. He was writing #1 hits for Nashville. for the bro country movement in a lot of cases. And then he went out on his own once he got his sobriety taken care of, and he blew up, right? And here comes Zach Bryan, and it's lifting all, right? Because as we said, Zach Bryan's so popular. He's doing this tour next year, this arena tour, stadium tour, I should call it, in the arena, stadium tour, where he's taking the Turnpike Troubadours on the road with him because they're popular, but they're not him, and they know it. And they're going to open for him at AT&T, I think in New England at the Patriots Stadium. Turnpike is going to open for Zach Bryan.
That's awesome.
And then at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, the Cowboys Stadium, Jason Isbell and the 400 unit are going to open for Zach Bryan coming up next August. I mean, and these are going to be huge crowds.
Well, and even if you don't get it, like I mean, I understand like how people feel about that, but like I like it when I call it the good guys win. When something like this, when good music, good songwriting wins out, and Zach Bryan is that, and he is like you're saying, he's helping Turnpike. Like we had a moment like this, and I mean, I grew up a punk kid listening to Bad Religion and all these things, and Bad Religion, Pennywise, they never blew up. But what happened was Blink-182 got huge, and they were the glossy mall version of punk music, and everyone got mad. But then Blink would the reason they played music was they like Bad Religion and Pennywise, so they take these artists out on the road. And so it's a good thing because it teaches the younger generations and it allows new people to discover this. So even if you don't get it, it is a good thing for music in my opinion, because the pendulum has to swing back and forth. It generally does.
Yeah. And I think because again, there's a point where it becomes the industry and it's the Henry Ford model, right? It's assembly line music, and it happened in pop and rock pop in the '80s, where it's just get a group of guys, you put makeup on them, and they play guitars, and it's all. I'm not saying the music was bad, but it was assembled.
Yeah,
it wasn't crafted.
Well, and TikTok had done that with pop music. All these TikTok stars were putting out music, and I think a lot of the TikTok kids pushed back and helped Zach Bryan get big because they wanted more real, right,
more authentic songs. And remember, I mean, we all saw this blew up through the summer, the Jason Aldean flap with the racial video, which you can have your own opinion on that, whatever you want. But I remember Jason Isbell was the one that said, whatever you think. He wasn't even in the room when the song was written. He wasn't in the room when this was written. This was written by three, or if he was, he would have a songwriting credit on the song. He didn't have one. So he wasn't there. This was written for him. Show up, sing the song. The record company will put it out. It'll be promoted by country radio. This is all the assembly line of how a hit becomes a hit, whether it's a good song or a bad, right? Because they control all the apparatus. And that if you go to Nashville and you go up and down Music Row, this is what it is. It's like the assembly lines in Detroit when they're building cars. And, all power to a guy like Luke Bryan or some of these guys who just show up and they take advantage of that, right? They'll sing the song, they'll go on the tour, and they'll wear the tight jeans, and they'll do bad music, in my opinion. You may love the songs, but this is my opinion. It's not great music. There's not a lot of substance to it. And then they'll make a lot of money. Awesome for them. Then they open a rooftop bar in Nashville and make even more money. That's great. Good for them. But I am happy to see that same audience is now, I think, thirsting for a little more substance. And a guy like Zach Bryan can blow up and become that popular with real, music he's written and crafted. And I think it's great. I think it's a good thing. But it does remind me when I was in college in Pearl Jam, because it went from that stuff that was manufactured, and all of a sudden these guys came out of Seattle, and it was authentically theirs.
Yep.
And it really resonated with people of my age, because I was 18 or 19 years old, and those guys took off. Black Crowes came out right around then, and they also the Robinson Brothers, not manufactured. I mean, they were built and wrote their own music and rock and roll in the likeness of the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, and you could say the same thing about the rap genre in the '90s too.
See, I don't know enough about the rap genre, but I bet it's very similar.
It was more, like from less manufactured, like poppy stuff. They could do whatever they want with the NWA movement. I mean, I'm sure nobody wanted that on the radio or out in front of anyone's face.
Well, Rod's your age, Nick.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Rod can tell you when the first really great rappers started. I mean, it was authentic. It was real. Their lives and story from the streets, right? And what they were seeing, and what that was what they were compelled to sing about. And you still get some, but then even that gets corrupted. No, I shouldn't say corrupted.
No, but it gets commercialized. It gets glossed up. They kind of gloss it up, and I agree with you. I remember waking up in the '80s, like and being like hearing the radio and being like, I hate music. I do not like music, and it was just everything that was being fed. I was like, I don't really like this, and I never got into it. And then Nirvana came along, and the whole grunge movement came, and I became obsessed with music. And that band was the band that changed it for me, because it felt It felt like
Real.
how I felt, or it felt like my friends felt, and it was the moment I connected
Right,
with
it
music.
touched a nerve with you, right?
Yeah, and it felt real.
And I
Whereas
think-
everything else was, this is what you will like, as opposed to, I wanted to go find what I liked or find something different.
That's well said, and that's what because again, there's nothing. If you grew up in the '80s and you love Poison and all those, just know those were manufactured.
Yeah,
bands.
and I go back.
and
I
that's
still
good.
listen to that stuff, and I like some of that stuff.
well,
I like good songs,
just like some of the bro country. Man,
Yeah.
they're very catchy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the industry knows how to take it and spin it and run it, and it works.
Florida Georgia Line has some smashes. I'm not gonna lie.
Same with
that-
Morgan
I-
Wallen. I can say I don't like him as all I want, but if I had a few drinks in me and that comes on, I'm
you
gonna
get a
know
few
every
beers
word
in
to
me,
it.
and I'll play that on the Spotify.
I guess they might, just like Pearl Jam did, just like Nirvana, and you can have your opinions on overrated, underrated, but it really did touch a nerve. And I think you said it. They were singing and writing songs about things their people their age could relate to.
Yeah,
and it hit.
Well, it
That's-
wasn't what people who were 50 years old
Were
telling
writing.
you what they
Right.
think you like. It was like, this feels like it's not
Substance.
something someone's
There was
packaging
something,
for me.
something to it. Yeah, packaging. Good word.
Yeah.
Commercializing. You're better at that than me. But then, and it's good. I'm glad that same crowd is now thirsting for something. Which, whatever your opinion of Zach Bryan is, he's an authentic guy. He writes his own tunes, and now the fact that he's actually helping to lift these other acts. I mean, the Lumineers in my world are a big band.
Yeah.
But even there, I mean, it's like we're seeing with Taylor Swift and Deion Sanders. Like when you become that kind of a phenomenon, and Travis Kelce's jersey sales are like through the roof now because people who didn't know him before are now being brought to that. And the NFL ratings, Deion Sanders bringing college football fans to college football that maybe weren't watching. Someone like Zach Bryan, introducing obviously an audience that's a lot younger.
Yeah.
To artists that they probably should have been listening to for a long time.
Well,
right?
we get snobby about it, and we had this conversation. I had this conversation with some of my super cool friends who were at the Noah Khan show, and they left early, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, it's fine." But I watched these little kids screaming every word of music that's well written. That's and they called it Mumford and Sons for beginners was what he was. But I'm also like that. Like that's okay. It's okay for people to discover it that way. And then, because then what happens is they go back and you do your research and you start to understand where these songs came from and what this genre came from. And you start to discover some. I mean, that was how I was with like the Replacements, the bands that gave birth to a lot of the bands I loved, which I never listened to. I had no idea who they were, but I go back and I'm like, oh my gosh, this was incredible. And this is why so-and-so wrote this song, because this person wrote this song 10 years before.
All right, good stuff right there. A little off the nose conversation, but we'll get back to the sports. Somebody just said get back to the sports. We do 5 hours
Sorry,
of
guys.
radio every morning, y'all. We do plenty of sports. I promise you. I know that maybe you just tuned in, and that's what you heard. That's fine. We're getting to get back to the sports because there is a tremendous pennant race happening in the American League West. We'll reset that. I think it's the biggest game of the year for the Astros tonight. I mean, probably not, saying anything that is not obvious, but a huge game for Houston this evening. We'll get you details on that. Rangers are keeping an eye on Corey Seager. Update coming on that. Also looking forward to a tremendous football weekend here on this Wednesday. We'll come back, get into all that. The top stories reset. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. All right, Zach Bryan, we're just talking about him. That's a good one off his new album, which is out. Then he's also got another new EP as he churns out the music. That's called East Side of Sorrow. I think he's a pretty talented guy. All right, so back to the sports conversations of the morning. We've had him since 6 a.m. We've got Steve Sarkisian. All right, can we hear this? Sark is adamant, Nick Shuley, that there will not be a look ahead here. There will not be, you always worry, having covered Texas for 25 years, there's always the game before Oklahoma and the game after Oklahoma, especially when both teams are off to really good starts. Right? There have been some years where either one was up or down. But when they're both ranked and both undefeated and their fan bases are getting fired up, it's easy to look ahead. But here's Sark saying, you know what, that's not going to happen. This team has a focus. They understand what's at hand and what's coming in here at Saturday at 2:30.
I think this is a top 25 matchup of two undefeated teams, both very good. We're playing for first place, right? And our goal is to get to Arlington in December to compete for a Big 12 championship game. And this game's going to matter a lot in if we have that opportunity or not. And so this game has got our undivided attention. Our focus is on the next mission.
All right, next mission. I just heard Zach Bryan singing about, but that's really got to be the focus. And here's where I think, and I want your thoughts, Nick and Ty, if you're concerned about this team not being focused. I think the Wyoming game was scary for everybody, right? Kind of PTSD. You're like, oh, geez, no, this is same old Longhorns kind of thing. They're going to play down to their competition. But then we saw them just avalanche Baylor. Then that's where I think we know where we're at here. This team can get up when it's hostile environment, crowds going crazy like it was at Alabama and in Waco with the blackout, and they lock in. I mean, they're just really good. I mean, I think against Baylor and Alabama, they had one pre-snap penalty, one procedure penalty, and it came late in the game with some backups in. So, and obviously we saw how dominant they were. So it tells you when they lock in, they're really good. And then the home games, Rice for a few quarters until they got it going in the third, and then, that's a first game. Everybody's got a little rust to shake off in game one. Then the Wyoming game, you come back and you're on the high of the Alabama game. Remember on Tuesday, Quinn called the players-only meeting and making sure everybody's focused, but it's still human nature. And then you go smash Baylor. Well, here comes Kansas. And I think the reason that I'm optimistic that they'll be fine is the veteran players. I've said this a lot from the summer into the start of the season. They've got 6 or 8 guys on this team who came back to be a part of this team who have no plan of ever playing in the SEC, right? This is it for them. This is it for Texas. They're, you can start with Christian Jones at right tackle, who was a part of this team that lost to Kansas. He was here for that. You can go to Tavondre Sweat, who you've gotten to work with the NIL stuff, Nick. He could have gone. And
Jordan Whittington. I think A.D. Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell's already won 2 national championships. He came here to put himself on the draft radar, I think, in more of a passing offense. And, he's ready to move on, I believe.
And Jalen, too. Jalen Ford.
I mean, so those type of guys. And I think Quinn Ewers. I think Quinn Ewers plans to be in the draft this April.
Jahdae Barron is another good example like that. He had some pro prospects last year.
Yeah, so it's like, okay. So I know a lot of people are looking forward, and the big storyline next week will be last game in the Big 12, head-to-head, all those things. And that's as members. Well, that's cool. But I do think that's the group that needs to keep, and I think Sark talks about, they will keep Texas on track. And one mission at a time. One mission at a time.
I think that that Wyoming game was a blessing because I think it was a little bit of a hangover and they kind of got punched in the mouth, and it turned out to be a pretty good game. And we obviously turned it on when we needed to, but I think because of that, hopefully that kind of taught them the lesson of don't get too big for your britches and be ready to play.
And look, I do think. Gosh, and even Craig Bohl, the coach of Wyoming, said it. I mean, he said it's been my experience when you have a great win like that, they're just a natural letdown. And we were hoping to catch them on an off night.
And they're good.
And Wyoming's a pretty damn good team. And that's kind of the thought for this Kansas team.
Yeah.
If Texas shows up, plays an A-level game, which you hope they'll do at home in front of their home crowd, they're going to be probably 2 touchdowns better than Kansas. Can they cover the 16? Because that's what the line, 16 and a half. It'll be close. Vegas usually pretty close on these things, right? I mean, Ty had his what's poppin' pick of the night last night, and he took Astros Mariners under 8.5, and it was 8. I mean, they're pretty good at setting these numbers.
It's a winner.
It's Texas. Is it still at 16?
What?
Have you seen any line movement on this Texas-Kansas game?
I can double check.
Have a look at your call your cousin. What did Chris Russo call him? Fat
Didn't he give out a number?
Yeah.
Is that like a guy you call for picks?
I think
it
so.
has to be.
I need to hear that again here coming
That
up.
was incredible.
That was incredible.
Take half a gummy.
Yeah, that guy's
I'll
awesome.
be sauced.
I'll be sauced.
The new age Hunter
early-
S. Thompson.
Yeah. But so that's probably the line. I mean, if Texas wins this game, 37-21, is that going to bother anybody? 37-24? I mean, you get in here and you win this game. You handle it. You trust that Kansas is probably going to have some stuff for you.
16.5.
That's about right. That's about what I think. I mean, what's that?
Yeah.
37-21.
Yeah.
It opened at 19.5, though.
So people, then that might be a little heavy. And that's where I think this game is. I mean, Kansas is a contender in the Big 12. They're 4-0. They've got wins over BYU and at Nevada and Illinois. So they've played Power 5 teams along the way. And, okay, that's good. And they've got a veteran quarterback. And their coach, just like Sark, has been building the program. But in the end, this is the best Texas team since 2008, in my opinion. Most talented. I think this team, because I think 2008 Texas was better than 2009 Texas. And I know they played for the national championship. But that 08 team was better. They had Quan Cosby and Jordan Shipley. They still had some of those offensive lines. Because the 09 is when you saw Texas kind of slip a little bit on the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line was not as good, and the recruiting had begun to tail off for Mac. And that all came home to roost in 2010 and 2011 and beyond. But either way, this is for me the most talented and deepest team since Texas 08. So you should be able to beat Kansas on your home field. I don't know if they cover the number or not, but it's going to take those senior leaders, the veterans that are never going to play in the SEC, Nick, to lead the way and make sure they show up and respect this team. Because Sark can say it all he wants, but the players have to buy it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. It's great for the Big 12, great for us, and I think it's going to be. I think it's probably, I would venture to say, the biggest home game of the year, right?
No, unfortunately, it's not a great home schedule.
Yeah, I mean, the Tech game will be big, obviously, just because it's Tech. But
somebody said Fat Rob. It's Fat Rob. Fat Rob. I'm going to call Fat Rob. What's your guy's name, Ty? Don't say it. Don't say it on the radio. Don't say it on the radio. Don't do it.
It's a friend.
Just a friend of mine. Bucky had his cousin for so long, right? Bucky's cousin. Let's call Bucky's cousin. Russo has Fat Rob.
MyBookie.ag.
Yeah, there you go. That's how you play it into the radio.
Well
game.
done, Ty.
Well done. Well done.
Tie it all together.
Well, and again, this is
pick of the day coming up next segment, actually.
And you hit it last night that you got off the schneid a little bit there. We'll have the pick and preview the baseball of the night. But yeah, I mean, Ty, what's your level of concern for this game as a Texas State graduate who grew up on West Campus pretending to go to Texas?
0%. And I had a good amount of friends that went to Kansas. They're all coming in town, and
yeah, we're going to talk tomorrow about
talk. A lot of talk smack talk.
Oh,
they're 4-0. They don't get to do that very often.
They just wait till basketball season and then talk.
Tomorrow morning early at 6:30, we're going to talk to my buddy Ari Temkin from Big 12 Radio on Sirius XM, and of course used to be a producer for us back in the day. And Ari is a Kansas Jayhawk grad, so he's a realistic Kansas Jayhawk grad. I know that, but he'll come in and on, and we'll preview that game with him early tomorrow. Maybe re-rack that for you here in the late part of the show, because I know it'll be good content, because Ari covers the Big 12 on SiriusXM, all the teams, and talks to the coaches, talks to the players, and certainly covers Lance Leipold in Kansas. So we'll get a good view from him. But handle your business here and prepare for the Oklahoma game the following week. I was looking at the schedule. We had all the ranked matchups last week, the 6 ranked matchups. Only a handful this week. I mean, Texas-Kansas is one of them. And then you've got Utah at Oregon State. And that, the Pac-12 is always going to have ranked matchups. LSU is at Ole Miss as a ranked matchup into this week. Notre Dame. How about this? Notre Dame, I think this is where game day is going. ESPN College Game Day is going to Duke University for the first time, Brooks Wallace Field, where the Duke Blue Devils, coached by Mike Elko, are 3-0. They're 4-0, and they're ranked at 17. And here comes Notre Dame, fresh off of the loss to Ohio State. That's a decent game. Does that do anything for you? Is it game day? I think they just wanted to go to North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't know about game day going there, but that should be an interesting game. And I think we'll find out how good Notre Dame actually is, or maybe how good Duke actually is.
Yeah, well, Duke beat Clemson. That put them on the map. They got outgained 2-1 by Clemson, but forced those goal line turnovers, and Clemson's just kind of a mess right now. And I've said this over and over. A&M, they have not been as physical and haven't been the same since Mike Elko left on defense.
Totally agree.
That guy, I think remember when Jimbo got there and got the big contract, he wanted to build this rock star coaching staff, and he went to Notre Dame and brought Mike Elko. And now Mike Elko is this rising star facing Notre Dame, which I think is a pretty good game. That Notre Dame's going to have a flat spot here. They just played a physical 4-quarter game with a really good Ohio State team, and we all know how it ended. The disappointing, head-scratching 10 men on the field finish. I still don't know how that happened, but Marcus.
But now they have a hand signal of. If I believe I read that they have a hand signel. For
No, they have a sign.
They have
a sign.
Oh, good.
They have that. You know how it's like it's training dogs now. I mean, they hold up the sign, and if they want them to take a penalty, jump off sides. They have a jump off sides sign now. You like that?
I had no comment.
No comment. Well, here's the thing. If Texas wins this game and Oklahoma wins this game, I think it's 95% likely that Texas OU will be game day next week.
It better be.
Because there's really not another heavyweight game next week on that day. There are better games this week and last week. If Texas and Oklahoma both handle business at home, that could be the game of the year, game of the week in college football. Could be the game day. Maybe Fox even shows up because I'm looking. There's not this Saturday because we're not looking ahead, people. We're just glancing ahead because in 2 weeks or 10 days, LSU plays Missouri. They're not going to Missouri. That ain't happening.
That has to. You have to go to.
Yeah,
to
there's
Dallas
not another
for
one.
that one.
There's not another great one for sure. And that would be it.
That's
So,
the biggest game of the year in the Big 12.
Without a doubt.
Even if both teams lose this week, that's the biggest game.
Well,
of
let's
the year
not
in the Big
forget.
12.
Let's not forget. ESPN is taking over the SEC next year with Texas and Oklahoma coming. And
oh yeah. Oh,
they're-
that's perfect.
Yeah,
Marketing.
Marketing 101. Get Brett Yormark out there to ask him about it. You know Yormark will love that. Can you imagine?
Oh, he's going to talk about how proud he is of both teams, and then
Here-
talk about
okay.
Dion the whole time.
I got to stop this now because I'm looking ahead. We got to take care of Kansas. But I'm already glancing ahead. What if at College Game Day, at Fair Park, outside the Cotton Bowl, they bring on not Brett Yormark, but Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner?
Oh man,
Come on.
Let's do it.
Would that be good?
I mean,
Or would they bring out Yormark? Or would they talk to both?
bring them both out together.
They're probably going to go to Colorado or something.
No, they're
Seriously.
not. Colorado would be this week because that's
I
the
know.
USC game.
That'd be ESPN like.
Yeah, no, they're going. No, that's too much marketing because one of the big moves here for ESPN was to get Texas back under their full umbrella, get them away from Fox for half the time.
Yeah, that's true.
So now you've got both the schools that are coming to the SEC in 2024 when the 12-team playoff starts. ESPN takes over the full SEC.
We
Full
need
board.
to lobby for game day and Sam Marcus for one of the down weekends this year.
If they keep winning, good happen.
Well, the bye week,
seriously.
the bye week is after Oklahoma. So that's the bye week ahead of the trip to Houston to play the Cougars.
How do we make this happen? Let's get Texas State.
GJ
some love.
Kenny's got to keep winning.
People got to show up at that game. The games first.
Your other breaking news, we told you this in the 6 o'clock hour that I couldn't confirm it, but I had heard not good news on the foot injury for Connor Wiegman. And now it's out. Billy Lucci down there at Texags says, toughest of news for A&M football per everything I've heard since yesterday from sources close to the situation. Quarterback Connor Wiegman's foot injury is, in fact, a season ender for the emerging SEC star.
Poor Aggies.
And that's what I was told. It's a bone break. They were hopeful it was just a sprain, but he broke a bone in his foot. And so it's going to take some surgery, and he's going to be out.
Get ready to hear that excuse.
It's only 3 to 4 months, but that's going to cost him the rest of the season.
I mean, yeah.
Jimbo definitely is going to use that one to try to save his job.
Yeah. Good luck.
Well,
Wait, Max is Brad's son, right?
Max Johnson is the son
And
of Brad
the other,
Johnson.
The
yeah.
other son, his brother, is a tight end on the team. He threw him a touchdown last week.
And he
I
looked
didn't
good when
know
he
that.
came in. I mean, they were kind of stalling out early, and then Max Johnson came in and gave him a jolt. And so we'll see. But that's, Billy Lucci, I do agree he was kind of an emerging star in the SEC, and there's not a lot of star quarterbacks in the SEC right now.
No, he's a good player. I mean, I can't stand the Aggies, but good players are good players. It stinks that happened to him.
It does. So yeah, that college football, Longhorns, not the center stage this week, but if they take care of business and Oklahoma does, they could be center stage the following week. And what a hype train that would be, Nick. I mean, depending on what happens this week. I mean, right now Oklahoma's 14. They could be 11, 12, maybe 10 by the time we get to Monday because they're playing Iowa State, and the Purchase More Ham and Bacon group purchased more ham and bacon at Iowa State, and Matt Campbell yelling at fans because they say he's on the hot seat. He probably is.
I still don't think Oklahoma's very good. They haven't played anybody.
Well, we told you
they don't play anybody except us.
The line is out. It's 5.5. It's 5.5.
Hammer it. Take out a second mortgage. Hammer it.
Take out a second mortgage. I only have a first mortgage. I'm certainly not taking out a second mortgage.
You can get out of that first mortgage. Hammer it hard enough.
I'm not. You're popping, Ty.
Scared money, don't make money.
I've just been to that game enough times, and but Texas won it 49-0. And typically, when one team gets the advantage, they kind of run with the advantage for a little while. It does feel like Texas has tipped that, and Brett Venables still trying to get his program back to where he wants it. I think Sark's got his. I don't say right where he wants it, but pretty dang close. And I do favor Texas.
What was the combined score against our next two opponents last year? It was like 104-10.
104-10.
Wow.
What was 59-10?
That's quick. That's quick math in my head right there.
Westlake. All right. So that's what we're looking forward to. And you heard Sark. We'll hear more from Sark tomorrow as we get cranking up for week number 5 in college football, and week number 4 in the NFL. Big NFL, if you're going to look at those, I mean, the Cowboys playing the New England Patriots, the return of Zeke Elliott, 3:25 on Sunday. Zeke back in, wearing the other uniform. I think Dak's gonna get a little choked up.
They might kiss at midfield before the game.
Heck, it'd be like Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas back in the day.
I would be very surprised if the Cowboys fans boo him.
You're so young, Ty. I forget. You remember this when the Lakers met the Pistons in the NBA Finals and Magic and Isaiah would kiss.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they would.
I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that picture.
Yeah, they're both from. Yeah, no, they did. I mean, they were buddies. Isaiah Thomas and Magic for sure.
I'll be wearing my Zeke jersey.
Yeah, I can't imagine they'd boo him. Like it wasn't his choice.
No way.
Yeah.
I mean, no, he's gonna
Never.
get a huge ovation.
You'd think, but also it's Cowboys fans, so we're an interesting.
No, we love Zeke.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I love Zeke, but I wish we had him right now.
Yeah,
me too.
I'm trying to think of two because I remember Zeke and Isaiah, Zeke and Magic, and then I'm trying to think of other just bromances because it really was back then.
That is true, yeah.
And then it was the Bad Boy Pistons, and they'd go to hammering people.
Wes Welker and Tom Brady.
No, no. Did they ever go against each other after Tom left? 1-to-1? That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
ESPN and LeBron James.
Well, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, I bet.
That's true. Yeah.
And then they got back together. D Wade. All right. So yeah. Now this is. I mean, and not only is Zeke one of the most beloved Cowboys for what he did for 5 or 6 years and the pounding he took and really carried that offense for a couple of years. He also is. It's been well documented that he and Dak are best buddies. They're best friends. And
some would say butt buddies.
Oh no! Did you say that?
Yeah.
No one's ever said that.
It's okay. It's 2023.
All right, Ty. Must be the fifth hour. Must be the fifth hour.
Speechless.
I mean, it
Now-
has to get weird in the 5th hour.
The one thing about the Cowboys game that just should be mentioned is that even the Cowboys, their offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer has said that he's a little bit concerned, guys, that the Patriots, always looking for an edge, even if they have to cheat to get it, have signed Will Grier, the former Cowboys backup quarterback. They signed him last week ahead of their game with the Jets, and now they can maybe utilize him for some intel. And Ty was talking about it because he's a Cowboys homer that maybe he would do the reverse Johnny and be the saboteur, give him false information. Remember he was going to be the third quarterback for Dallas, and he had a good preseason, and then they traded for Trey Lance. So here came Trey Lance, and they cut him loose. Now he's in New England, so he does know. He spent the entire offseason with the Cowboys, all of camp. So safe to say he does have some and can provide some intel, and that's still to this point one of the pieces of advantage for the Cowboys is the lack of what is this Tex Coast offense? What is it going to be? Yeah, you wonder if Belichick was looking ahead here, trying to get in Dak's head a little bit.
I'd be trying to get in the kicker's head if I was Belichick. So
the
Brandon
kickers,
Aubrey, best kicker in the NFL.
I'm finally learning his name because he's that good.
He's my fantasy kicker.
Yeah.
He's one of my highest scoring players through the first 3 weeks.
because your red zone offense is terrible.
Yeah.
I'm saying on my fantasy team.
My Cowboys.
Well, why is he kicking so many field goals?
He's averaging like 12 points a game. It's pretty good.
Yeah. My Cowboys group text got screen capped after he missed the first extra point. I lost my mind. I was like, here we go again. This is another Jerry experiment. And then I stand corrected.
There you go. Yeah. You said, no. Broke Dak Mountain. Come on. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Ty? I know they were buying each other on the Hard Knocks episode. They were buying each other luggage and birthday. But you get birthday presents for your buddies.
They're really close. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right. Well, see if
Sure,
the
they had
Cowboys
plenty
win.
of sleepovers.
Well, Bill Belichick has maybe his secret weapon. We'll see. He's going to need it because I do expect the Cowboys defense to play tremendous. unlike what they did in the first half against Arizona. We'll come back. When we do, what's popping? Preview this big series, big 2 games tonight out on the West Coast, Anaheim and the Rangers, and then the Mariners and Astros. Biggest game of the year for Houston in my mind. We'll preview that next.
songs. I mean, a lot of like.
All right, before we get the Sex Panther pick of the night, brought to you by MyBookie, I need to hear Chris Russo one more time because I want to hear this one more time. Because Chris Russo, the Mad Dog from radio in New York, legendary, now doing some stuff on ESPN from time to time. This was his take on the college football Saturday of last week. Because I think we're all in this spot where we had 6 ranked matchups. The Longhorn game wasn't going to be till 6:30 at night, but even then you had mixed allegiance because Ohio State was playing Notre Dame. That was going to be a game you want to keep an eye on while the Longhorns bashed the Bears. Well, here was Chris Russo, and they asked him, tell us about your Saturday in New York City getting ready for the college football day that we have coming. And obviously the biggest game nationally was Colorado and Oregon as a ranked matchup. Here was our man Chris Russo. Poppin'.
So I'm going to get a run in. I'll take the 2 dogs, Bo and Riley, for a walk. At about 12 o'clock, sit down, make an early cocktail, cut a gummy in half.
What's a gummy? A gummy.
Cut a gummy in half.
Keep listening.
Cut a gummy in half. We got Florida State Clemson. I like the Florida State quarterback. I'll do something there. At about 3:25, when I'm sauced, I'm not driving in the house. 3:25. I'll put the call in to Fat Rob. 718-504. I'll put the call in to Fat Rob. Rob, you know what? What the hell? I can't root for Oregon. All right, I'll pretend on TV. Put 10 dimes on Colorado. It's by Colorado and Dion. Let's win the game. So by 3:25, I'll be sitting down with my shorts, little T-shirt, cocktail. I'll have the other half a gummy.
Oh, you save it for later?
I'll have half.
I thought you were just rationing it.
You gonna swing the tennis racket while you doing that? You gonna practice swinging the tennis racket?
Work on my golf swing.
Extending the moment.
So by 3:30, I'll have ABC. It's on ABC, right?
Yeah.
Is this a Fowler game with Herb Street? I'm sure it is.
I don't know.
Herb Street and Fowler. Well, why wouldn't they be in there? They got to be there.
The Colorado-Oregon game.
Yeah, that's
on ABC.
fine. And I love those two. I love Herb Street. Herbie, he watches all the time. He always texts me. So I'll go out there and I'll put the game on at 3:30. And I'll root
I
like
haven't heard
the
from
Dickens.
Herbie in years. The only time I've heard from Herbie is when I showed up in Jackson State last year. See? You've got friends too.
There you go. There you go. The gummies. I like it. I like that day. That's a good Saturday. Ty says that's more like his Sunday. But Ty, can I tell you, I hope this advice you don't need to be told. You should not be wagering after you've been vibing.
You kidding me?
That's your downfall.
No, that's how I get in my zone.
That's how you get, with girls.
I'm not getting like wasted.
Yeah, but
or sauced, as he says.
You know that as you drink or take, it inhibits your frontal lobe, right, which is decision making, and that's why you're more brave around women when you've had a couple of drinks, right? Because I
don't know. The gummy can level you out a little bit and ease some anxiety.
That's when you start. Like if you're a true gambler, you've made your bets by Tuesday, right? You look for the early lines, you've jumped on them. And you're not chasing your money on Saturday and Sunday after you've had 10 beers.
You're using the money you already made, the cushion that you made on Saturday and the early slate on Sunday.
How's that go
using
for you?
that. I mean, I'm doing pretty well. I had my first losing week of the football season last week.
I've gotten myself in those spots because you've had some drinks throughout the day. You're watching football and you're like,
I've definitely made the wrong
I'm feeling
decision.
really good about this one all of a sudden. I didn't think about it all week long, but now I really like this pick.
There has been some moments during like college basketball season at like 11 p.m. on a Tuesday when Hawaii and UC Berkeley are playing, and I'm like, you know what, I like this over here, and I'm a little sauced at that point. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
All right, you get what I'm saying. Well, what is your pick tonight? Do you have a because you hit last night under the Astros Mariners, brought to you by MyBookie by half a point. What is your pick for tonight?
I'm gonna go with a little two-leg baseball parlay tonight. Minnesota money line. Minus 275 of the A's.
Minnesota Twins.
We're just juicing this up a little bit here. So Minnesota Twins against the A's at home. And then the Rangers minus 150 at the Angels. Dane Dunning on the line.
On the mound.
On the
Well,
mound,
we'll see if Dane Dunning is on the mound against the Angels. We'll see if Corey Seager's in the lineup. He did get hit on the arm last night. They call it a arm contusion. Fortunately for the Rangers, Corey Seager's X-rays were negative. That was kind of a scary deal. And any time of the year, you get hit on the arm or the hand with a pitch, you get a little nervous. But Dane Dunning against the kid Griffin Canning for the Angels. Astros Mariners tonight. If you're an Astros fan, this is your biggest game of the year. You lose this game tonight, you're out of the playoffs as of an off day Thursday. And then this weekend, you're playing at Arizona. Diamondbacks are a playoff team in the National League right now. They got to find a way to win this game. If you're a Stros fan, you're looking for the Astros to win, Rangers to lose, and you'll kind of push the Mariners back a little bit and gain on the Rangers. We'll see. Big games. Framber Valdez on the mound for the Astros tonight.
We all know how that goes.
Big game Framber. Yeah, he's been good. When
Take
they
the
need him.
over.
Yeah, take the over. Thank you, Ty. All right, Ty. Thank you, Nick. Happy birthday, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
What do you tell me? You're going to the dinner tonight, the Italian restaurant, Little Poppin'?
Yeah, Il
Don't-
Bruto.
I was going to say, people might come bother you now. You're a big radio star.
Yeah, I think I'll be safe.
All right, we'll do this again on a Thursday. Tomorrow we'll crank it up at 6 a.m. Appreciate all the guests today. Jerry Hamilton. Also, Nick with the Setlist ATX and guest hosting. We also checked in with Jared Elliott, the Longhorn volleyball coach, this morning. So if you missed any part of that, make sure you go back and hear it on the podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Rome is next. Rich Eisen follows. And, of course, Patrick Davis with the Sports Complex at 5.